This guy just finished his shower and was chilling out. He was looking out over the city, enjoying the view, totally relaxed, when suddenly a monster popped up out of nowhere. It pressed its face right up against the glass and gave him a real jump scare. Spotting a tasty snack, it immediately called over its buddies. They were getting ready to smash through the window and tear him apart. But just as the whole gang was swarming in, he smacked them right back. One punch literally deleted their Face ID. Even those massive, oversized bugs got punched out without him missing a single beat. They thought they were just dealing with some weak little human. They thought it was an easy meal, but little did they know this guy is the invincible god of spears. He has been fighting on the battlefield for 20 years straight, and with just his own raw power, he single-handedly chopped off the head of the otherworldly demon king. Even the absolute highest-ranked hunters in this world could not handle a single punch from him. Talk about bad luck for the Monster Squad. He was just trying to enjoy his retirement, and they literally delivered themselves as free snacks. You gotta love to see it, guys. In the middle of a burning battlefield where smoke completely choked out the sky, a Sphinx monster called out in absolute shock, "Human, you are incredibly strong, but your friends over there are about to drop dead," glancing over at his heavily injured and exhausted comrades. Our hero Hyun Seok kept his cool and shot right back. Really, because you don't look much better yourself. His ego completely shattered. The monster roared in absolute fury, "You arrogant brat!" Then it immediately launched a barrage of deadly attacks right at him. The psycho monster threatened him. "If you refuse to bow down, I will tear you to shreds." It arrogantly declared that this land was a kingdom built with its very own claws. Caught in a blistering rain of pure energy, Hyun Seok gritted his teeth and held his ground. He gripped his spear tightly with both hands. Determined to end this dragged-out fight, Hyun Seok let out a massive roar. "It's game over for you right here." Instantly, a blinding flash of light erupted. He activated his ultimate skill, the Paradox Flame. It instantly turned the entire battlefield into a raging sea of fire. Surrounded by these massive pillars of fire, Hyun Seok dashed forward at lightning speed. Every single clash shook the ground and left behind massive deep craters. But the monster with its glowing red eyes did not even flinch. It swung its razor-sharp claws, fighting back like an absolute maniac. Pushed back from a heavy collision, Hyun Seok gritted his teeth as exhaustion finally started to kick in. Seeing our guy looking a bit weak, the monster laughed smugly. That pathetic attack did not even leave a scratch. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Hyun Seok just gave a little smirk. "Did you just call that weak?" His hands tightened around the shaft of his spear. He channeled every last drop of his mana, making the weapon burst into a blinding, brilliant aura. Hyun Seok declared with absolute confidence, "It is more than enough to slice right through that arrogance of yours." A colossal pillar of deep red energy violently erupted. It smashed right into the enemy, completely shattering the golden crown on its head and sending the pieces crashing to the ground. The monster collapsed, panting heavily in absolute shock. "This is impossible. How can a mere human be this insanely tough?" Hyun Seok coldly repeated himself one last time. "I told you I don't belong in this world." Even on its deathbed, the enemy stubbornly declared that even if it fell, its body would melt into the earth and one day resurrect. But its expression suddenly shifted to pure horror when it realized its body wasn't regenerating. "Am I being wiped out completely?" Hyun Seok calmly explained that the black flame burning it away was a special skill called Paradox Flame. Unlike normal fire that needs oxygen, it uses abstract concepts like ego reason and memories as fuel. Your centuries-old hobby of resurrecting is over because what's burning right now is your very existence. Talk about a cheater getting completely shut down by a pro player. Realizing the end was near, the monster laughed bitterly through the pain. "Even if I disappear, you will never be remembered as a savior hero. Because those you call your comrades are actually just waiting for you to die right here." To the enemy's utter disbelief, Hyun Seok simply replied, "I know." Instantly, the saintess standing behind him panicked and cried out, "Sir! Hero! Please don't believe a word that monster says." But Hyun Seok had already seen through everything. He knew the woman who constantly claimed to love him and tried to seduce him every day actually hated him to the bone just because he was an outsider. Those sweet words were nothing but a scheme to make him hesitate so he wouldn't fight back when they purged him after the expedition ended. He turned around and glared at her with piercingly cold eyes. Saintess, am I wrong? Not stopping there, he also exposed the knight in their party, the guy who had received a national treasure from the cowardly emperor just to eliminate him the moment the monster was defeated. Seeing all their dark secrets laid bare, the knight trembled in terror and blurted out, How did you know about that? Hyun Seok continued by exposing the party's mage, a freak obsessed with human experiments, who always despised him simply because he opposed their brutal slavery system. He coldly stated that he had known about their plot to murder him after defeating the monster for 5 whole years. The monster couldn't hide its shock and gasped, I don't get it. Hero with the power that pushed me into a corner, you have more than enough strength to destroy this world that turned its back on you, don't you? Staring into the endless void with his heavily scarred face, he gave a short, simple answer. If I do, that who's gonna send me home? The enemy was still dumbfounded by such a simple reason. You just want to go home. His memories drifted back to Earth 20 years ago in the year 2005, when he was still an ordinary 30-year-old office worker until an entity claiming to be a goddess appeared and dragged him to another world with a plea, "Oh, chosen hero, please save this world from the monsters." He thought it would be an epic story like in the novels where an average guy finds success in a new world, but the reality of where he landed was a horrific disaster with agonizing cries for help echoing everywhere. Even after trying every possible way to return, he realized his only way out was to wipe out all the monsters just like the goddess said. For 20 grueling years, he threw himself into endless training and non-stop battles to become stronger. One time, when he brought an injured child back to the village in his arms, instead of a warm welcome, the gatekeepers coldly blocked his path because he dared to act on his own. Despite his desperate pleas to enter and save a life, they just threw sarcastic remarks at him. Why waste medicine trying to save him? Just let him be. This world was so incredibly cruel that they were completely willing to abandon the wounded rather than heal them. But the worst part of it all was the unbelievably backwards medical and hygiene standards of this medieval era. He could only stand and watch in absolute horror as people casually sawed off a patient's leg just because of a simple infection. That's because every single healer had already been mobilized to the front lines. Right at that moment, the priest showed up and interrogated him about how he managed to save the kid from the monsters. But something far more terrifying was waiting ahead. Those ruthless priests declared that the child had only survived because a demon was residing inside him, and they would personally purify him. Watching innocent people being burned alive in the background, he could only seethe with frustration as he thought about these disgusting, otherworldly natives who had zero concept of human rights. You want to be saved? Throw away that cheap kindness. After 20 years of suffering in this painful world, he finally defeated the monster and saved the world. Standing amidst the ruined battlefield, he let out an exhausted breath. It's finally over. In an instant, his comrades' swords were pointed straight at him. The knight showed his true colors, letting out a sigh of relief that he had figured out the truth and declared that they couldn't let him live. Facing such blatant betrayal, he only responded coldly, "You know what? I absolutely despise this world." Even though he was heavily injured, the pressure radiating from him still made the knight tremble, too terrified to take a single step forward. He bitterly realized that they had just created a monster, only to destroy another monster. They plotted so hard only for it to blow up right in their faces. Serves them right. With absolutely no lingering attachments left, Hyun Seok roared up at the sky. "I've completed the mission I was given. Now keep your promise." A blinding ray of light suddenly struck down from above. This made all the traders look up in absolute awe. The goddess appeared with a gentle expression and bestowed her praise. "Sir Hero, you have worked so hard. Thanks to your relentless efforts, you have finally defeated the monster." He pointed at the goddess and brought up their old deal. "Hey goddess, you still remember, right? Once I take down the monster, all my experience, memories, and soul will be preserved, and you have to send me back to Earth." The goddess gave a soft smile and asked if he really disliked this world that much, even though he had gained enough power to threaten her. She warned him that all of the hero Hyun Seok's achievements would become meaningless if he left. Hyun Seok let out a scoff, telling her to drop the act because he knew she was just breathing a sigh of relief that he was leaving exactly as agreed. The goddess did not deny it. She coldly concluded that this world did not need another monster anyway. Looking at him with deep concern, she asked if he truly had no regrets about this decision. Without a single moment of hesitation, Hyun-seok declared that his only desire was to return to his old world. He let go of his weapon, letting his spear drop to the barren ground. With the goddess's approval, he felt a wave of relief that he was finally escaping this cursed alternate world, leaving behind hands covered in countless scars. A brilliant pillar of light swallowed the hero's body. The goddess announced, "Your old body is completely gone, so I will get you a new one." When he questioned the identity of this person, the goddess only revealed that it was someone with a truly tragic fate, but she believed he would survive. To Hyun-seok, no matter how harsh the future might be, he would gladly trade it all just to go home, because nothing could be worse than the hell he had endured for the past 20 years. The hero's silhouette vanished completely into the blinding light. Right after that, the scene shifted to Earth in the year 2025. Inside a cramped little room, a young man suddenly snapped his eyes open frantically, wondering if he had actually made it back. The soul of the hero Lee Hyun-seok had now officially merged into the body of an ordinary civilian named Yoo Chan-seok. He sat up, gritting his teeth at the thought of those traitors in the other world, and felt so relieved that he never had to see their faces again. Stepping up to the mirror, he stared in shock at his unfamiliar yet youthful face. Touching his cheek, he told himself, "Hello, brother. From now on, I am Yoo Chan-seok." Chan-seok splashed his face with the cool water from the faucet and screamed in pure joy. Water, clean water, unpolluted water. To him, this was true magic. As for those mages in the other world, they can all go straight to hell. He was absolutely thrilled by the gas stove that sparked a flame with just the push of a button. No more chopping wood and starting those damn campfires. Suddenly, a familiar scent hit his nose and he stared wide-eyed at the takeout box on the table. This is exactly what I missed. Wait, do not tell me this is fried chicken. Unable to hold back, he lunged for the golden crispy chicken and took a massive bite. The explosive flavor made him burst into tears on the spot. It is so good I cannot stop crying. That is right. This is what real food tastes like. He slumped onto the floor, sobbing as he ate, utterly overwhelmed by how much he had missed these simple flavors that he had lost for the past 20 years. Looking out at the sparkling city through the window, he told himself, "I can finally live a normal life." But then he froze as he realized the current year. What it is already, 2025. Have I been gone that long? It turned out that time in the other world passed at the exact same rate as Earth, but he quickly brushed off the shock because it really did not matter anymore. He resolved that no matter how hard it might be to adapt, it could never be as terrifying as the hell he had suffered in the other world. Chan-seok soaked in the hot water pouring from the shower without having to wait at all. With just the press of a button, a cool breeze from the air conditioner spread across the room, bringing him pure bliss. Gazing at the clear blue sky through the high-rise window, he breathed a sigh of relief. This is absolute heaven. It feels amazing. He started planning his new life in the year 2025, even thinking about playing StarCraft just to relax. But suddenly, a horrifying dark shadow with a twisted smile pressed its face right up against the glass, scaring the absolute life out of him. In a state of sheer panic, he frantically wondered, What in the world is that? Right at that moment, the building's PA system blared through the silence, announcing that a corrosion rift had spawned right inside the apartment complex. Stunned, Chan-seok muttered, "What a corrosion rift! What the hell is that?" The loudspeaker continuously ordered residents to evacuate immediately to the underground shelter. He could not believe what was happening, his eyes filled with disbelief at what had become of Earth over the past 20 years. Outside was now swarming with bizarre monkey-like creatures wearing grotesque masks. The glass windows could not withstand the pressure, and it was only a matter of time before they smashed their way inside, forcing him to run for his life into the dark emergency exit. The vicious monsters chased close on his heels, sending massive tremors echoing down the stairwell. As he ran, he furiously asked himself, "What the heck are these things?" A whole pack of frenzied monsters charged down, tailing him like ghosts in the night. He screamed in despair at the terrifying changes of the world. Where is my beautiful Earth? Why has it turned into a monster nest like this? Taking advantage of the moment the monsters passed by, He quickly climbed through a broken window to find an escape route, having temporarily shaken off the bloodthirsty creatures. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Phew, he finally shook them off. He suddenly froze when he spotted a little boy standing all alone in the hallway, clutching a stick. Oh, a real human. Chan Seok anxiously urged the boy to hurry to the shelter since this place was way too dangerous, but the kid just calmly asked him, "Hey, mister, did you see where the monster went?" Chan Seok just froze and blurted out, "What?" The boy calmly declared, "I am going to go take it down. Do you want to tag along?" Chan Seok was totally dumbfounded. "What did you just say, kid?" The kid casually revealed that Earth had been in this exact state for the past 13 years, leaving Chan Seok to grit his teeth and curse under his breath. "Damn it, looks like I am stuck playing babysitter." Since the boy stubbornly refused to head to the shelter, and there was no way he could just leave a child alone, he had no choice but to tag along with the little guy. From what the kid told him, he learned that the erosion rifts were the exit points for the monsters. No one actually knew why they formed or when and where they would pop up next. Chan Seok bitterly realized that he had just escaped one hell only to drop straight into another. He screamed internally in total frustration. "Is this not taking things a bit too far, you wretched goddess?" When asked why he was so clueless, he awkwardly made up a lie about having lived in America. But the kid immediately shot that down with some bizarre trivia about the U.S. president getting impeached for secretly sending his daughter to South Korea. Chan Seok was completely speechless. Desperate to change the subject, he asked the boy about his favorite hunter. Hitting the right chord, the kid excitedly cheered Lee Se-eun. He started rambling on about how she was in the wannabe guild ranked 10th in the entire world and used this incredibly cool greatsword to wipe out monsters. Chan Seok fell deep into thought. He never expected that in this world, humanity also had to battle monsters exactly like the place he had just left behind. The kid was just about to pull out his phone to show him a video, when Chan Seok suddenly lunged forward and clamped his hand tightly over the little guy's mouth. He could sense danger closing in and muttered under his breath, "Beep!" Lurking just around the corner was a whole pack of masked monsters. Tapping into his rich combat experience, he quickly did the math. 6 of them. Just one more, and they would make a full set. Even though he realized his new body possessed above average strength, and he was perfectly used to taking on multiple enemies, at once having a trembling kid right behind him made the situation far more complicated than usual. Chan Seok worriedly thought to himself that if he just left the boy alone, the kid would definitely be in mortal danger. He could not help but wonder where all that big talk about taking down the monster had suddenly disappeared to. Caught without a decent weapon, he was racking his brain on how to handle this until he suddenly picked up on a very familiar pulse of energy vibrating in the air. Stunned, he wondered to himself if this could actually be mana. After confirming it was exactly the same energy from the other world, he mentally braced himself for action. Messing with me was your first mistake. It is go time. A miserable, blood-curdling shriek rang out as Chan Seok launched a perfectly timed attack, setting the monster ablaze in a roaring fire. Even though the mana he had spent 20 years accumulating had completely vanished, the ambient mana hanging in the air on Earth was just enough for him to ignite the paradox flame etched deep into his very soul. Staring at the intense blue flame dancing on his hand, he told himself that while his current firepower was a bit of a letdown, this was still more than enough to finish off the enemy. The monster collapsed into a pitch-black cloud of smoke, leaving the little boy staring in absolute awe. "Mister, that was so awesome." The kid excitedly confessed that he had been a little suspicious at first, since the guy knew nothing about the current world, but he never expected him to have such an incredibly sick skill. Suddenly remembering something, the kid excitedly babbled about a YouTube video he saw, saying how important it was to confirm a monster kill, and then he just blindly bolted straight toward the target. Chan Seok panicked and screamed for him to stop, but it was already too late. He knew all too well how the paradox flame worked, having just warned the kid not to get anywhere near it until the target was entirely wiped from existence. In a split second, the still very much alive monster suddenly lunged out of the thick black smoke, towering in a horrifyingly grotesque form right in front of the child's face. Chan Seok threw himself forward just in time to shield the boy. Even with his hand deeply gashed and dripping bright red, he just coldly stated, "Look, kid, I have no idea what a YouTube is, but you seriously need to stop watching it. Looks like our hero is officially a TikTok and YouTube hater now, guys." He demanded to borrow the stick from the boy's hand so he could keep up the fight. Snatching the weapon from the trembling kid, Chan Seok stood his ground, staring down the frantic horde of monsters charging in from all sides. His eyes turned dead cold and piercing. Chan Seok swung the stick with brutal force, unleashing a devastatingly powerful sweeping strike. He sent the entire monster pack packing to the afterlife in a split second. Talk about a total cheat code, those monsters never even stood a chance. Witnessing that overwhelming display of power, the little boy just stood there with his jaw practically on the floor, completely unable to believe his own eyes. He squealed in pure excitement. "That was incredible, mister! Are you secretly a super-ranked hunter?" Standing right in the middle of the absolute carnage, Chan Seok panted in exhaustion. He found it incredibly ironic that the exact moment he finally returned to Earth, he was immediately greeted by this sickeningly familiar stench. He gritted his teeth in bitter frustration. He had survived untold hardships in that alternate world with the sole hope of finally getting some well-deserved rest. Yet the brutal reality right in front of him was absolutely no different from the hellhole he had just clawed his way out of. Now that they were temporarily safe, the two of them quickly made their way toward the civilian evacuation zone where hundreds of people were huddled in anxious anticipation. Listening to the boy grumble and complain about being called a little brat instead of a proud elementary schooler, Chan Seok just kept walking in utter silence. As soon as they stepped into the shelter, an elegant woman rushed over in a panic. She threw her arms around the boy, calling out for Yoon Seong, and profusely thanked Chan Seok for protecting her reckless son. Looking at the woman's designer clothes and expensive earrings, he quietly realized she was covered head to toe in luxury brands. It turned out the kid was a rich young master. Suddenly, massive tremors shook the entire shelter, leaving everyone staring at each other in confusion. A giant fist suddenly smashed right through the reinforced wall. Following that was the appearance of a massive monster with razor-sharp teeth and a long, disgusting tongue. The crowd fell into chaos. Terrified screams echoed everywhere as the shelter's protective wall completely collapsed. Amidst the scene of people trampling over each other to escape, Chan Seok stood frozen, staring at their new enemy. Seeing the urgent situation, little Yoon Seong frantically urged him, "Mister, I think we really need to run this time." Chan Seok stayed silent, his eyes heavy with thought. He asked himself, why is it so hard just to live a peaceful life? The pain from his wounds made him frown. He looked down at his own blood-stained hands covered in scars. He called out softly, "Hey kid," the boy snapped back. "I told you not to call me that." Looking at the kid's appearance, Chan Seok wondered, "You are rich, right? So why are you even trying to become a hunter? Shouldn't you just hide in a safe place and live comfortably?" Yoon Seong looked down, his voice dropping. "I lost my dad to a monster." A corrosion rift opened up right inside the shelter we thought was the safest place on Earth. The boy bitterly realized there was nowhere left in this world that was truly peaceful. Even though he wasn't strong enough yet and was still terrified, Yoon Se-ong made up his mind to become the strongest hunter and wipe out all the monsters. The boy shouted with absolute determination, "I am going to save the world." Looking at the kid's determined expression, Chan Seok smiled faintly. "No, you will become an amazing hunter. It is just that you won't be able to save the world." Just then, Yoon Se-ong's mother anxiously pulled her son's hand, urging him to leave. The boy still tried to look back, calling out, "Wait, he is still back there." Suddenly, a massive explosion went off, shaking the entire shelter. Yoon Se-ong screamed in terror, "Mister!" Amidst the rubble and thick dust, Chan Seok used just one hand to burn the monster to ashes, his whole body radiating a powerful purple energy. He coldly declared, "Leave saving the world to the experts." Originally, just an ordinary young man from the 21st century, Chan Seok was summoned to another world. He had to fight monsters for 20 years before finding a way back to Earth. Yet before he could even enjoy his freedom, he was already facing a corrosion rift. Luckily, he survived thanks to his experience from his past life. He even promised that kid he would save the world. But in reality, he did absolutely nothing. Sitting in front of his computer screen with a haggard face, he chewed on candy while hyper-focused on his game. The word victory lit up brightly on the screen. He just let out a soft cheer. Nice piece of cake. This game is too easy. Popping open a soda and enjoying the refreshing taste, he suddenly remembered his bold declaration in front of everyone. Someone who has saved the world once can easily save it again. Thinking back on it, so what his desire to save the world didn't last long against the temptations of modern life. Video games, endless food he could only dream of in the other world, and a system where you could do anything with just one tap. Besides, saving the world was a job for other hunters to worry about. Just as he was about to use his phone to order some food, he froze when he saw his bank balance notification. He screamed in panic, "What did I really spend all my severance pay already?" The pathetic sum of 3,201 appeared, hitting him like a splash of ice-cold water to the face. The previous owner of this body, Chan Sok, was originally an employee at a logistics company, but he lost his job when the company went bankrupt due to the impact of the corrosion rifts. Now, with his last bit of money completely drained, he tore at his hair in absolute despair. He had tried looking for a new job, but there was no way to get normal work right now. With corrosion rifts constantly appearing, most companies were on the verge of bankruptcy, so it was completely understandable. He wondered what he had to do to survive in this modern society when nowhere was hiring new staff. Right at that moment, a hunter recruitment notice popped up on his phone screen. His eyes lingered on it thoughtfully, and then a confident smile appeared on his lips. "I have plenty of experience. This job is right up my alley." Soon after, he arrived at the Hunter Association, which was located in an incredibly massive skyscraper. The atmosphere here was extremely lively. One young man cheered excitedly, "I am about to become a hunter. My life is finally taking off." However, the people with him seemed much calmer. They believed the selection exam was just a formality now. These days, as long as you could show off a unique skill, you would be picked instantly. Standing in the middle of the pushing crowd, he coldly observed them, feeling like they all looked exactly the same. In the eyes of a former hero like Chan Seok, this bunch was nothing but a bunch of small fry. Amidst that chaos, a woman with long black hair walked forward with absolute pride. A man stood stunned, his eyes wide in shock as he recognized the presence of such a major figure. What the hell is this? It is Lee Se-in. The crowd started buzzing about Lee Se-in, the number 10 hunter in the world from the famous Danabi Guild. No one could believe their eyes. She was supposed to be in Khairwan clearing out a corrosion rift, yet here she was, personally recruiting members for her guild. In the observation room, they were reviewing the profile of Han Sang-ah, an elite Hunter Academy graduate skilled in lightning manipulation and swordsmanship. One of the board members sneered, "Is her ability just for charging batteries or what?" He was immediately shut down. She was a hunter candidate, not a portable power generator. The guy with glasses looked skeptical, pointing out that real combat inside an erosion rift was way more brutal than anything taught in a classroom. He insisted that being top of the class didn't mean squat when facing real monsters. Meanwhile, Lee Se-young just calmly chewed her candy and replied indifferently, "Maybe, or maybe not." Memories of rookies torn apart by monster claws flashed through Se-young's mind. She thought to herself training and real combat were completely different beasts. It would take a long time for Han Sang-ah to adapt. The loudspeaker blared, cutting her thoughts short. The first match was officially starting. Se-young gave a faint smirk. She had a job to do after all. She silently dared the candidates to prove their worth and give her a reason to recruit them. Just then, the announcer's voice rang out with amusement. "Oh, now this candidate is quite an interesting one." The crowd erupted into shocked whispers as an unfamiliar young man stepped into the arena. An amateur thinks he can be a hunter. An untrained rookie daring to stand on this stage was completely unprecedented. Amidst the skeptical glares, the announcer boomed, "And here is candidate Chan Seok." Stepping out in a simple tracksuit, he felt a little awkward, muttering to himself that he still wasn't used to his new name. The match began under strict rules, no personal weapons, and absolutely no fatal blows allowed. Chan Seok stood across from his opponent, gripping his standard-issue wooden sword, ready for his very first battle in this modern world. A true master doesn't need a fancy weapon to crush his enemies. Having decided to become a hunter, Chan Seok told himself his first priority was to save this crumbling world. But equally important, he wanted to live comfortably, eat good food, and wear nice clothes. And to get that, he had to absolutely crush it in this tournament. His opponent, a cocky blonde guy, looked at the amateur with sheer disgust. The referee loudly ordered them both into position, then slashed his hand down to signal the start of the match. Instantly, the blonde guy charged forward with a blazing spear. "Are you kidding me? My opponent doesn't even know how to gather mana." He arrogantly declared that losing to him was an absolute honor, boasting that he was the undefeated spearmaster of the Hunter Academy. Facing the ferocious attack, Chan Seok's expression remained perfectly calm. He coldly analyzed every single flaw in his enemy's stance. A devastating thrust came crashing down, but it struck nothing but thin air. The blonde guy gasped in shock. "Huh, he was just right here. Where the hell did he go?" This. In a flash, Chan Seok was right behind him, whispering sarcastically, "Man, your spear technique is sloppy." Before the guy could even react, Chan Seok delivered a brutal bare-handed strike, instantly knocking the fight right out of him. The sheer force of the blow practically caved in the arrogant hunter's face before he crumpled to the arena floor. Looking down at his paralyzed opponent after just one move, Chan Seok blinked in disbelief. Wait, seriously, I wasn't even warmed up yet. He had deliberately gone bare-handed because he was afraid a weapon would do too much damage. He just hadn't expected his opponent to be this incredibly weak. He seriously had to wonder, was this really the average skill level of hunters in this world? Han Sang-a watched the match with a deeply suspicious expression. She couldn't help but wonder, just who the hell was this guy? The colleague beside her mentioned that his file listed him as a regular delivery guy with absolutely zero mana built up in his body. The colleague scoffed, assuming that insane burst of strength was just pure dumb luck. But Sang-ah immediately shoved a piece of candy into his hand to shut him up. While her colleague took the hint and kept quiet, Sang-ah's mind was racing with a far more terrifying thought. No, he's doing it on purpose. He's intentionally hiding his mana. Down in the arena, Chan Seok scratched his head, looking completely bothered by all the attention. He told himself that as annoying as it was, he needed to end this fight decisively to prove his worth. Glaring down at his trembling opponent, who was stammering about how that was even possible, Chan Seok casually strolled over. He unleashed another bone-crushing strike, dropping a sarcastic reassurance. "Relax, man. As long as you're breathing, you're fine. Just take a little nap." A heavy thud echoed through the arena. The cocky hunter collapsed completely. His eyes rolled back in his head, out cold. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium. "The winner is candidate Chan Seok." Up in the stands, the judges and the audience were left in absolute shock. The entire stadium erupted into wild whispers over the impossible upset. Han Sang-a's eyes narrowed sharply. She hyper-focused on his every single movement, desperate to see through whatever dark secret he was hiding. While the others were still busy processing what just happened, Sang-ah decided to make her move first. She needed to test Chan Seok's true strength with her own two hands. When her colleague asked where she was going, she shot back an icy reply. "I'm going to see the association president." The following matches played out, but the results were exactly the same. Chan Seok kept taking down his opponents with lightning-fast strikes and thought to himself, so weak. Even for rookies who just became hunters, isn't this pathetic? He realized that no matter how many matches he fought, everyone stepping up was at the exact same pathetic level. It honestly made him wonder, does the academy teach people how to fight or how to dance? Chan Seok let out a heavy sigh, wondering if there was even a single decent opponent in this entire crowd. Just then, the crowd started buzzing with excitement. "Wow, she's gorgeous. We finally get to see her in action." The loudspeaker echoed through the arena, announcing that the finalist was none other than Han Sang-ah. Stepping out with a sword at her hip and striking short gray hair, she was the crowd favorite to end the mysterious rookie's winning streak. Chan Seok silently sized her up. "Oh, well, at least you have got the most mana out of anyone I have seen today." Han Sang-ah glared at him with pure contempt. "And yet you do not have a single drop of mana. Your little lucky streak ends here. Get ready to be crushed." Chan Seok could not help but mock her in his head, wondering if cheesy one-liners were part of the Hunter Academy's curriculum. Han Sang-ah kept going. Seeing how you only use your fists, you clearly do not have any special skills, but do not expect me to go easy on you just because of that." She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Her eyes flared with an intense, intimidating blue electricity. Chan Seok just chuckled to himself. "Actually, I do have special skills. I am just not using them because I do not want to put you in the hospital." The referee shouted, "Get ready!" Han Sang-ah instantly dropped into a combat stance. The moment the match began, Han Sang-ah drew her sword with lightning speed. Chan Seok's eyes widened, hyper-focused, as he tracked her movements. A blinding explosion of energy erupted across the arena. But Han Sang-ah froze in shock when she realized her blade had sliced through thin air. High above her, Chan Seok was flawlessly flipping backward, dodging the lethal strike by a hair. Was he a gymnast or something? How was he so flexible? Han Sang-ah could not believe her eyes. Utter disbelief washed over her face. He dodged it. He dodged a lightning strike with just one jump. Mid-flip, Chan Seok casually analyzed her technique. Interesting. By running an electric current through the scabbard and the blade, she turned them into magnets. Combined with the force of drawing the sword, it creates an attack just like a railgun. Landing smoothly on his feet, he casually remarked, "Not bad. Your skill is definitely the best one I have seen so far. But you missed the most important thing." While Han Sang-ah stared in confusion, he pointed out her fatal flaw. "Your timing. You were so hyper-focused on drawing the sword as fast as possible that you totally gave away your attack." Han Sang-ah's critical mistake was that in order to maximize the speed of her blade, she had practically laid out a magnetic rail right in thin air. Chan Seok noted that no matter how fast or powerful an attack was, only an idiot would just stand there and take a hit when the entire trajectory was literally glowing right in front of them. Realizing he saw right through her, Han Sang-ah gritted her teeth in pure rage. "Do not get so cocky, even without any tricks. I can still wipe the floor with you." She instantly made her mana erupt, charging at him with terrifying speed. Chan Seok smoothly sidestepped, dodging the slash with zero effort. He threw a question back at her. "Are you stupid? I already dodged your fastest attack, so there is absolutely no way this is going to hit me." Realizing she was completely outmatched, Han Sang-ah frantically pushed her mana to the absolute limit, her eyes glowing with intense pressure. Chan Seok noticed she was overexerting herself, desperately trying to squeeze out every last drop of mana she had. He felt a twinge of concern. If she kept pushing like this, she was going to destroy her own body. Just as Han Sang-ah prepared to launch her next attack, Chan Seok closed the distance in a flash and coldly declared, "That little light show was pretty cool, but we are done here." Without hesitation, he drove a devastating punch right into Han Sang-ah's stomach. The impact made her grit her teeth in sheer agony. Refusing to give her even a second to recover, Chan Seok followed up with a ruthless high-power combo. Han Sang-ah was left completely defenseless. Her eyes rolled back and she immediately collapsed, her face battered and bruised. Han Sang-ah hit the arena floor with a heavy thud, leaving the entire stadium in absolute shock. The crowd erupted into chaos. Nobody could believe their eyes. The top student of the academy had just been overwhelmingly crushed. Chan Seok casually walked away, making a mental note. Sure, Han Sang-ah's skills were leaps and bounds above the rest, but going down that fast proved she was way too reliant on mana. She had completely neglected her physical training. Hearing a soft groan behind him, he glanced back in surprise. Was she seriously trying to keep fighting? But no. Han Sang-ah just weakly raised her trembling left hand in surrender. Chan Seok could not help but chuckle. I told her to throw her hands up, and she actually did it. What an obedient kid. Suddenly, the booming voice of the announcer blasted through the speakers, shattering the tension. "Attention, everyone. There has been a sudden change to the tournament schedule." The host asked Chan Seok to take a short break. This left him wondering, as he thought the whole thing was already over. A shocking announcement followed right after. In just a few minutes, the winner, Chan Seok, would face off against a professional hunter in a special match. This sudden event was arranged by the association president's direct orders, sending the entire arena into an absolute frenzy. Seeing the crowd's wild reaction on the screen, he wondered if the mysterious woman from earlier was personally stepping up to test his skills. Right at that moment, a massive greatsword slammed into the ground. Lee Se-eun stepped forward with absolute confidence. She apologized for crashing the party, but insisted this was the only way to truly test his limits. She boldly introduced herself. I am Lee Se-eun from the Yanabi Guild. Looking deep into his eyes, Se-eun noted that this stage seemed far too small for a talent like his. She issued a direct challenge, adding that he could back down if the sudden match felt like too much to handle. Chan-sok immediately felt the terrifying pressure radiating from the world's number 10 hunter, a true expert with no need to show off. Knowing full well his current body would struggle against such an opponent, he just flashed a thrilled smile and instantly accepted the match. Se-eun saw the fiery excitement burning in Chan-seok's eyes perfectly clear that he was more than ready for the clash. To him, if he was going to fight anyway, this was the absolute best chance to go all out and prove his true worth. Let's see here, should I bump up my market value a little bit more? The battle kicked off with massive explosive clashes that left the crowd completely speechless. Meanwhile, the commentators were sweating bullets from pure hype. Facing the suffocating pressure of her greatsword, Chan-seok gritted his teeth and held his ground. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder in shock. What the heck does this lady eat to be stronger than an actual monster? As the fight dragged on, Chan-seok started to struggle under the sheer weight of Se-eun's devastating swings. Though she looked perfectly calm on the outside, she realized her own speed had dropped significantly since the match began. Across from her, Chan-seok was hitting his absolute limit. Dripping with sweat and gasping for air, he bitterly realized that it wasn't a lack of openings. His current body was just too weak to capitalize on any of them. Seeing him wearing down, Se-eun casually walked forward. She actually praised his endurance. I figured you'd only last about 5 minutes. I'm honestly impressed you held out for 30 straight. But it looks like you've reached your limit. Ready to end this drawn-out battle, she leaped high into the air. Swinging her massive greatsword, she promised to end things as painlessly as possible, practically offering him a one-way ticket to the hospital. Backed into a corner with both his own mana and the ambient energy completely drained, Chan-seok let out a heavy, decisive sigh. He really didn't want to reveal his trump card this early, but the situation left him no choice. He had to unleash his true power. Se-eun was completely stunned when her all-out attack hit nothing but air. She couldn't believe he actually dodged that strike. Looking over at Chan-seok, who was now surrounded by eerie dark purple pillars of fire, she gasped in shock. Is that purple fire some kind of illegal cheat code or what? The Paradox Flame. It was the ultimate skill he had honed for 20 years in another world and the power he trusted above all else. Unlike normal fire, it didn't burn physical matter at all. The proof was right there. The clothes he was wearing were completely untouched. Instead, it fed on abstract concepts, using whatever he chose as its fuel. With his current energy levels, he couldn't burn higher concepts like ego memories or logic just yet. So the concept he chose to burn right now was his own fatigue. Watching his speed suddenly skyrocket, Lee Se-eun was absolutely floored. Wait, did you just get faster? A massive shockwave erupted from their clash. She realized with absolute shock that he had completely recovered in the blink of an eye. As they traded lightning-fast blows, Se-eun could clearly feel the mana in the air fluctuating wildly. She frantically wondered what the hell was going on, especially since the arena's settings hadn't changed at all. The mechanic was actually quite simple. Just like normal fire gives off heat when burning physical matter, the Paradox Flame released mana when burning abstract concepts. He used mana as the spark, and the flame burned away his fatigue to generate even more mana. With a broken cheat like this, how is anyone supposed to win? It was an endless, infinite loop that kept him in absolute peak fighting condition. In other words, his true specialty was a war of attrition. After a ground-shattering clash, Se-eun started getting annoyed and snapped, "Are you really going to keep this up? You're as clingy as a leech." Standing amidst the rubble, completely battered, a smile still lingered on his lips. Jang-seok calmly replied, "I can still keep going, you know." He looked straight into the eyes of the number 10 hunter in the world and provocatively asked, "Are you into guys who just won't quit?" Facing Jang-seok's provocation, Se-eun coldly replied, "No. I absolutely despise that type of person. The Paradox Flame has a cruel rule: when a tree burns, only ashes remain, and ashes cannot burn a second time. Similarly, this flame always leaves a residue, and once everything is completely burned down to ashes, that is when it disappears. After 4 hours and 17 minutes of grueling combat, Jang Se-ok finally reached his limit. Resting her greatsword on her shoulder, Se-in looked down at her grounded opponent and asked, "You held up really well. Do you want to keep going?" Jang Se-ok could only weakly beg, "Spare me. Grinding in a game is way easier than fighting you." The loudspeaker echoed loudly across the arena, announcing that contestant Jang Se-ok had forfeited and the final victory belonged to Hunter Lee Se-in. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Se-in casually pulled a lollipop out of her pocket. The hunters standing nearby were stunned. That lollipop! She walked over to Jang Se-ok, smiling as she handed him the candy. "Here a reward for your hard work." I slipped my business card inside it. Holding the card that read Lee Se-yun, Team 3 Hunter Partner of the Yanabi Guild, Jang Se-ok was still a bit clueless about her true identity. Before leaving, Se-yun gave a meaningful wink. "We'll discuss the details later. Just give me a call." The hunter selection exam officially came to an end with an announcement inviting the winner, Jang Se-ok, to the stage to receive his prize. He pondered whether Yanabi was a hunter management agency, then casually crunched down on the lollipop in his mouth. Holding the latest smartphone in his hand, he could not help but be amazed by the incredible leap in technology. The hunter license is right inside the phone. Back then, they just handed me a scrap of paper. This smartphone integrated every necessary feature from the hunter community, gear marketplace, and monster byproduct sales, all the way to military satellite communication. While he was engrossed in exploring it, a deep, gruff voice suddenly rang out from behind. "You're Hunter Jang Se-ok, right?" In front of him stood a giant man with a fierce appearance and arms covered in intricate tattoos. He flashed a friendly smile. "You look much sharper in person than on camera." Looking up at the man who was well over 2 meters tall, Jang Se-ok warily asked, "Yeah, but who are you?" Without making him wait, the giant handed over a business card, introducing himself as Yoon Seong-hyun, a hunter partner of the Taebaek Guild. He got straight to the point. "I'll keep this brief. Join my team at Taebaek. If you let me train you, you will absolutely shine." He pitched it like a high-end pyramid scheme. Observing the man's confident expression, Jang Se-ok silently judged that this guy did not seem to be lying. Faced with the giant's offer, Jang Se-ok thought to himself that since he already had a prior appointment, he could not give a definitive answer right now. He tactfully replied, "I will think about it a bit more before making a decision." Song-hyun burst into laughter, asking if he thought he would force an answer out of him right then and there. However, the giant suddenly placed his massive hand on Jang Se-ok's shoulder, leaning in close with a menacing glare. Think carefully, occupational hazards are pretty hard to avoid. Leaving behind that cryptic farewell, the giant turned and walked away. Watching his retreating back, Jang Se-ok silently resolved to cross the Taebaek Guild off his list. Right after that, he picked up his phone and called the number 10 hunter in the world. On the other end of the line, Lee Se-in quickly picked up. Jang Se-ok got straight to the point. "This is Jang Se-ok. Where should I go to meet you?" Se-in said she was at a cafe called The Hut, right on the second floor of the association building, and asked him to come over. Jang Se-ok found his way there, silently wondering about the bizarre name of this cafe. As soon as he walked in, he received a warm welcome from the staff. Lee Se-in was already sitting and waiting with a massive sweet drink, and she warmly invited him to take a seat. Seeing Jang Se-ok's expression, she curiously asked if something had happened. Jang Se-ok casually recounted how a huge guy had just approached him for recruitment into a guild. Hearing the description, Se-in immediately recognized it was Yoon Seong-hyun from the Taebaek Guild. She explained that once that guy set his sights on someone other guilds would definitely not dare to come near and make an offer. Jang Se-ok gave a slight smirk and asked, "So, does that apply to the Yanabi Guild too?" Contrary to his expectations, Se-in casually scooped some ice cream and nonchalantly replied, "Huh, I have no intention of recruiting you." Her answer left Jang Se-ok completely stunned. Se-in suggested, instead of joining a guild, "What do you think about being a freelance hunter?" Seeing that he seemed interested in not having to belong to any organization, she explained further that Seong-hyun definitely only intended to invite him in as a junior. Jang Se-ok asked in confusion, What is a junior? Is that the name of a bubble tea? Sion then remembered that he had never been trained at the academy, so he was completely clueless about these terms. She explained that the ranks of hunters in a guild were usually divided into 3 categories: junior, senior, and partner. Junior and senior hunters were essentially just salaried employees under the management of captains who were partner hunters. On the other hand, partner hunters owned shares in the guild. Instead of taking a salary, they directly shared the net profits the guild earned. Jang Se-ok realized, how is this any different from a disguised pyramid scheme? They just rebranded it as a guild, and Si-yun confirmed the founder of the very first guild actually used that as a model. She also revealed a piece of crucial information. You don't necessarily have to climb through the ranks one by one. You can absolutely become a partner hunter right away if you're capable enough. Jang Se-ok nodded in understanding. He knew that as long as he made a name for himself with massive achievements, the big guilds would naturally come knocking. Sion smiled and handed him more candy, leaving him wondering why she was so obsessed with giving him sweets. However, she also bluntly pointed out that for someone with no experience or connections like him, getting lucrative requests was downright impossible. She then made a tempting offer. I will help you out with that completely free of charge. Chewing on the candy, Jang Se-ok suspiciously asked why she was helping him so enthusiastically. Sion admitted, I am just investing in a high-potential stock, so do not let me down. Her words made him realize she wanted him to owe her a favor. She handed him a folder and let him decide for himself whether to take the job. It was a request from Incheon City regarding Gyeodong Island, a place that had turned into a corrosion zone 2 years ago after a failed attempt to wipe out a dimensional rift. His mission was not to clean up the old rift. Instead, he had to patrol the island to detect and destroy any new rifts that popped up. The job would start in 1 month with an upfront payment of 5 million won and an additional 15 million won upon success. Holding the documents, Jang Se-ok felt the pay was a bit too cheap for a life-threatening job. Se-yeon just smiled slyly and told him, if you think it is unfair, then hurry up and get strong and famous. When that happens, money will just pour into your pockets, even if you do not ask for it. She looked him dead in the eye and asked, so what is your answer? Jang Se-ok's eyes grew determined as he slowly replied, I am in. Meanwhile, inside a luxury car cruising down the street, Lee Se-yeon was reporting her new discovery to her boss. Hearing about Jang Se-ok, the boss asked doubtfully, is he really that good? What kind of guy is he? Se-yeon calmly confirmed, he is a civilian who cleared a mandatory weapon tournament using nothing but his bare hands. Although the boss merely commented that it was not bad, she immediately shot back. The phrase not bad does not even cut it. He lasted 4 hours against me. Insane, right? When the boss suspected she had gone easy on him, Se-yeon firmly stated that she was a veteran hunter with 10 years of experience surviving the most hellish places. She should have been able to toy with him easily, so the fact that he dragged the fight out for 4 whole hours was simply unbelievable. She emphasized in absolute awe, even if I were reincarnated, I doubt I would ever see another monster quite like him. The boss still was not completely reassured. But no matter how highly you rate him, does not the Gyeodong Island mission require hunters with actual combat experience? He was worried that no matter how excellent Jang Se-ok's skills were, he would have a hard time fitting in when teamed up with seasoned hunters. To reassure him, Se-yeon stated that she had arranged for him to go with someone incredibly reliable. Seeing her thorough preparation, the boss finally gave in. All right, you are the brains behind the operations here at Yeonbi, so I will trust you. However, he was still curious about the young man's potential and asked, that kid, how do you think he would turn out if he reached your level? Se-yeon gave a soft smile and made a statement that left her boss completely stunned. You might not like hearing this, but if Jang Se-ok reaches my level, he could probably even take you down. 1 month earlier, a delivery guy was struggling to carry a heavy package to apartment 1506. Panting as he walked, he muttered, this is crazy heavy. What on earth did they order? The poor guy was seriously questioning his life choices. Looking at the package on the table that was even taller than he was, Jang Se-ok could not help but joke. With something this long, is Sun Wukong planning to take his golden cudgel and wreak havoc in heaven? The lock clicked open, revealing a cold, sharp spear with intricate mechanical designs etched inside. Jang Se-ok picked up his new weapon, muttering in satisfaction, this spear should do the trick. Right after that, he pulled out a sparkling green vial and stated, "And this right here is an elixir. It is a special potion containing concentrated mana, which hunters typically use in emergencies. Normally, a hunter's way of processing mana is to control the mana in the atmosphere, store it in their bodies, and then use it when needed, much like drinking water from a purifier." However, Jang Seok's method of manipulating mana was completely different. He skipped the storage process, entirely directly absorbing and using the mana straight from the surrounding air. The advantage of this method was that it had no limits, since the supply of mana in the air is practically endless. On top of that, this continuous circulation would gradually strengthen the mana circuits inside his body, allowing him to wield massive amounts of mana. The only drawback was that while his mana circuits were still small, the amount of mana he could handle was limited, making it hard for him to unleash powerful attacks in a short burst. Since he did not have time to wait, he decided, guess it is best to stockpile a little before using it. Jang Seok popped the cap off the vial, confident that if he trained with it for a month, he would develop all the strength he needed. Time flew by, and the scene now shifted back to Gyeodong Island in Incheon. The area was bustling with a large crowd of hunters nervously waiting around. Jang Seok held out his phone to go through the check-in process. The staff member in charge looked at his tablet and loudly announced, "You are all confirmed. Please head over to Team 8 to serve as a punching bag." Jang Seok stood amongst the crowd of hunters who were buzzing about their pay and sharing their pre-departure jitters. Suddenly, a voice calling his name made him startle and turn around. It turned out to be Han Song-ah, now sporting neatly styled short gray hair instead of her previous long black hair. She explained that her wild, electrified hair from before was just static electricity and suggested they work together since they were on the same team. Faced with Chan Seok's wary attitude, Sang-ah frankly admitted, "I saw you fighting so fiercely, so I wanted to tag along and steal a few of your moves." Seeing her joke about her shoulder almost falling off from shock, Chan Seok took it seriously and worriedly asked about chronic joint dislocation. This made her sigh and advise him to just take better care of himself. He thought to himself that this girl had zero sense of humor, exactly like when they faced off in the arena. Shortly after, a manager wearing glasses gathered Team 8 to begin the mission briefing. He also explained this basic terminology for first-timers like him. The corrosion rifts are divided into 3 levels, from Class 1 to Class 3, with Class 1 being the most dangerous. The first rift to appear in a specific area is designated as Alpha, and it was currently located at a gloomy church in the northern part of Gyeodong Island. Even though it hasn't been classified yet, because rifts grow stronger over time, everyone was given strict orders to stay far away from that area. Team 8's main mission was to patrol and destroy any newly formed rifts to ensure the island's safety. As the ship docked at Gyeodong Island, the other hunters began to tremble, because they could feel a freezing energy that felt like it was turning the blood in their veins to ice. Chan Seok just stood there calmly thinking they were completely overreacting to something so ordinary. The team officially set foot on the desolate island under the surveillance of the offshore control room. Through their comms, they received wishes of good luck and a reminder to contact them immediately if they needed emergency backup. The team's first plan was to scout 2 key areas within a week. Chan Seok calmly pulled up the map on his phone and suggested they set up base at Oarisa Temple to easily coordinate their moves. However, the other hunters immediately caught an attitude. "Who the hell are you? I've never even seen your face. You're just a rookie, so stop acting like you run things." They aggressively demanded to know why they had to choose that temple instead of somewhere else. Chan Seok remained completely calm. He explained that from that position, they could directly observe the entire Yumnae-ri and Gyeodong-myeon areas. Not to mention, ancient temples are very sturdy, and even if monsters tried to break in, they would have to take off their shoes in the yard. Despite his sharp reasoning, the hunters kept complaining, "There are plenty of places to stay around here. What if we get surrounded after climbing up that mountain?" Chan Seok sighed in frustration and replied, "We aren't fighting thousands of enemies. How could we possibly get surrounded up there?" One of them roared with contempt, swearing he would never take orders from someone as inexperienced as him. Looking at the stubborn group in front of him, Chan Seok let out a silent sigh, realizing that no matter what world he was in, there were always hard-headed fools who defied all logic. Not wanting to waste any more breath, he coldly suggested, "If you won't listen, then get out of my way and stop holding me back." With that, Chan Seok immediately dashed deep into the forest to begin his mission. He thought only Han Sang-ah had followed him, but to his surprise, he realized there was someone else trailing closely behind at an incredible speed. He glanced at the brown-haired young man and mentally assessed him, noting that his mana was even slightly higher than Han Sang-ah's. Chan Seok asked, "Your name is Kim Min-ji, right? I am curious why you decided to follow us." Kim Min-jae calmly replied that he was worried seeing two rookies acting on their own, so he decided to tag along and help. Faced with that sincere attitude, Chan Seok gave a small smirk thanking him for his concern. He thought to himself that at least there was still one decent guy on this team. While moving, Chan Seok suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes turning sharp as he sensed something unusual. He raised a hand to signal the group to halt, ordering them to wait, leaving his teammates completely bewildered. He quietly warned, "Shh, look, the monster pack is throwing a party over there." Kim Min-jae cautiously peeked over the boulder and was absolutely horrified by the terrifying scene ahead. Down in the bushes, a massive swarm of grayish monsters with hideous shapes and razor-sharp teeth were gathered in a dense pack. Kim Min-jae turned pale and stammered, We should take a detour. There are way too many, at least 50 of them." Chan Seok remained unusually calm. He reassured him, "Calm down, Hunter Kim Min-jae. What is your special skill?" Min-jae stared in shock, asking if he was seriously planning to fight. But Chan Seok just replied coldly, "Isn't it only natural for hunters to kill monsters? I will ask you again, what is your skill?" Under that piercing gaze, Min-jae had no choice but to confess that his skill was fire magic, specifically fireballs. Chan Seok immediately ordered good, then attack first on my signal. Min-jae looked over at Han Sang-ah for help, completely bewildered, but quickly realized she was also on board with this crazy plan. He frantically protested, 3 of us against 50 of them. Are you trying to make a charity blood donation? Besides, didn't you say this was your first mission? He suggested using the walkie-talkie to call for backup, but Chan Seok immediately shut it down, saying they wouldn't make it in time. While Chan Seok's group had started from Oarisa Temple, the other hunters were searching all the way out by the coast. He explained that calling for backup right now was way too risky, as there was no guarantee they would even show up. And if the monsters scattered while they were waiting, they would become a massive threat to everyone else. Min-jae quietly admitted to himself that Chan Seok was right. Especially remembering the conflict they had with the other hunters earlier, they probably wouldn't even bother rushing to help. Chan Seok firmly stated that the group had to handle this themselves, and the key was a surprise attack. Wasting no time, he used the tip of his sword to draw a battle plan right in the dirt. "Min-jae, you will hit the center with a fireball. I will block their flanks, and Han Sang-ah, you handle the rest." Witnessing such a detailed strategy that accounted for every possibility, Min-jae was in absolute awe, wondering who on earth this man was to give off the aura of someone who had fought tens of thousands of battles like this. The monster pack was still roaming around, completely unaware of the disaster about to crash down on them. Following the plan, Kim Min-jae gathered all his courage and charged out with his hands blazing with fire. A massive fireball crashed right into the middle of the enemy formation, triggering a devastating explosion. Caught completely off guard, the monsters shrieked in agony as they were engulfed in a blazing sea of flames. The barbecue party at Yeongdong Island had officially begun. Amidst the chaotic battle, Kim Min-jae yelled, "I need a little time before I can fire the next one." "Seriously, what kind of weak stamina is that for a mage?" Chan Seok gave a nod. "Got it, fire as soon as you are ready." Min-jae quickly replied, "Yeah, I am on it." Chan Seok immediately charged right into the enemy swarm. Always prioritizing combat efficiency, he knew that dividing up roles was an absolute matter of survival. Swinging his spear, he wiped out the monsters lunging toward them. He vowed to clear out anyone standing in the way so they could not even lay a finger on Kim Min-jae until the next fireball was good to go. Despite his strength, Chan Seok was realistic enough to admit he could not hold back this massive horde of monsters all by himself. That was exactly why splitting up their roles was so incredibly important. Han Sang-ah immediately stepped in to back him up. She drew her sword in a flash. Channeling all her spiritual energy, she made sure not a single monster could slip past her defense. From behind, Kim Min-jae focused all his power into his burning palms and yelled, "I am ready." Chan Seok immediately dodged to the side. "I am getting out of the way. Fire!" Instantly, a massive fireball was unleashed. It triggered an earth-shattering explosion, swallowing all their targets in a roaring sea of flames. Thinking everything had wrapped up smoothly, Chan Seok softly said, "You guys did great." But his words suddenly choked in his throat as he realized a terrifying truth. Right behind him, Kim Min-jae was pointing the barrel of a gun straight at his head with a cold and determined glare. However, Min-jae just smiled and asked, "Could you step aside for a second?" Chan Seok breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it was not a weapon meant for him. He thought to himself, "That was close. I almost thought our brotherhood was over." In reality, Min-jae was just using that device to plant tracking chips on the monster corpses. Finding it odd, Chan Seok wondered if those were microchips. Min-jae explained that once the area was secured, the scrap dealers he had contracted would come by to collect them. Wait, so hunters are moonlighting as wandering junk collectors now? Since the byproducts from monster corpses were incredibly bulky and heavy, making them hard for hunters to transport themselves, planting chips helped the buyers locate them easily. After appraising and selling the items, the profits would be split with the hunters after deducting a commission. Facing Chan Seok's doubts about their reliability, Min-jae insisted that finding a trustworthy partner to sign a contract with was absolutely crucial. Just as they finished cleaning up, Min-jae could not stop praising him. "You are seriously amazing anyway, Chan-suk. I never thought the three of us could take down a whole 50 of them like that." Right in the middle of their excitement, a gigantic monster plummeted from the sky. Chan-suk quickly shoved Min-jae out of the danger zone. He asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Min-jae stared in shock at the new enemy. What on earth is this now? A creature with razor-sharp teeth and a horrifying smile was towering over them as it approached. Chan Seok narrowed his eyes to observe and concluded, "It looks like this is some kind of boss-level monster." It was a heavily muscled creature with fiery red wings giving off an overwhelming presence that completely dwarfed the previous grunts. Chan Seok gritted his teeth in tension. "Damn it is! This the leader of that monster pack we just fought." The monster let out a threatening roar, signaling the start of a brand new life-or-death battle. Sensing that the mana from this monster completely outclassed the small fry from earlier, Chan Seok ordered coldly, "I will handle this. Do not interfere." He saw Min-jae and Song-ah hesitating, worried that all three of them would not be able to escape if he failed. Min-jae even wanted to launch a pincer attack to stall for time and report the situation. He roared with absolute certainty, "Stop talking nonsense and step back right now. Do you guys want to go home in body bags?" He thought to himself that fighting alone would be much better, then proudly stood tall by himself, gripping his spear to face the enemy. Chan Seok felt confident because now he could freely use the Paradox Flame without worrying about hurting his teammates, allowing him to end the battle as quickly as possible. He looked straight at the monster and provoked it. "Bring it on, sweetheart. Let me show you a few basic moves to send you off to your next life early." A terrifying explosion happened right after shaking the entire space. Witnessing that scene, Han Sang-ah anxiously asked if they should help since he looked like he was in danger, but Kim Min-jae immediately stopped her. He realized that even though Chan Seok seemed to be getting pushed back, he had not actually taken a single hit this whole time. Sang-ah was stunned to realize that Chan Seok was dodging and counterattacking at the exact same time. These were deadly strikes that even she would have struggled to dodge. But, strangely enough, every time his spear struck its target, mysterious black flames would burst into the air. She noticed that as the flames grew stronger, the monster's speed began to drop significantly. He might have looked like he was struggling at first, but now Chan Seok was completely dominating the fight, flashing a smug smile like a predator playing with its food. Han Sung couldn't believe her eyes. What kind of rookie fights like they've got cheat codes turned on? This had to be rigged. Chan Seok unleashed a massive downward smash, pinning the monster right into the rubble. He quickly tightened his grip on the spear. Gathering his strength, he suddenly tossed his weapon high into the air, gearing up for the final blow. Seeing Chan Seok just toss his weapon away, Kim Min-jae screamed in pure panic. He just threw away his weapon. What is he going to try and trash talk it to death with his bare hands? Seizing the opening, the beast lunged forward like a gust of wind, leaving Min-jae screaming in absolute despair. But even with rows of razor-sharp teeth closing in on him, Chan Seok's expression remained ice-cold. He didn't even flinch. And before the monster could even land a scratch, the spear plummeted from the sky and impaled it, pinning the beast to the dirt without a single chance to fight back. Staring down at his dying enemy, Chan Seok thought to himself, I can't believe it's still twitching after I burned through all its energy. I need to finish this thing off for good. Behind him, Kim Min-jae and Han Sang-ah were frozen in place, their faces pale with shock. Min-jae just couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered out, No way! Hunter Chan Seok was totally getting cornered. How did that monster just drop so easily? What the heck just happened? Chan Seok recalled his weapon and called out to them. He asked if it was actually normal for a monster this strong to show up on Gyeodong Island. Min-jae trembled as he explained that for a creature like that, one that wasn't even the core of the rift to show up, this had to be at least a level 3 corrosion zone. Chan Seok thought back for a moment. Corrosion rifts are split into 4 levels. During the mission briefing, they told us the Alpha Rift here was totally unranked. Min-jae's face turned dead serious. If that's true, then the Alpha Rift on Gyeodong Island must have just spiked to a level 3. Han Sang-ah was stunned and tried to argue that the briefing said something completely different, but Chan Seok instantly cut her off. Start thinking practically. If it's not a level 3, there's literally no other way to explain that monster we just fought. Min-jae was absolutely terrified. He screamed, Wait a minute! The difference between unranked and level 3 is like night and day. If that's really the case, then the survival rate for the hunters out here is going to be pretty much 0. Realizing how desperate things were, Kim Min-jae practically begged him, We have to go save the other hunters with your skills. You could even take down a level 3. But Chan Seok coldly cut him off. No thanks, I'm not running a charity out here. That blunt rejection left Min-jae speechless. What, but, why? Chan Seok just shrugged it off calmly. How am I supposed to single-handedly save every hunter on this island? I have my limits too. If I can't do something, I just say no. He made it crystal clear that their mission was to locate and destroy new rifts, not to play hero for people in danger. Besides, in their line of work, you couldn't just expect everyone to make it back alive. Han Sang-ah glared at him, her eyes full of judgment. Chan Seok, let me ask you something. If you were the one trapped out there, wouldn't you feel it was unfair? Wouldn't you be resentful and beg someone to save you? Chan Seok turned and looked her dead in the eye, firing back with heavy sarcasm. So, naturally, I should just feel sorry for them and go play savior look. I'm not saying this because I don't understand human emotions. I'm talking about the harsh reality of our situation. In this world, some deaths are just inevitable. And when you're staring down that kind of death, it doesn't matter what you think or how you feel. You're still gonna die. He gave his teammates a dead serious warning not to let desperate situations mess with their heads, because with that kind of weak mindset, they'd never survive in a world this brutal. As night fell over an ancient temple, Chan Seok did a quick sweep of the area before calling out. The building is secure. I don't see any traces of other corroded creatures. Hearing that, Kim Min-jae let out a massive sigh of relief. When asked if he saw anything else, Chan Seok stared out into the distance. It's too dark to make out anything special. But thanks to their flashlights, I can clearly see where the other hunters are. Honestly though, he was deeply worried, waving around lights that obviously was basically painting a giant target on their backs for the monsters. If it was just small fry, they'd be fine. But if another high-level monster decided to show up, things were going to get really ugly really fast. Thinking back to the beast they just fought, Chan Seok decided to shoot out a warning message to the rest of the hunters. This is Chan Seok from Team 8. Judging by the monster we just faced, the Alpha Rift might have escalated to a level 3. Flashing your lights around right now is a death wish. Keep it to a minimum. Han Sang-ah turned to him curious. If we manage to destroy the core of the rift, will the corrosion zone just disappear? Chan Seok nodded. Yeah. Without the energy radiating from the rift, all the corroded creatures will just completely fade away. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he muttered to himself, so basically I just need to go wreck their monster house, wrap this up, and go to sleep. Leaving Han Song-ah and Kim Min-jae behind to get some rest, Chan-sok quietly slipped away after setting up the motion alarms. He figured the alarms would wake them up if any monsters got too close, so he could comfortably go handle his business and be back before they even knew it. Chan-sok dashed through the dark forest silently, thanking himself for memorizing the Alpha Rift's coordinates during the briefing. At this speed, he was pretty confident that everything was going to go off without a hitch. But a bad feeling suddenly hit him, making him freeze as a low growl echoed right behind him. Chan-seok clicked his tongue. I spoke too soon. Glaring at the enemy blocking his path, he scoffed. You again. The dark purple energy of the paradox flame began to erupt from his hands. Facing a giant wolf monster with glowing eyes, Chan-seok coldly remarked, I have never seen this ugly mug before. He then stood his ground against the massive creature bearing its fangs. Over at the Yeouido Island Hunter Association control room, the atmosphere was more chaotic than ever. Frantic keyboard typing echoed alongside terrified reports. Sir, we have lost the signals of several hunters from Team 5. They are presumed dead. The situation only got worse as the monsters began moving in an organized formation, and Team 3 just confirmed another casualty. The manager roared in pure desperation. Damn it! What on earth is happening with an unclassified rift like this? He immediately ordered the emergency communication network to be activated, sending out backup requests to all hunters in the vicinity. Amidst the chaos, a staff member suddenly screamed, Manager! Some guy is running straight to his death. Stunned, the manager ordered them to stop him at once. But when he found out it was Chan-sok from Team 8, he suddenly froze. Chan-seok was actually the first one to realize and confirm that the rift had been upgraded. Realizing this was their only hope to grasp the situation, the manager ordered an immediate connection to his device to confirm he was alive. He believed that if anyone had answers right now, it could only be Chan-sok. The moment the signal connected, Chan-sok was struggling to dodge the lightning-fast pounces of the giant monster roaring through the comms. You maniacs! You call this an unclassified rift? It is way faster than I thought. He furiously chewed them out for the association's pure negligence, blaming their poor investigation for leaving the hunters at death's door. He even threatened them. Just wait until I get back. Whoever gave the wrong intel is going to pay dearly. Despite the harsh words, the staff could only breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that Chan-sok was still alive on that brutal battlefield. However, the actual situation was far worse than it seemed. Chan-seok realized that the paradox flame in its current state was not strong enough to finish this monster off right away. Normally, he would use the flames to wear down powerful enemies before landing a decisive blow with his spear. But this monster just stood there completely unfazed. It turned out that drawing too much mana from the island to kill the giant bat that morning had completely drained his current reserves. With his strength significantly weakened, Chan-seok knew he could not leave Yeouido Island right now. He had to find another spot on the island to recharge his mana and keep up the fight. Chan-seok's eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted his target. Found it! A deep blue rift appeared right in the middle of the dark, ancient forest. Without a single moment of hesitation, he charged straight toward it. Chan-seok coldly left behind a taunt. You better run fast. Do not keep me waiting, you overgrown reptile! A look of deadly determination flashed across his face before he dived right into the heart of the rift. Yay. Back at the control room, panic ensued as his GPS signal suddenly vanished. A staff member frantically reported Hunter Chan-seok has entered the Alpha Corrosion Rift. The manager just stood there frozen, gritting his teeth in sheer helplessness at such a reckless move. Stepping into the space inside, Chan-seok looked around in surprise. This place is much cleaner than I expected. Gazing at the desolate landscape around him, he could not help but wonder, if an unclassified and level 3 rift is already this vast, just how massive would a level 1 or 2 be? Suddenly, a monstrous foot stepped forward. A giant purple wolf monster loomed right behind him. As the beast opened its jaws and let out a frenzied roar, he calmly tightened his grip on his spear. He thought to himself, one of the biggest issues with the paradox flame is that it spreads to every living creature around except for him, even if they are allies. A dark purple pillar of fire fiercely erupted, completely engulfing Chan-seok's weapon. Because of this, if the flames reached an uncontrollable level, the skill would become useless. but since he was fighting alone, that flaw did not matter at all. Chan Seok swiftly dodged the monster's vicious pounce. He just let the dark purple flame start eating away at his opponent's body. Now came the most important part. The mana absorbed from the enemy began to spread into every corner of his body, seeping deep into his muscles and bones. This process was clearly expanding and strengthening the mana circuits inside Chan Seok. Feeling the new surge of power boiling within him, he mentally assessed the situation. Absorbing mana directly like this is way more effective than I thought. Meanwhile, the wolf monster could only howl in pure agony before being completely reduced to ashes by the flames. Suddenly, a blue ring of energy materialized in the night sky, sending shockwaves through the air. Chan Seok let out a smirk as he realized his enemy's true intention. Ha! So this was your little trick. Immediately, a whole swarm of gargoyles with massive bat wings descended to the ground, completely surrounding him. It turned out the dead monster had managed to call in reinforcements just in time. Standing against an entire army of monsters, Chan Seok simply let out a cold scoff. You might have the numbers, but to me, you are all just a quick snack. A massive burst of dark purple energy erupted from his body, creating a shockwave that wiped out everything around him in the blink of an eye. Feeling the power surging through his muscles, he told himself that he was now many times stronger than before, even if he still couldn't compare to his peak in the other world. His sharp gaze swept across the ruins, searching for his true target. Where was the core of this corrupted rift? According to Hunter Kim Min-chae, it had to be the most corrupted creature in this dimension. Deep in thought, a deep, raspy voice suddenly echoed right next to his ear, making him freeze in his tracks. A grotesque shadow with pure white eyes loomed right behind him, carrying a terrifying pressure that seemed to freeze the space around them. That was it. Jang Seok realized his enemy had been incredibly patient, waiting until his paradoxical flames died down before finally showing itself. Looking at the bat-eared monster standing with the aura of a true swordsman, he couldn't help but be impressed. Oh, you can speak human. Do you know how to say your last words too? He realized that the level of a creature serving as a rift's core was completely different from the small fry from earlier. The monster growled with murderous intent, declaring firmly, "You are going to die." Unfazed Jang Seok gripped his spear tightly and got into a fighting stance. He silently calculated that with his current level, he could absolutely execute a 4-hit combo to finish off his opponent. Instantly, Jang Seok dashed forward with wind-breaking speed. He unleashed a barrage of powerful thrusts, forcing the monster to step back and struggle to defend itself with its sword. The harsh sounds of clashing metal rang out continuously. Jang Seok's eyes grew cold as he softly called out his skill, Dual Trajectory Spear. Immediately, a brilliant blue energy burst forth, crashing straight into the monster with terrifying force. He internally explained that a blue trajectory would be created following his exact attack path, mimicking his first strike and perfectly repeating it 4 more times. Basically, it was a simple technique of 4 consecutive thrusts. But what would happen if that blue trajectory attacked a beat slower? It would create a highly tricky 2-stage spear loop, making it incredibly difficult for the opponent to dodge. The monster was lagging too hard to evade in time. Faced with a pincer attack executed with a time delay, the monster was caught completely off guard and forced on the defensive. As the enemy stumbled and was bound to make a mistake, he coldly declared, "Game over, sweetheart. Go back to the factory and respawn." 4 brilliant points of light pinned the target down, triggering a chain of explosions that shook the entire space. The monster collapsed its body, breaking apart and burning to ashes in the faint blue flames. Looking at the scene, Jang Seok thought to himself, I figured it would just simply fade away, and that would be it. After the monster vanished, Jang Seok spotted a strange object giving off a mystical blue glow. He picked it up out of curiosity and wondered, what is this? A box. The moment he gently opened its lid, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. This is... Meanwhile, at the control room, the situation was turning disastrous as the corrupted zone kept spreading from the center of Yeouido Island. The manager shouted in desperation, demanding his staff to properly coordinate the hunters' positions to avoid casualties, but bad news kept pouring in as the main squad's signals had completely vanished. The backup hunters also unexpectedly ran into monsters, making it impossible to reach the island due to the energy interference. The manager stood frozen in front of the screen, his face showing clear helplessness. It's over. We're all dead. I'd better write my resignation letter. He bitterly realized that without a miracle, he could only watch as all the hunters were wiped out. Suddenly, a staff member yelled out an update. There's a message from Jang Seok coming from the center of the Alpha Rift. To everyone's shock, a loud and clear announcement was broadcasted across the entire system. The Alpha Corrupted Rift on Yeouido Island has been resolved. Signals from the Alpha Rift have completely disappeared, confirming the target has been eliminated. And that wasn't all. Every corrupted creature attacking the other hunters was wiped out all at once. The manager stared blankly at the screen, unable to believe his eyes. This is a miracle. But how? Meanwhile, silence had returned to the battlefield. Jang Seok casually sat back against his spear, looking up at the starry night sky as he softly muttered, "The air is so fresh." Somewhere else, Han Sang-ah continuously swung her sword, creating blinding blue electrical slashes to push back the horde of monsters swarming her from all sides. Her hands were trembling from exhaustion. Blood seeping from the wounds on her face blurred her vision. She worried inwardly as the number of monsters kept increasing while there was still no word from Jang Seok. Standing beside her, Kim Min-chae asked shakily, "We're about to become monster snacks." Help seeing the pitch-black sea of monsters flooding out of the deep forest like a waterfall, Sang-ah realized. Min-chae had completely reached his limit, and even she didn't know how much longer she could hold on with the deep wound on her leg bleeding non-stop. A monster let out a disgusting shriek and lunged straight at Sang-ah with its razor-sharp claws. She tried to react and fight back, but her legs completely gave out. Completely exhausted and unable to even stand, staring death right in the face, Kim Min-chae could only scream out in absolute despair, "Sang-ah." Just as the horde of monsters was about to tear them apart, a total trash clearing operation went down. The monsters vanished faster than a paycheck on payday. The two of them looked around in shock, completely baffled as to why their enemies had just mysteriously vanished right before their eyes. Meanwhile, at the hunter base camp on Yeongjong Island, Chan Seok casually strolled through the tents full of the injured, thinking to himself, "Those monsters must have really gone wild while I was busy dealing with the rift's core." The news that Chan Seok had single-handedly cleared a level 3 rift quickly spread, leaving the other hunters in absolute shock. Wait, Chan Seok, you mean he actually took care of that level 3 corrosion rift all by himself? Amidst their disbelief, Chan Seok casually strolled out of the deep forest with his spear resting on his shoulder. Seeing him return, Kim Min-chae hurriedly waved him over. "Over here, Chan Seok, you are finally back. I was so shocked when I got your message. What made you think you could take on a corrosion rift all by yourself?" Keeping up his image, Chan Seok put on a totally serious face. "Let's just say I wanted to protect my fellow hunters. It was not my body but my heart that pushed me to act." He smugly thought to himself that managing his public image was a crucial skill, completely ignoring the deeply suspicious look Han Sang-ah was giving him. Taking a break at the camp, Chan Seok silently regretted not heading out earlier before the sun went down. Suddenly, a sharply dressed man in a suit approached him. "Hunter Chan Seok, right. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am from the Korea Operations Corporation. My name is Dong-tae, manager of the 3rd branch covering North Gyeonggi and Incheon." He got straight to the point. "The mayor is very eager to meet our hero trash cleaner." Shortly after braving the pouring rain, Chan Seok arrived at the mayor's office building. He scoffed to himself about how all the powerful old men in this world loved ordering people around. Walking under his umbrella, Chan Seok started doing the math. "Now that I think about it, my contract never mentioned a bonus for clearing out a level 3 rift. Since I am already here, I should definitely renegotiate for a better price." Greeting him in the lobby was Lee Pil-jae, the Communications and Public Relations Officer. He offered a warm, enthusiastic greeting. "It is so wonderful to meet you, Mr. Chan Seok. I am Lee Pil-jae." He led him inside, explaining that the mayor had been eagerly awaiting this meeting. After receiving the shocking report from Yeongjong Island early this morning, the mayor had officially become one of Chan Seok's biggest fans. Pil-jae revealed that the mayor had even canceled his entire morning schedule just to meet him. Chan Seok put on a humble act. "Oh really? We could have met any time. It is not like I did anything all that impressive anyway." Pil-J immediately pushed back, insisting that a rookie hunter single-handedly destroying a level 3 rift was completely unprecedented. In fact, nothing like it had happened since the era of the very first hunter, the Great Pioneer. Hearing that Chan Seok thought to himself that the Pioneer guy must have been a total monster, considering how much he had struggled to clear it himself. The office doors swung open and Pil-J proudly announced his arrival. The mayor of Incheon Park Ryon welcomed him with a massive smile. "Oh, thank you so much for coming all this way to see me. I am Park Ryon, the mayor of Incheon. I am so sorry for calling you out here in such terrible weather." Mayor Park warmly offered Chan Seok a seat and ordered Officer Lee Pil-J to go make some coffee. Gesturing to the steaming cups of coffee on the table, he showered him with praise. "You are the nation's superhero trash cleaner. This whole country owes you a massive thank you." He confessed that Yongjong Island had been a real thorn in his side for a while now, but due to a tight budget, the city just could not afford to hire those expensive, top-tier hunter guilds. Mayor Park breathed a heavy sigh of relief that the problem had been solved so cheaply, and he was even more amazed to learn that this was only Chan Seok's very first mission. He suddenly leaped to his feet and excitedly declared, "I never imagined that someone so extraordinary would take their very first steps right here in Incheon as the mayor. I could not be more proud." The mayor then started rambling on and on about how South Korea was the safest country in the world. He bragged about how Incheon played a vital role in that, all thanks to its incredible airport infrastructure and free economic zone projects. He proudly boasted about international districts like Songdo and Cheongna, which were pulling in countless foreign investors and massive amounts of capital. Chan Seok just sat there quietly sipping his coffee, wondering to himself, is this old guy on something? Why does he talk non-stop like a broken radio? Finally wrapping up his long speech, the mayor firmly grasped his hands and made a promise. "I will make sure your career as a hunter goes as smoothly as possible. You have my full, unconditional support." After the meeting, Chan Seok sat in the back of a luxury car gliding through the pouring rain. The driver suddenly broke the silence, asking him about his true reasons for becoming a hunter. Chan Seok stared out the window and casually replied with a very practical example. "If a toilet gets clogged and starts spewing filth everywhere, somebody has to step up, dive into the crap, and plunge it." The blunt answer left the driver stunned for a moment before he thoughtfully nodded in agreement. He predicted that with talent like his, Chan Seok would become famous in no time. He would have companies begging him to shoot commercials and star on hit TV shows. Noticing the driver's concern that he might get blinded by the spotlight, Chan Seok just gave a soft smile. The driver confessed that he had seen way too many promising hunters lose themselves to fame and money. He explained that while South Korea was currently the last safe haven on Earth, even this place was entirely ruled by the almighty dollar. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he told Chan Seok that what he had just done was absolutely incredible. He added that countless people who were struggling would now be looking up to him with hope. The driver locked eyes with him in the rearview mirror, looking at him with immense expectation. He genuinely believed that Chan Seok would remain a symbol of hope for the people forever. Hearing all of that, Chan Seok could not help but wonder, what kind of angle is this guy playing? Is he trying to turn me into a walking billboard? Back in the office, looking at Mayor Park Ji-yeon's overly eager face, he realized the man wasn't even trying to hide his intentions anymore, just laying it all out on the table. But for someone who had survived 20 years of endless hardship and betrayal in another world, these petty political tricks wouldn't even make him flinch. Chan Seok spoke with a cold tone. "If you are going to back me this much, there is definitely something you want in return, right? Like helping a mayor with tanking approval ratings get re-elected." The dead-on remark left Park Ji-yeon so stunned he could barely even speak. He awkwardly admitted, "How did you figure that out? Honestly, I am absolutely desperate for votes right now." Chan Seok calmly replied that a quick search on his phone was all it took to see that his term was almost up and re-election was looking grim. Park Ji-yeon tried to save face by reminding him that he was the one who gave a total rookie like him clearance to join the mission. Chan Seok saw right through the old man. He wanted to claim he had discovered this rising star all just to polish his own reputation. He scoffed internally at the mayor trying to piggyback on his success. Park Ji-yeon kept bragging about his connections with massive corporations and threw out an offer. The current model for this coffee brand is about to finish her contract. We could totally swap her out and make Hunter Chan Si-ok the new face of the brand. He enthusiastically painted a picture of a glorious future, but Chan Si-ok suddenly slammed his coffee cup down and cut him off completely cold. Mayor, it really feels like you are treating me like some cheap sellout. Leaving Park Ji-yeon completely stunned, he declared that the world needed a fresh face to shake up this miserable atmosphere. Chan Si-ok stated it as a hard fact. If a massive talent like me just keeps working as a hunter, everything you just promised is going to fall right into my lap anyway. Totally called out, the mayor started panicking desperately, trying to reel him back in with promises of safe missions and massive payouts. But Chan Si-ok just shot back with zero interest. That is an incredibly boring offer. He turned his back to walk away, throwing a sarcastic parting shot. Congrats to that model girl, I am not going to steal her paycheck today. Stepping out of the building into the pouring rain, Chan Si-ok left the mayor completely devastated over losing such a powerful political pawn. Meanwhile, in a gloomy corner under a bridge, a mysterious figure in a black cloak was listening to his subordinate's report. I see, so the experiment on Gyeodong Island was a failure. The bald man kneeling on the ground trembled as he bowed his head in apology. I am so sorry, sir. The mysterious figure coldly stated that what is done, but the subordinate frantically spoke up, saying he had some good news to make up for it. He held up his phone, showing his master a video clip from Chan Si-ok's hunter certification exam. They watched the jet black flames roaring on the screen, along with the overwhelming hype about his completely absurd power. The cloaked figure quietly muttered the name Chan Si-ok. He cracked a wicked smile and muttered, "The kid is pretty amazing, isn't he?" The first day of every month was always the moment the entire country eagerly waited for. From regular people on the street and kids at home all the way to shady thugs in the alleys, absolutely everyone was glued to their phone screens checking the hunter rankings for September 2025. Usually the ranks barely shifted at all and were just treated like a fun piece of entertainment, but this time was completely different. Even the injured hunters stuck in the hospital were shouting in pure excitement. It is finally out. People care more about this drama than actual monsters. Over at the association headquarters, a staff member respectfully reported, "Mr. President, the World Hunter Rankings for September are out." President Moon Jong-tae took the report, his face looking incredibly deep in thought. Meanwhile, out in the middle of a freezing snowy mountain, Lee Se-yoon couldn't help but wonder out loud if that guy had made the list. Chan Si-ok, now dressed up in a sharp, elegant suit, casually scrolled through his phone and muttered to himself, "No matter how much they hype it up, the only thing that actually matters is the top 10. The list slowly revealed some massive legendary names. Rank 10 belonged to Lee Se-yoon, who had just finished pitching a tent out in that brutal weather. Rank 5 went to Kim Jae-hyun, standing there with his usual icy demeanor. Rank 3 was Cho Yu-ram, blazing in a massive aura of red fire. And rank 2 went to the incredibly imposing Jong Tae-seok. But then came the absolute shocker. The champion position, rank 1 in the world, officially belonged to none other than Chan Si-ok. Even Chan Si-ok himself was pretty stunned by the insane result. A staff member walked up to him and announced, "All finished. You can head outside for some fresh air now." The guy excitedly congratulated him. "Oh man, I saw your name up there. Congrats on making the rankings in record time. Chan Si-ok." Honestly, a 5-year veteran hunter soloing a level 3 rift was totally standard and barely got a second glance in the hunter community. But for a total rookie who just debuted like him, this was an absolute earth-shattering miracle. A total rookie pulling off a miracle right after debuting made the media go absolutely wild, swarming around him for an interview. Surrounded by flashing cameras, Chan Si-ok was hammered with questions about his old job and whether he really fought through that rift completely solo without a single bit of backup. He felt like some kid being paraded around on a child genius TV show and coldly announced that he would only take one final question. One persistent reporter demanded to know his mindset and his ultimate vow as a hunter moving forward. Chan Si-ok glared dead straight into the camera, his eyes razor sharp. Forget all that empty garbage like "I will try my best." He boldly declared, "Let's cut the talk. Wait until you see the results before you open your mouths." Right after that, the scene cut to a helicopter soaring through the sky. Down below was a scene of complete and total ruin. What used to be the bustling Ganso prison was now nothing more than a massive, deep black crater. The chairman sitting across from him explained that this was the reality for countries worldwide. Most nations had completely lost their administrative power after the corrosion rifts appeared. He proudly declared that South Korea, however, had risen as a superpower. Not only had they successfully defended the country, but they had also achieved incredible leaps in technology. The helicopter they were riding in was living proof of that progress. It ran purely on mana and was completely soundproofed from the outside world. Chan Seok thoughtfully asked if those other countries had just been wiped off the map. The chairman nodded, confirming that many capital cities had completely vanished. The chairman invited him to take a closer look at the 8 great rifts, the 8 most dangerous corrosion zones in the world, and the number prison was one of them. The number prison formed out of nowhere 13 years ago, expanding from the city center in a massive circle without a single warning sign. Even the lucky few who survived the initial event were quickly wiped out as the entire area mutated into a dead zone. In just a few short days, an entire bustling city vanished without a trace. The chairman stared out at the desolate wasteland below. He concluded that while the world map hadn't changed much on paper, the actual power of central governments had completely rotted away from the inside. Having heard enough about the corrosion zones, Chan Seok coldly cut in. "It's great to learn things I didn't know, but what does any of this have to do with you calling me here?" Chairman Moon Young-tae gravely revealed that a few days ago, Seung-hyun from the Taebaek Guild had come to see him. The guy was furious that Chan Seok had rejected his recruitment offer. Chan Seok immediately pictured the fierce face of that giant meathead who had threatened him earlier. The chairman noted that Seung-hyun had aggressively demanded to know Chan Seok's whereabouts, which took Chan Seok by surprise. The chairman explained that although he hadn't leaked any personal information, the Taebaek Guild lived by a law of the jungle mentality. They would definitely try to beat him into submission. Chan Seok clicked his tongue. What a pain in the ass. He knew full well that with his current power level, taking on that monster in a head-to-head physical brawl would be incredibly difficult. Seeing that Chan Seok preferred to fly solo rather than be chained to a guild, Chairman Moon made a suggestion. He claimed the best way to keep Taebaek off his back was to build up his own reputation by taking on high-profile missions directly from the chairman. Chan Seok immediately realized this old fox had an ulterior motive and definitely wasn't offering help out of the goodness of his heart. Sensing his suspicion, the chairman coldly stated that the only thing Chan Seok needed to remember was who stepped up to help him in his time of need. With that, he slid a mission dossier across the table. Chan Seok figured it wasn't a terrible deal. Taking missions straight from the association chairman would skyrocket his reputation in no time. He cut straight to the chase. "So what exactly do you need me to do?" Chairman Moon assigned him an escort mission for a cargo ship traveling from Busan to Nanning. He explained that transporting essential supplies had become incredibly dangerous these days because of the corrosion zones. But as Chan Seok glanced over the cargo manifest listing Rolex watches, premium ceramics, ginseng liquor, and even luxury cars, he couldn't help but ask with a heavy dose of sarcasm, "Did the definition of essential supplies change during my 20-year absence?" The chairman calmly replied that to certain people these items were absolutely essential. He also raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the 20-year time frame Chan Seok had just let slip. Chan Seok still couldn't wrap his head around why these luxury goods were so vital to a country whose central government had completely collapsed. Chairman Moon explained that even though nations were crumbling from the rifts, international politics still played a role. These high-end items were simply grease for the wheels of diplomacy. Realizing he was being dragged into some dirty political power play, Chan Seok unbuckled his seatbelt and flat-out rejected the mission. The chairman panicked, frantically trying to stop him, while insisting on how critical this was to the South Korean government. But Chan Seok wasn't having any of it. He coldly declared, "Politics is a game for old men. I prefer wiping out monsters." Chairman Moon Young-tae glared at Chan Seok, his tone dripping with condescension. "Hunter Chan Seok, this might sound a bit harsh, but you're just a rookie who recently made his debut. It seems all that extra attention has gone straight to your head." Before the old man could even finish his lecture, Chan Seok casually swiped his hand, tossing the entire mission dossier right out the open helicopter door. Watching the pages of luxury cargo scatter into the wind, the chairman shrieked in absolute horror. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Chan Sok just smirked. "Why don't you take that scrap paper and go fold yourself some paper airplanes?" Leaving the old chairman in a state of utter shock, Chan Seok jumped. He leapt out of the helicopter, free-falling through the open sky. A massive crash echoed as his body slammed into the water, sending a towering geyser of sea spray erupting from the vast ocean. Staring down from the helicopter, the chairman's eyes bugged out in disbelief. He let out a frustrated groan. "Kids these days, I swear." Later at Inchinport during sunset, a dock worker was taking a break, leisurely sipping on a cup of coffee. Suddenly, he noticed the water below bubbling violently. A muscular hand shot out of the water, gripping the edge of the pier tightly. Chan Seok hauled his soaking wet body onto the dock, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. "I really thought I was a goner there," he muttered to himself, "but that's what they get for trying to threaten me." The dock worker beside him just stood there completely frozen in shock. Taking in Chan Seok's pathetic state, the kind-hearted worker spoke up. "I don't know what you just went through, man, but it looks like you've had a rough day." Chan Seok gave a tired nod. "Yeah, thanks." Standing amidst the endless rows of cargo containers, his resolve hardened. The one thing he needed to do right now was build up his own strength as quickly as possible. He vowed to prioritize the absolute hardest and most brutal quests so he could become a top-tier powerhouse. Only then would he be free from being manipulated by control freaks like Seung Hyun or Chairman Moon. Chan Seok scrolled through his phone looking for his next challenge and stopped with a satisfied smile. A rescue mission on Tsushima Island. Now that looks pretty interesting. It was a support mission to find kidnapped victims on Tsushima Island with an estimated danger rating of a level 2 corrosion rift. He tapped the accept button, sat back to watch the brilliant sunset on the horizon, and let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Looks like I am going to be pretty busy for a while," Chan Seok told himself. On September 3rd, right in the middle of lobster season, fishermen from the neighboring islands set sail en masse. But the waters held a strange and deadly atmosphere that day. Corrosive creatures lurking on Tsushima Island suddenly emerged. They aggressively chased down and abducted the fishermen as if they were on a hunt. According to one lucky survivor who managed to escape, the captured fishermen were actually still alive. The objective was simple: infiltrate Tsushima Island, rescue the hostages, and completely wipe out the corrosion rift. Chan Seok carefully read the details on his phone. "So, that is what this mission is all about," he muttered to himself. The payout was a massive 55 million gold for an estimated level 2 rift. He ran the numbers in his head. "If I handle this entirely on my own, all that cash is mine. Money is everything, and even heroes need to eat." It was definitely not a bad sum, not to mention the legendary heroic tale and massive fame he would earn if he pulled it off. It was truly a challenge worth taking, but Chan Sok could not help but feel a bit concerned. He knew that the power scaling of corrosive creatures jumped drastically between levels. While a level 3 rift packed the destructive force of a tank, a level 2 creature was on the scale of a literal natural disaster. And as for level 1, an entire nation would have to mobilize its full military force just to handle a single creature. Even though his Paradox Flame had helped him clear level 3 with ease, whether he could survive a level 2 threat was still a massive unknown. To eliminate any risky variables, he realized he needed a genuinely capable partner. The problem was highly skilled hunters never paid attention to requests coming from an ordinary civilian like him. Just as he hit a dead end, a familiar face flashed through his mind. I know just the person. She might actually do it." Later on the deck of a ship crashing through the waves toward Tsushima Island, Han Sang-ah walked over and called out to Chan Seok. "How much longer until we get there? I am practically turning into dried fish from this seasickness." Chan Seok casually checked his phone and replied, "Probably about 1 more hour." Sang-ah reminded him to rest up and recover his stamina, warning that this upcoming battle would be far more brutal than their last one. Noticing his mind seemed to be wandering, she snapped, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the armor resting on his shoulder, and she let out an excited gasp. "Chan Seok, is that the limited edition Iran Seraph shoulder armor? Just look at that flawless leather finish. You must have grinded your whole life to afford something like this." "Right. Faced with her overly enthusiastic barrage of questions, Chan-suk could only sigh and ask, "Do you always talk this much?" He then casually revealed that it was just a gift from the scrap dealer he had signed a contract with. Hearing that, Sang-ah instantly pouted in jealousy. Her own sponsor never gave her anything nearly that cool. Chan-seok smirked and teased her. "Of course they don't kid. The expectations are completely different. I am a rising star who solo cleared a level 3 rift. Meanwhile, you are just a rookie clinging to some useless academy valedictorian title. If you think it is unfair, then just get stronger and more famous." He completely shut her down. His harsh words made Sang-ah quietly reflect on a phone call they had shared a few days prior. She had been full of doubt when she asked him, "So, you really need a teammate?" At the time, she was incredibly anxious. They had both nearly lost their lives in a level 3 rift, and now they were about to walk into an immensely dangerous level 2 rift. But he had suddenly fired back with a question that pierced right through her hesitation. "Don't you want to become stronger?" He threw her own past words right back at her, reminding her how much she wanted to learn from someone stronger. Chan-suk then made a firm promise. "If you still feel that way, I can guarantee you one thing. If I train you, you will become countless times stronger than you are right now." Back in the present, Sang-ah looked at Chan-suk with fierce determination in her eyes. She silently vowed to get stronger at any cost, even if it meant walking straight into hell. Suddenly, the ship's blaring alarm went off, signaling that an unidentified object was rapidly approaching from ahead. Through the thick, heavy fog, the menacing silhouettes of 5 ancient, bizarre ships slowly began to emerge. Since they needed to rescue the hostages as quietly as possible, Chan-seok started calculating the best way to approach. But to his absolute shock, he saw Sang-ah casually walking right across the surface of the water. Seeing him completely frozen in disbelief, she flashed a challenging smirk and teased, "Don't tell me you actually can't do this." Sang-ah burst into a fit of smug laughter as the supposed super hunter was now forced to ride on her back just across the sea. "You call yourself a top-tier super hunter, but you can't even walk on water. Oh my god, I am actually dying of laughter." After giving the kid a quick knock on the head, Chang-seok could only awkwardly tell her to be careful since water was splashing everywhere, admitting that he still couldn't run on water himself. As they approached the fleet, Chang-seok ordered Sang-a to take care of the nearest ship. He explained that he could feel an increasingly strong and dangerous flow of mana coming from the back, so he needed to head deep inside to check it out personally. Sang-a quickly nodded in agreement and jumped onto the deck, but she instantly froze when she spotted a mysterious figure standing silently in the gloom. Chang-seok coldly reminded her to look closely, because those movements were definitely not human but belonged to the bloodthirsty undead. Touching down softly, he warned her that if she kept landing so roughly, her knees would be destroyed long before she could wipe out their enemies. Ahead of them, a massive horde of hideous undead was roaming the deck. Chang-seok judged them to be only the lowest tier of rank 2 and reminded Sang-a that acting too recklessly right now would only draw unwanted attention. But Sang-a didn't care at all, relentlessly spamming her skills to wipe out the zombies. Watching Sang-a erupt with a blazing blue electric field to attack, Chang-seok immediately yelled out, "Sang-a, are you trying to burn the house down, blowing through mana like that?" He warned her that if she kept this up, she would be completely exhausted before the battle even really started. With monsters this weak, he insisted that using way less energy was more than enough to finish them off. Looking into her eager eyes, he promised to teach her how to become many times stronger than she currently was. But Sang-a still charged frantically into the fight, making Chang-seok roar in frustration because she still didn't know how to control her energy output. He constantly ordered her to cut down on her mana usage to save her stamina for the long fight ahead. Painful memories of a cold, dark childhood suddenly flashed through Sang-a's mind, driving her to vow that she would never live as a weakling ever again. She had to get stronger at all costs to control her own fate. While she was lost in the heat of battle, Chang-seok's shout snapped her out of it, warning her of a monster closing in right in front of her. Sang-a's eyes burned with fierce determination. Unafraid of death, driven only by the need to get stronger, she was ready to throw herself straight into hell. The bony monster was finally defeated, shattered to pieces under Han Sang-a's blade. She stood there breathing heavily, her face smeared with blood and dirt, but her eyes remained alert as she asked, "Is it over? I'm not even warmed up yet." Just then, Chang Seok appeared on the edge of the ship, confidently raising his hand to signal her. "I've already taken care of all the other ships." She softly thanked him for his guidance, admitting that she had learned a lot. Busy attaching chips to the monster corpses, Chang Seok casually replied, "Don't mention it. This world is full of idiots who wouldn't learn even if you spoon-fed them." Sang quietly revealed that this was actually the first time someone had ever given her advice. Seeing his surprise, Chang Seok asked if there weren't any seniors or friends at the academy to help her out. She just coldly replied that because she learned everything too quickly, people found her annoying. Chang Seok smirked, asking if she was dreaming about surpassing him if she kept getting advice like this. Sang-A looked him straight in the eyes with absolute resolve. "There hasn't been a single teacher I haven't surpassed." Chang Seok's face shifted in surprise at her overwhelming confidence, but he immediately poured cold water on it. "That's not going to happen with me, so don't worry. I'll have you looking up to me for the rest of your life." His arrogant response made Sang-A grit her teeth in annoyance. Hearing an answer like that really drives me crazy. After finishing the cleanup on the ship, the two returned to the gathering point. The security personnel saluted firmly and reported, "We will continue guarding the island. Good luck to you both." Chang Seok calmly replied, "All right, keep up the good work." Heading deeper into the island, Chang Seok started analyzing the situation based on a survivor's information that the hostages were being held at the temple. Sang-A noted that there were two temples on the island, Gashin and Watatsumi. Considering the distance, Chang Seok decided that Gashin would be their first stop since they could run there in just a few hours. But a bad feeling washed over him, making him frown in thought. Getting there is easy, but dragging 15 people back is going to be pure hell. According to the report, there were 15 hostages in total, and bringing them back safely would be even harder if anyone was injured. Moreover, Chang Seok shivered as he sensed a surge of dark mana hidden behind the thick fog. To avoid being relentlessly chased by the corrupted creatures during the rescue and to safely bring the hostages back, Chang Seok realized they needed at least one vehicle. Finding a small pickup truck, he turned to ask Han Sang-A if she was a good driver. Receiving a highly confident answer from her, the two immediately hit the road. But reality turned out to be a total nightmare, with Sang-A driving like an absolute maniac. Chan Seok screamed in pure terror as the car smashed right into the horde of monsters. "Good, my foot. Are the brakes just for decoration? Not one to back down." Sang-A yelled right back at him. "If you do not like it, then you drive." Then he realized his driver's license had been gathering dust for 20 years in the other world. Chan Seok bitterly climbed up onto the roof of the car, muttering to himself, "Whatever, I would rather be in a crash than take the wheel myself." He planted his feet firmly on the roof with his spear in hand, convincing himself that he was way better at fighting than driving anyway. The car sped wildly down the road, dragging a massive horde of frenzied monsters right on their tail. Chan Seok focused entirely on the fight, unleashing deadly and precise thrusts to crush the skull of any creature that dared to get close. He quickly checked the rope securing him to the roof to make sure it would hold. Suddenly, Chan Seok felt a sharp sense of impending danger. He shouted a frantic warning to Han Sang-A, enemies coming in from the left. A whole pack of monsters burst out of the bushes, charging wildly straight for the side of the car. Sang-A gritted her teeth in pure determination. "Just leave them to me." Without hesitating, she whipped the steering wheel in a razor-sharp turn to counter the ambush. Chan Seok cried out in panic when he realized the crazy stunt she was about to pull. "Wait, if you do that..." But it was too late. The car slammed forward recklessly, sending the monsters flying in every direction like falling dominoes. Sang-A laughed with absolute glee, high on the adrenaline. "Eat my dust, losers. Your gorgeous sister drives like she is in an action movie." Staring at the absolute chaos around them, Chan Seok was left completely speechless. He told himself that maybe taking the wheel would have been the better choice after all. The truck violently forced its way up the seemingly endless stone stairs, heading straight for a temple hidden deep in the forest. Behind them, hundreds of shrieking monsters chased right on their heels like a raging tidal wave, shaking the very ground beneath them. Catching sight of the temple gate up ahead, Chan Seok yelled out, "I see the temple head inside." Sang-ah called out with a hint of worry in her voice. There are too many of them. Let me crush them all. But the second the truck came to a halt, he vaulted right off of it. I am going on ahead. The moment his feet hit the ground, the dark purple energy of the paradox flame erupted violently around his body. Chan Seok shot a freezing glare at the approaching horde and made his declaration. Since you pests refuse to stop chasing us. He poured all his strength into activating the paradox flame, but instead of launching a direct attack at the monsters, he quickly calculated his move. I just need to burn away the friction on these stone stairs. Down below, Chan Seok successfully brought the undead horde to a sliding halt. Meanwhile, up at the top, Sang-ah had discovered the hostages tied up on the ground. She quickly approached them and asked with concern, "Is everyone all right?" She introduced herself with a confident and clear voice. I am Hunter Han Sang-ah from the Hunter Association. But instead of crying tears of joy at being rescued, the man grew even more frantic and broke down into terrified sobs. Flustered, Sang-ah waved her hands around, desperately trying to explain that she was there to save them, not arrest them. But the victim just kept screaming in absolute terror. In total despair, the man practically tore his throat out, screaming, "Run away! Get out of here!" Before Sang-ah could even process what was happening, a massive, towering shadow loomed menacingly right behind her. It was a horrifying monster shaped like an ancient samurai warrior. Its entire body radiated a sickening, bright blue spiritual energy dripping with killing intent. Just as its gigantic blade was about to swing down on her, Chan Seok launched himself forward in the nick of time. Staring down this new enemy, Chan Seok's eyes glowed with that overpowering dark purple energy. He shot out a cold command. Get the hostages back to the truck. I will take care of this oversized toy myself. Taking the full crushing weight of the enemy's attack, he gritted his teeth and held his ground. He channeled every last drop of his spiritual energy to block the massive greatsword crashing down from above. Just as the monster let out a frenzied roar ready to finish him off, a deafening roar of an engine echoed from behind. Han Sang-ah had driven the truck straight at them at a terrifying breakneck speed. She slammed the truck right into the monster, pinning it brutally against the solid stone wall. Go join your ancestors, you oversized roadblock. Through the thick, blinding cloud of dust and rubble, the two of them watched their enemy get utterly crushed beneath the wheels. After that catastrophic collision, the truck began to aggressively billow out thick black smoke. Chan Seok stared at the ruined front end, then turned to Sang-ah with a dead serious expression. Do not even think about touching that steering wheel on our way back. He even held out his hand, forcing her to make a childish vow. Promise me, pinky swear, right now. Sang-ah just rolled her eyes and snapped in sheer annoyance. Just get in the damn car. When he asked about the hostages, she confirmed that everyone was already safely loaded in the back. Suddenly, Sang-ah's face dropped as she screamed, Chan Seok, look out! Chan Seok froze, staring straight ahead with intense focus. From the pitch-black shadows of the eerie forest, dozens of glowing red eyes locked onto them. An undead monster with a twisted, deformed face slowly crawled out. Chan Seok instantly realized the nightmare wasn't over. That thing was still moving even after taking a direct hit from the car. He turned to her with the request that left Sang-ah completely stunned. Han Sang-ah, let me borrow your sword. She panicked and screamed back. What are you out of your mind? Asking a swordsman for their blade is the ultimate insult. Touch my sword and I swear I will run you through. Ignoring her protests, the horde of undead kept screeching wildly, swarming in from every direction. A swordsman's pride or human lives? You know exactly which one matters more. Faced with Chan Seok's cold, undeniable logic, Han Sang-ah fell silent before tossing her blade straight to him. Chan Seok caught the weapon effortlessly, his other hand still gripping his spear tightly. His sharp eyes shifted to the glowing device on his wrist. I really didn't expect to use this so soon. His memories flashed back to just a few days ago, deep inside the Rank 3 erosion rift on Gyeodong Island. Amidst the rubble, he had uncovered a strange mechanical gauntlet radiating an eerie purple glow. A Rank 3 gauntlet that guzzles down mana like it's a giant cup of boba. The second he put it on, he knew this was no ordinary item. It was frantically siphoning mana straight from the air around him. On paper, it seemed like just a basic support item to recharge a user's mana supply. But to Chan Seok, it was so much more than that. especially when you factored in the massive storage limit of this wearable battery. He would only have a grand total of 5 minutes to use it. But in those 5 minutes, he was absolutely certain he'd be powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with Lee Se-hyung himself. Chan Sok launched himself into the air, gripping both his spear and sword, charging head-on into the undead swarm. Monsters were sliced to pieces in an instant, raining down from above as Han Sang-ah gasped in pure shock. No way. Did he really just take down that entire mob all by himself? Right then, Chan Seok ordered Sang-ah to floor it straight to the harbor, and whatever she did, do not look back. The truck packed with hostages tore through the darkness, speeding madly toward Hatakasu port. Sang-ah gritted her teeth at the wheel. She had hoped blowing past that last group of monsters would be the end of it, but reality was so much worse. The undead just kept pouring out of nowhere like a nightmare flood, swarming the truck from every angle with sickening shrieks. Noticing the truck sputtering and billowing smoke, Sang-ah yelled in a panic. "The truck is reaching its absolute limit. We need to bail out and fight them right now." Honestly, the vehicle was barely holding together, but her fighting spirit was still completely fired up. But Chan Seok instantly cut her off with a booming command. "Just keep driving." Terrified by the crushing pressure of the horde right on their tail, Sang-ah had no choice but to slam the gas and push forward. Then something incredible happened. The truck suddenly erupted in a brilliant aura of blue spiritual energy. Sang-ah was left totally speechless as the raving monsters chasing them smashed right into an invisible wall. They couldn't advance a single inch. She stared at the undead desperately clawing and snarling from behind that mysterious barrier. Sang-ah couldn't help but wonder if some kind of powerful force was protecting the area. Her eyes eventually landed on a brilliant glowing golden magic circle etched onto a nearby wall. Chan Seok casually explained that right there is a protective geometric array. Seeing her completely lost by the foreign concept, he dumbed it down, simply saying it was a type of drawn talisman meant to ward off monsters. When she pressed him about where it came from, Chan Seok shot her a cold look. "Stop asking questions. Your brain wouldn't be able to process this otherworldly knowledge anyway." Quietly admiring his own handiwork, Chan Seok thought to himself that his skills were really starting to peak. Still curious, Sang-ah asked if this array was strong enough to keep absolutely any monster away. His eyes suddenly grew heavy and serious. He admitted that he wished that were the case, but the reality was it was completely useless against the truly powerful ones. As if on cue, that massive armored samurai monster from earlier casually stepped right through the barrier. With eyes glowing like fresh blood, it slowly marched toward them, grunting out broken, murderous words. "Sacrifices. I must protect. I must protect." Feeling that overwhelming killing intent wash over her, Han Sang-ah froze in terror. She wondered if this was the legendary Mind's Eye. Chan Seok also felt the air turn freezing cold, but to him it honestly wasn't nearly as intimidating as it looked. Cold sweat dripped down Sang-ah's face as she thought about the ability to awaken a sixth sense, the power to perfectly predict an opponent's every move. It was a legendary technique that even the greatest grandmasters rarely ever achieved. Seeing Sang-ah worried, Chan Seok reassured her, "There's no need to be afraid." He stated coldly, "Mind's Eye, my foot. It's all a scam. Don't waste your energy believing in it." He told her to watch closely as he was going to teach her how to deal with things like that. The samurai monster roared furiously. It poured all its strength into its sword to launch a powerful attack. Sang-ah panicked and screamed when she saw him stepping forward alone. "What? Why are you going alone? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Chan Seok calmly explained that the Mind's Eye is actually just accumulated data from countless battles, a conditioned reflex born from it. Because it reacts unconsciously to things like hostility or fear, just showing bloodlust is enough to leave the opponent in a miserable state. Sang-ah was stunned hearing him mention supreme realms like the Mind's Eye, the Heart Sword, or the unity of man and nature. Right as the samurai monster swung its sword, Chan Seok simply swept his spear in a single decisive horizontal strike. A brilliant blue energy explosion erupted, crushing the enemy into tiny pieces in a split second. He casually turned his back and walked away, leaving the ruins behind with a disdainful remark, "They really aren't anything special at all." Chan Siok thought to himself the Mind's Eye and the Heart Sword are all just flashy gimmicks. He claimed he had the right to say that because he had paid the price with countless sacrifices to free himself from that trap in the other world. Han Song-ah stood silently, watching his back, marveling at this man's absurd strength, and asking herself what she had actually achieved in this expedition. Sang-ah realized that Chan Siok had far surpassed all her imaginations of true power. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, determined that she could not continue with a half-hearted mindset if she wanted to achieve her goal. Looking at Chan Siok, she bravely spoke up. "I have a request, Chan Siok." Her eyes burned with fierce determination as she made her final offer. "Please teach me for real." Chan Siok was slightly taken aback and asked, "Wait, have I been teaching you for nothing this whole time, or do you want me to tutor you 24/7? On these." But for Sang-ah, mere advice or demonstrations weren't enough. She craved his direct guidance. She realized she was too weak compared to him, and that was why she wanted to level up even faster. Faced with her desperation, Chan Siok thoughtfully asked about the real reason behind it. Sang-ah's eyes suddenly darkened with deep hatred. "To destroy Klopsidai with my own hands." It was one of the 8 most dangerous erosion rifts in the world, the thing that had swallowed the entire Himalayas in the blink of an eye. Chan Siok remarked that her goal was unnecessarily massive and asked if she was out for revenge. Sang-ah confirmed that it was indeed revenge for her family. She handed him a card and emphasized, "Of course, I'm not asking for your help for free." Taking the card, Chan Siok quietly read, "Kate White Group." Sang-ah revealed that it was her family's corporation with a market cap of 257 trillion won. Even though she was the lady of a prestigious family, she had given up on her grandfather's inheritance war. Chan Siok silently understood that if she achieved great things as a hunter, she would be dragged back into that power struggle, so he asked what she really wanted. Sang-ah was decisive. "Make me the absolute best. In return, I will provide you with top-tier elixirs that aren't sold on the open market." Sang-ah believed that Chan Siok also wanted to become stronger like her, and that these elixirs would help him reach his desired realm. Chan Siok stayed silent, thinking to himself that Sang-ah would never believe he had already reached that realm a long time ago. The silhouette of a hero in a sea of fire flashed in his mind, reminding him that the only reason he needed power was to return the world to how it used to be. He grabbed her hand and declared coldly, "Precious elixirs, keep them for yourself. I'm already at the peak, I don't need any power-ups." Chan Siok told Sang-ah that just preparing those things for herself was enough, and that the more important priority right now was to get the vehicle carrying the hostages to the medical center immediately. After checking the condition of the 7 patients, the doctor thoughtfully took notes and said that with their current state of malnutrition, it would take at least another week for them to wake up and talk. He asked both of them to let the victims rest and promised to notify them as soon as they recovered. Right after leaving the hospital room, Chan Siok suddenly ordered Han Song-ah to follow him to start her training immediately, making her gasp in surprise and ask, "Right now, are you the type of master who gives 0 days off?" Standing in the middle of a desolate wasteland, Chan Siok gripped his spear tightly and asked a question. "Before we begin, if I swing my spear with all my might, do you think you can dodge it?" Sang-ah broke into a cold sweat. To her, the answer was obvious, considering the massive gap in their strength. But Chan Siok firmly disagreed. He insisted that she could definitely dodge it. He emphasized that if she just pushed her senses to the absolute limit, it was completely within her reach. He began passing down his combat techniques. "Look with your eyes," he instructed. "Listen with your ears, take in the scents, and feel everything with your own skin." Chan Siok ordered her to master every single sense. She needed to fight in a state of absolute awareness rather than just relying on blind instinct. With a faint smirk, he challenged her. "Now let's see how well you've learned." The moment the words left his mouth, Chan Siok vanished. Sang-ah froze in terror, realizing he had moved so fast that he left 0 trace before he even finished his sentence. Panicking, Sang-ah darted her eyes around, straining her ears to track him down, but Chan Siok was already right behind her. "Wrong!" he judged coldly. The cold, sharp blade of his spear was pressed right against her neck as he mocked her. "Too slow. You really just teleported and stood there to show off, huh?" Chan Seok drilled it into her head that in real combat there is never any time to think. The senses must trigger first and the body must act immediately after. He demanded that she trust her senses and move instantly. If she couldn't master them, those same senses would only end up deceiving her. Chan Seok coldly announced that the theory lesson was over. It was time for the real practice. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed through the air, violently shaking the entire area. The guards scrambled in a total panic, desperately looking around for their comrades. One officer, who was just grumbling about not being called in sooner, suddenly froze in his tracks. He stared in absolute horror at the unbelievable scene unfolding right in front of him. Thick clouds of dust billowed into the air, accompanied by the deafening sounds of brutal clashes. Right in the heart of the chaos, Sang-ah was frantically swinging her sword, launching a desperate assault. But Chan Seok just effortlessly blocked her strikes while literally yawning. Man, this is boring. Yet his eyes remained razor-sharp, locked onto her every single movement, with intense focus. The sheer power of their collisions sent out terrifying shock waves, completely shattering the stone floor beneath their feet. Sang-ah gritted her teeth, pouring every ounce of her strength into her blade. But to her absolute shock, she realized she was being completely overwhelmed. Facing Chan Seok's lightning-fast strike, a wave of despair hit her. "There's no way I can dodge this," she thought. Just as the tip of his spear was about to strike, a shout from a distance interrupted the fight. "Mr. Chan Seok!" A breathless police officer rushed over. He announced that one of the survivors had just woken up, urgently begging Chan Seok to come with him right away. Chan Seok immediately lowered his weapon. "Ah, is it that time already?" he muttered casually. Seeing Sang-ah gasping for air, completely drained, he noted that she had gotten pretty good at blocking. So he decided to wrap up their first training session and head inside. Sang-ah just stood there frozen, utterly speechless. "Huh, you beat the living daylights out of me, and that was just the warm-up." When asked if she was okay, she just gave a weak, exhausted nod. Inside the room, the man on the hospital bed was trembling as he recounted his horrifying memories. "Unless I was hallucinating, a truck pulled up to the place where I was being held, and people stepped out of it." Chan Seok and Sang-ah were stunned, wondering if those people were other hostages. But the survivor's answer was much more chilling than that. He swore that those people were incredibly calm. What's worse, the monsters didn't show an ounce of hostility toward them. They actually looked like they were backing them up. Damn, do monsters have to meet quotas these days too? They handpicked a few hostages, loaded them onto the truck, and hauled them off to some unknown location. Chan Seok fell deep into thought, finally realizing why there were only 7 hostages left at the temple. The man assumed they were only rescued because someone managed to escape, but hearing this, a shocking realization hit Sang-ah. That wasn't a daring escape. Those bastards had intentionally let someone go. Chan Seok firmly stated the facts. There was no way a regular civilian could just break out of a place that took 2 skilled hunters everything they had just to infiltrate. He concluded that unless the mastermind purposely let them go, that escapee would have to be some kind of genius hunter. Sang-ah gritted her teeth in absolute fury, realizing this entire rescue mission was nothing but a vicious trap. She couldn't wrap her head around how these scumbags could toy with human lives just for some sick, twisted game. A bone-chilling bloodlust radiated from Chan Seok. His eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated rage at the sheer audacity of whoever was pulling the strings. Sang-ah couldn't help but wonder, was he this furious because someone had the nerve to look down on him, or because of how ruthlessly they treated the hostages? Chan Seok turned back to the survivor. "Is there anything else you can tell us?" "A cat." The man suddenly recalled a crucial detail, a cat-shaped charm hanging from the belt of the guy who stepped out of the truck. Looking up the information, Chan Seok realized that it was actually the mascot of Tsushima Airport. Seeing him completely clueless about technology, Sang-ah sarcastically asked if he had just crawled out of a cave. After all, everyone uses a smartphone to look things up these days. They stood in the dead silent airport, completely deserted without a single soul in sight. Sang-ah was about to suggest heading back to the shrine, but Chan Seok sensed something was wrong. He muttered, "I lost him." High up on the airport ruins, a guy with green hair and a face full of piercings glared down at them with pure arrogance. Chan Si-ok secretly mocked his look, thinking the guy looked like he was stitched together by a sewing machine. Still, he could feel the intense pressure radiating from him. This guy was no joke. That fashion sense is straight out of a horror movie. The strange guy crossed his arms with a sinister smirk and threw out a provoking greeting. "Hey there, kiddos. The name is Kim Jae-hyun. I think I'll catch you two alive and keep you as pets." Seeing the shock on Chan Se-ok and Sang-a's faces, he casually grabbed an unconscious hostage by the hair. Then he declared, "Actually, it might be better to show you the alternative first." Without hesitation, he tossed the poor man straight into the pitch-black abyss of the corrosion rift. Horrified by the cruel act, Sang-a thought in sheer panic, is he throwing people into the corrosion rift? If he does that, they won't be able to escape until the core is destroyed. A rotting, grayish hand reached out from the shadows, accompanied by a pair of bloodthirsty, glowing red eyes. She was utterly terrified as the horrific truth hit her. Did a human just turn into a corrosion monster? The man from just moments ago had mutated into a zombie-like freak, his face completely deformed and his body rotting away. Kim Jae-hyun looked at his creation and scoffed in disappointment. Way too weak. How am I supposed to make a masterpiece with such garbage material? With that, he delivered a devastating kick, completely crushing the monster's body like a broken toy. Chan Si-ok and Sang-a stood there frozen. They couldn't help but wonder if these lunatics planned to do the exact same thing to them, and what could possibly drive such pure cruelty. Kim Jae-hyun gave a faint smirk. He explained that merely sacrificing ordinary people just wasn't enough to create the kind of corrosion monsters that would satisfy him. Chan Si-ok gritted his teeth as the dark truth dawned on him. They never cared about the ransom money. They were using the hostages as lab rats for their sick experiments. Right behind him stood a whole horde of hideous zombies, all of them innocent people who had been violently transformed. Kim Jae-hyun casually announced that under the Elder's orders, he would explain the grand mission of their organization, the Descendants of Dangun. He proudly stated that their entire group was united and fighting for one single ultimate goal. He emphasized the need to maintain and reinforce South Korea's supreme dominance, making sure no one would ever dare to cross them again. With a maniacal grin, the lunatic declared he would turn their nation into an unstoppable global superpower. He slammed his foot into the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The sheer force of the impact launched the surrounding cars into the air like they were nothing but plastic toys. The cars went flying and violently smashed into the Tsushima airport building, triggering a massive explosion that left the area in total ruins. Standing in the thick cloud of dust, Chan Si-ok just rubbed his temples and let out an exhausted sigh. Ugh, my head is killing me. Great, another delusional freak. Gripping his spear tightly amidst the rubble, he shot back with a sarcastic grin. Did I hear you right? I thought this country was already a superpower. Kim Jae-hyun roared with absolute fanaticism, screaming that it still wasn't enough. He wanted to elevate their proud nation to a height where no one would ever dare to look down on them again. As he unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks, he screamed furiously about the tragic and painful history of the Korean peninsula. He ranted about the dark days of bowing down and paying tributes, culminating in the ultimate humiliation of losing their sovereignty. Looks like our villain just couldn't resist dropping a history lesson mid-fight. Turns out it's not just the Chinese. Even our Korean brothers hold a massive grudge against Japan. Chan Si-ok silently analyzed his opponent. Even without a weapon, this Taekwondo black belt was moving way faster than he had anticipated. With his eyes burning with absolute hatred, Kim Jae-hyun vowed to make them pay back every single ounce of humiliation their nation had endured. Chan Si-ok noted that while the guy was incredibly fast, his raw power was still manageable. He started to piece together the madman's logic. If the rifts were to disappear, South Korea's status as a superpower would crumble. Chan Si-ok stared at him coldly and asked, "So what you're saying is, you have absolutely no intention of saving the world?" Kim Jae-hyun casually admitted it, then dropped an absolute bombshell. He proudly declared that his organization had actually found a way to control the corrosion rifts. The sheer weight of that claim made Chan Si-ok freeze in his tracks. Because if that was actually true, humanity would finally be free from this endless nightmare. Chan Si-ok aggressively pressed him on just how much control they actually had, but the truth quickly slipped out when the arrogant fool admitted they had only achieved partial success. He instantly called his bluff. "So you haven't actually mastered it at all." Chan Si-ok glared right through him, mocking him relentlessly. Scammers love to run their mouths, but they can never back it up with hard proof. He firmly stated that a bunch of cheap thugs hiding behind a fake righteous cause definitely lacked the skills to pull something like that off. Completely triggered, Kim Jae-hyun roared, "Shut your mouth." Then he launched an outrageously powerful kick that completely shattered the ground beneath them. Chan Si-ok struggled to block the attack, clicking his tongue in regret. Maybe he pushed the trash talk a little too far. He glanced at the device on his wrist, admitting to himself that he was just trying to stall for time to recharge his mana. But looking at the current situation, he couldn't afford to wait a single second longer. With his mana running low, Cha Se-ok knew he couldn't activate his Paradox Flame. He could only hold out in a battle of attrition. Just as Gideon lunged in for the kill, Han Sang-ah intervened right on time. She unleashed a powerful slash that shook the entire airport. Gideon clicked his tongue in annoyance. He thought she had been standing still out of fear, but it turned out she was just charging up a devastating counterattack. Gideon smirked at Han Sang-ah. "Well now, aren't you a fierce little thing? With a pretty face like that, why don't you just come? Be my wife." Sang-ah didn't say a word. Her whole body erupted in a brilliant blue electric field. She gripped her sword, ready to put her life on the line. Seeing this, Cha Se-ok quickly tried to stop her. Han Sang-ah, "You can't handle him. Step back." But she stood her ground, quietly pointing out that she saw the energy gauge on his gauntlet running dry. "You need more time, don't you?" Cha Se-ok was stunned by her sharp observation. Sang-ah immediately pulled out a sparkling blue elixir and asked, "How much time do you need?" Cha Se-ok thought for a moment before replying, "About 5 minutes." Without hesitation, Sang-ah downed the premium potion and tossed the empty bottle aside. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy exploded from her. Wrapped in a bright blue electric aura, she declared, "Leave him to me." Witnessing her reckless move, Cha Se-ok panicked and yelled, "How much elixir did you consume? You're going to overload." Sang-ah coldly replied that this was an emergency and they only had one shot at this. Understanding his teammates' resolve, Cha Se-ok gripped his spear tightly, his eyes turning cold. "Okay, just 5 minutes. And don't let him wreck my airport." Sang-ah muttered to herself, "You better not lose Cha Se-ok." Under the dark night sky of Tsushima, Gideon flashed a sinister smile. He casually dodged her lightning strikes while mocking her. "Calm down there, pretty girl. You might just accidentally kill me." Ignoring his taunts, Sang-ah charged at him like a maniac. She unleashed powerful electric slashes that lit up the entire sky. One brutal strike crashed down right on top of him, leaving the enemy zero time to block. Sang-ah panted heavily, her eyes locked onto the lingering cloud of smoke and dust. But things were never that easy. Gideon stepped out from the smoke towering over her. A trail of blood trickled from his mouth, but his arrogant smirk never faded. He casually brushed off her attack as nothing special, leaving Sang-ah frozen in pure shock. Gideon countered with a devastating blow that sent Han Sang-ah flying across the battlefield. She coughed up blood, her condition instantly turning critical. But right as she was about to hit the ground, a hand caught her. Cha Se-ok had arrived, his eyes completely dead of warmth. He glared straight at his enemy and scoffed. "Hey, Stitchface, are you ready to die?" Gideon was stunned to feel the mana pouring off Cha Se-ok spiking to an absurd level. He couldn't believe anyone could gather that much energy so fast, wondering if the guy had been hiding his true strength this whole time. Standing tall to shield his teammate, Cha Se-ok casually shot back. "Why so surprised? It works just like those piercings on your face." That single comment left Gideon absolutely terrified. "How did you figure out my secret?" Cha Se-ok coldly fired back. Only an idiot wouldn't figure it out. He pointed out that the surrounding area was flooded with pure leaking mana, because Gideon had been abusing power way beyond his control. Thanks to all that excess mana, Cha Se-ok was able to fully restore his Paradox Flame. Gideon panicked, insisting that absorbing wasted mana was impossible, but Cha Se-ok shut him down instantly. "You don't need to understand it, because today you're going to die." In a flash, he activated his ultimate skill, Blue Orbit. A lightning-fast combo of 16 strikes exploded with unbelievable speed. Gideon's body was completely shattered. He wheezed in absolute agony. I can't breathe. He was horrified to realize he couldn't even feel his own heartbeat anymore. Cha Si-ok looked coldly down at his defeated enemy, who was desperately clinging to life with a tiny scrap of mana just to save his last shred of pride. He casually remarked, "I see you're still holding on to that pathetic pride of yours, even after I completely torched every muscle in your body." On the brink of death, Gideon desperately cried out for help. "Save me, Captain." In a split second, a blinding beam of light shot toward them at terrifying speed. But Cha Se-ok managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Standing tall amidst the rubble, his cold eyes looked up as he muttered to himself, "Great. Which idiot wants to play the villain next?" Out of the shadows, a gloved hand emerged gripping a traditional bow. Looking up at the towering hooded figure, he wondered if this was the captain Zidane had just mentioned. The energy radiating from the mysterious stranger was so overwhelming that Chan Seok had to admit the guy completely deserved that title. He silently judged that this man was at least twice as strong as Lee Seung. No, his skills had to be 3 or 4 times greater. The mysterious figure spoke in a deep, bloodthirsty voice. "You are quite brave. Are you not afraid to die?" Chan Seok looked up at the dark figure on the rooftop and casually replied, "If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it a long time ago." Realizing his opponent had no intention of striking right away, he smirked. Letting the purple fire of the paradox flame engulf his face, he asked provocatively, "Are you interested in this guy?" Chan Seok's purple flame flared up even more violently, making Kim Ri-hyun scream in absolute despair. "Save me! I bit off way more than I could chew." Looking down from above, the hooded man gave a cold command. "First put out the flames on Kim Ri-hyun. I will not repeat myself." Chan Seok observed him carefully. He realized that Kim Ri-hyun's mana was completely drained, and the hooded man was actually using his own mana to keep his subordinate alive. A chill ran down his spine. If that arrow from earlier had been aimed at his head instead of his wrist, he would be dead right now. The man had held back on purpose. As soon as the flames died down, Kim Ri-hyun could only gasp in agonizing pain. Moving at a terrifying speed, the hooded man instantly closed the distance and caught him offering a quick word of praise. "You did well." Chan Seok was completely stunned by that blinding speed. He bluntly asked if the man knew what had just happened to his subordinate. Since all of his muscles were completely scorched, Kim Ri-hyun would be spending the rest of his youth in a wheelchair, relying entirely on mana just to stay alive. The hooded man called out Chan Seok's name, declaring that they needed to capture him alive. His glowing red eyes flashed alongside a heavy, crushing wave of blue lightning. "But as long as you are still breathing, that is more than enough for us." Not intimidated in the slightest, Chan Seok shot back. "Bring it on. Let us see what you have got." He would honestly rather die of a heart attack than become a puppet in this guy's hands. Suddenly, the hooded figure paused. He decided to back off for now, mainly because he could not yet figure out how that dark purple flame actually worked. Right before leaving, he dropped a chilling reminder. When the rifts first appeared, no one ever thought they could be controlled. And yet we did exactly that. The masked man left behind a rock-solid threat, promising that one day Chan Seok would inevitably be kneeling right at his feet. The dark shadow of the mysterious stranger vanished completely into the swirling wind, leaving Chan Seok standing all alone amidst the ruined remains of the airport. Chan Seok gritted his teeth, realizing he had just picked a fight with a guy who had an absolutely terrible temper. Pushing through the pain, Han Sang-ah walked over and asked if their real target was his special skill. Chan Seok nodded, even though he was not entirely sure what their actual motive was. Sang-ah pointed out that if that were true, they could have easily taken her hostage while she was unconscious. This meant they probably already knew all about his background. Chan Seok brushed it off, saying terrorists would never care about things like that. He told her to think harder about what they were really after. Sang-ah suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. Could the South Korean government actually be involved in all this? Chan Seok coldly added that they might even be getting direct support from the higher-ups. This threw Sang-ah into a panic. If those guys really were controlling the rift, like they claim trying to destroy it right now, could be a massive mistake. Chan Seok casually told her to just play dumb, even though she openly admitted she was a terrible liar. Pushing all those messy political issues aside, Chan Seok decided to focus on the problem right in front of them. He told Sang-ah to stay put while he went inside on his own. Sang-ah was deeply worried about the horrifying things that could be waiting for him on the other side of that door. But Chan-sok stood his ground. "I will just go in and take a look for myself. Just sit back and save your energy," saying that he instantly dashed forward, leaving Sang-ah all by herself in the middle of the rubble. Chan-sok touched down in front of a massive ancient temple. It was glowing with a hauntingly eerie blue spiritual energy. This was the absolute center of the Level 2 corrosion rift on Tsushima Island, a place hiding dangers far beyond human imagination. Standing before the colossal structure that was shrouded in darkness, he carefully looked around and muttered to himself, "So, this is the Level 2 corrosion rift. For a castle built by a bunch of squishy zombies, this place is terrifyingly solid. Do zombies moonlight as architects these days?" He could clearly feel the freezing, sinister energy piercing straight into his lungs with every single breath he took. Gulping nervously, he intuitively understood the gravity of the situation without anyone having to warn him. Right behind these heavy doors was the very core of the corrosion rift. Even though he did not want to drag negative thoughts into a fight, he knew all too well that just 1 second of carelessness could easily cost him his life. The massive doors slowly creaked open, revealing an overwhelmingly dark space inside. Stepping inside, Chan-seok was totally stunned to see a bizarre object radiating a hazy blue smoke. Is that a cauldron? He honestly could not help but wonder if this was actually the core of a Level 2 corrosion rift. Everything in here was so completely different from what he had pictured. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the shadows and grabbed his ankle. Chan-seok jumped back in sheer horror. Down on the floor, a heavily injured man was desperately trying to crawl his way out. A faint whisper pleaded, "Help, please help me." Before anyone could even process what was happening, a grotesque monstrosity dragged the victim deep into the shadows. The man let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. His cries for help were brutally cut short as he was hurled straight into a bubbling, boiling cauldron. Jang-seok stood completely frozen, watching the horrific scene unfold right before his eyes. Suddenly, a grotesque hand clamped down hard onto the edge of the cauldron. From the boiling depths, a repulsive creature with a half-rotted face began to crawl its way out. Jang-seok was struck by a horrifying realization. This cauldron was a breeding ground for the undead, and they were using living, breathing humans as the raw materials. A wave of anguish washed over him as he wondered how anyone could be this downright evil. A sickening wave of nausea hit him, forcing him to cover his mouth. His chest burned with absolute disgust for the absolute scum who had created this living hell. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed through the air. "Oh, looks like another piece of fresh meat. Just walked right into the trap." Jang-seok shuddered as a bone-chilling killing intent pressed right up against his back. Heavy footsteps echoed through the silence, followed by the sight of a pair of legs blazing with an eerie blue fire. The mysterious figure sized him up, noting that this sacrifice was something special, completely different from the weaklings before him. He muttered in dark fascination at the fierce energy radiating from the boy, an energy that felt strangely familiar. A towering warrior slowly emerged from the shadows. His face was hidden beneath long hair, and his entire body was engulfed in a swirling blue aura. His hand gripped the hilt of his katana in a death grip. His hollow eyes locked dead onto Jang-seok as he declared with absolute certainty, "Now this is the aura of a true warrior. Draw your weapon, boy. I am going to temper my blade with your blood." The towering enemy slowly unsheathed his katana. Jang-seok gritted his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. He could not help but wonder if this was actually the core of a Level 2 rift, because just the sheer aura of this monster was enough to make his hair stand on end. A horrifying thought hit him. That hooded freak must have captured and controlled this terrifying monster while it was still alive. Jang-seok realized that even the hooded boss from earlier was not anywhere near this level of power. That meant there was someone even stronger pulling the strings behind all of this. One single slip up against this guy would mean instant death. The monster closed the distance with terrifying, unimaginable speed. He could only gasp in pure shock at how fast the creature moved. But Jang-seok quickly forced himself to stay calm. He knew that dealing with an overwhelmingly strong enemy was actually quite simple. Before this monster could figure out his weaknesses, he had to end the fight with one single decisive strike. He gripped his spear shaft tightly, channeling every last ounce of his strength to deliver a lethal finishing blow. A thunderous clash erupted between the spear and the katana, sending out blinding sparks that violently shook the entire temple. The monster was caught completely off guard, utterly shocked that its full power strike had been completely blocked. But what shocked it even more than being blocked was the terrifying surge of power erupting from the boy standing before it. Meanwhile, Jang Seok was stunned to realize that he had not even seen the enemy's parry. The undead samurai coldly sneered, "A truly fast attack is never meant to be seen by the naked eye." Before Jang Seok could even react, a vicious sword slash had already torn right into his shoulder. Jang Seok gritted his teeth through the blinding pain. He simply could not believe anyone could move that insanely fast. The monster let out a dark chuckle. "Looks like you got lucky that time. Not a bad dodge, kid. But let us see how you handle this one." Another lightning-fast slash rained down, dealing Jang Seok another brutal heavy wound. He never expected to be forced into using his Paradox Flame this early in the fight, but now he was facing a massive problem. Because this enemy was not actually a living creature, using the Paradox Flame to attack him directly was completely useless. Suffocating under the sheer pressure of the enemy, Jang Seok gritted his teeth in pure frustration, desperately trying to figure out what to do next. The monster tilted its head, clearly amused by the endless surprises this boy kept pulling out. He taunted him, wondering out loud, "Now what should I do to make this little pet break down even faster?" Without warning, another vicious sword strike sliced through the air, dealing Jang Seok yet another devastating injury. Jang Seok was horrified to realize that almost every muscle in his body had been shredded to pieces by his enemy's ruthless blade. For a split second, he nearly blacked out completely. The agonizing pain was pushing him way past his absolute breaking point. But despite the agony, he forced himself back up. He gripped his spear tight, his eyes burning with absolute furious defiance. It was a stroke of pure luck that the undead samurai had completely missed his upper shoulder muscles. Jang Seok immediately ignited his Paradox Flame, forcing it to rapidly heal his broken body. He seized the opening, slipping right behind his opponent to land the finishing blow. But that fleeting spark of hope was instantly crushed by a chilling voice. "I told you we're in slow motion, so stop trying to look cool." The razor-sharp blade sliced into his flesh once again. Hot drops of blood splattered heavily against the floor. Jang Seok collapsed to his knees, gasping desperately for air. With the deadly blade resting just inches from his face, all he could do was stare up at his enemy in absolute terror. The monster slowly pulled his sword back, casually remarking that Jang Seok was pretty lucky that last strike missed. Jang Seok coldly called him out, knowing the guy had been holding back on his finishing moves just to keep him alive this whole time. He furiously wondered if the monster was just toying with him out of pity, or if there was some twisted motive behind this bizarre behavior. The samurai let out a soft sigh, admitting a bitter truth. "I really could have killed you if I were still the man I used to be." Those words left Jang Seok completely stunned. What? Now that is one hell of a plot twist. Right now, I can't even remember a single name. Almost all of my memories from when I was alive have completely faded away. The gaps in his technique from that memory loss had become a fatal flaw. It led to him being defeated by some nameless nobody and forced to wear these humiliating chains. Studying his opponent, Jang Seok realized the truth. His body is still here, but his combat experience and memories are almost completely gone. His situation is the exact opposite of mine. Those chains must be the mind control device those guys were talking about. Pure agony and sorrow washed over the samurai's face. "I've lost far too much. I lost my name and even the very reason I picked up a sword." He tightly gripped the chain around his neck, his voice trembling with sheer rage. "All I have left now is a burning resentment drowning in pain." The pressure from the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly spiked, causing Jang Seok to break into a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth in sheer panic. "Damn it! What the hell do I do now?" Pitch black tears began streaming from the samurai's eyes. He trudged forward, his blade radiating an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura. He asked with a bitter sneer, "Look at me now. I am nothing more than a monster." Seeing that grotesque form and the bizarre eyes manifesting on his outfit, Jang Seok realized the samurai's dark resentment was growing even stronger. But still, he had lost a massive chunk of his combat skills and experience because of his shattered memories. That was the one and only opening Chan Seok had to turn this fight around. Chan Seok steeled his resolve. If he can't kill me in a single strike, I still have a chance to win this. To take down an opponent of this caliber, Chan Seok knew he couldn't afford to hold back anymore either. He roared in his mind, I have to pour every last drop of my power into this one strike. A sinister black flame suddenly erupted, engulfing Chan Seok's body. In a split second, it healed all of his wounds and completely restored his energy. The samurai watched this strange aura in absolute shock. You have a truly bizarre power. Those black flames seem to be burning away something entirely different. Chan Seok gave a cocky smirk. Good eye, these flames burn away concepts themselves. Even though it looked like he wielded endless destructive power, the truth was the larger the concept he tried to erase, the more mana and sheer mastery it demanded. He recalled how back when he defeated Kim Hyun, he had to be insanely careful not to accidentally burn away his own physical strength from the backlash. If he were still at his absolute peak back in the other world, he never would have had to worry about controlling his power this strictly. Man, how the mighty have fallen. Back in that other world, he was as powerful as a massive greatsword, but right now, he was about as useful as a tiny little fruit knife. But this wasn't the time to be picky or worry about the risks. Chan Seok coldly declared, from here on out, I'm going to burn away the durability of this entire place. The samurai stared at him in utter confusion. What do you mean by durability? Your choice of words makes no sense. Chan Seok just waved him off casually. I've already done enough explaining for today, so I'm just going to skip that part. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave ripped through the area, sending the samurai flying backward as he groaned in absolute agony. Chan Seok adjusted his gloves, a smug grin plastered across his face. Try to figure it out while you're getting beat up. He calculated that since he finally understood his opponent's limits, his plan was unfolding perfectly. The samurai just stood there, his eyes glowing intensely with a brilliant blue spiritual energy. Then he suddenly roared out, "Let's take this outside, it's way too cramped in here." In a flash, an earth-shattering explosion completely blew away the entire structure of the temple. The two of them charged at each other with blinding speed, leaving brilliant trails of light clashing fiercely in midair. The samurai swung his blade at lightning speed, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp slashes. Chan Seok gritted his teeth, using every ounce of his strength to parry the incoming katana strikes. Sparks flew everywhere as their weapons clashed violently. Chan Seok's eyes widened in pure shock, completely overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of his opponent's blows. He unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast slashes, forcing Chan Seok to roll and dodge by a hair's breadth amid the falling rubble. A cold voice rang out, "You're sliced." The surrounding space seemed to tear apart under the sheer force of the glowing blue aura. It left behind nothing but shattered debris floating in the air. He used the crumbling debris as a foothold. Chan Seok channeled every ounce of his power into the tip of his spear. Plunging from the sky like a bolt of light, he let out a massive roar, unleashing a devastating thrust that shook the very heavens. Down below, the samurai stared up at the incoming wave of energy, his face tense with caution. It was an absolutely ferocious attack. The downward thrust unleashed massive shockwaves of energy. The impact was so violent that it completely shattered the ground beneath them. The samurai stumbled back in absolute shock and gasped, "What the hell is this? I never faced anything like this, even on the battlefields of the past." Staring at the absurd amount of power radiating from his opponent, he trembled and asked, "Are you human or a monster?" His eyes widened in pure terror as it dawned on him that he had completely lost control of the fight. From high above, Chan Seok brought down the finishing blow, a glowing cross blazing at the tip of his spear. A flurry of energy blades crisscrossed at lightning speed. The samurai's figure was completely swallowed by the blinding blue flashes tearing through the area. He roared in agonizing pain as his body was shredded by thousands of razor-sharp energy blades. His frantic screams echoed through the air as Chan Seok's raw power crushed his final ounce of resistance. Standing high above Chan Seok, coldly watched his enemy, thrashing, desperately trapped inside a dense web of energy blades that was slowly swallowing him whole. Chan Seok dashed forward at a terrifying speed. His spear clashed violently against the enemy's katana. The two of them were locked in a high-speed battle that the naked eye could barely follow. A thrilled, borderline manic grin spread across both of their faces. It was a clear sign that this fight was nearing its absolute end. A sudden memory pulled him back to his past in the other world, where the hero Lionel Seok thoughtfully asked his comrade, "Hey, what would you do if you ran into an opponent you absolutely couldn't beat?" Seeing the confusion on his friend's face, he just let out a soft chuckle. "I'm just curious, that's all. How would you handle a fight against a warrior who's just as strong as you are? I know you probably don't care, but what if someone with the exact same level of power as me actually showed up? What if a guy like that appeared?" Staring off into the distance, he answered his own question with absolute certainty. "It's simple. One lives and the other gets permanently logged out." Snapping back to reality, Jang Seok was down on one knee in the rubble, panting heavily from exhaustion. An arrogant smirk crept back onto his face. He locked eyes with his defeated enemy and coldly declared, "Well, one thing is for sure, just as I thought. I am the strongest one here." Already, after the monster completely dissolved into thin air, a strange object began to form out of the glowing blue mana. Jang Seok casually strolled over, unable to hide his excitement. "Oh yeah, this reward is calling right to my loot-addicted soul." A brilliant blue treasure chest materialized in the middle of the rubble. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, the way it spawns is exactly the same as in the other world. A loud click echoed as he popped open the chest, ready to claim his hard-earned loot after that life-or-death battle. Staring at the item inside, he blinked in surprise. A spear. Picking up the weapon, Jang Seok couldn't help but feel a little confused. Isn't this way too short to be a spear? But the moment he felt a pulse of energy vibrating from the handle, his eyes lit up. Wait, don't tell me. The second he channeled his mana into the weapon, it suddenly extended just like Sun Wukong's legendary staff. Jang Seok grinned in sheer satisfaction. Looks like its length scales with my mana. Oh, this thing is going to be insanely useful. As he walked away, he thought back to the rules of the erosion zone. They say the loot drops are based on the number of people who enter the rift. A sudden wave of regret hit him as he realized he missed a chance to maximize his gains. Damn it! I should have brought Han Sang-ah in here and just hid her somewhere safe just to farm the extra loot. Suddenly remembering his teammate, his eyes darkened as he wondered if Han Sang-ah's sword had survived that fierce barrage of attacks. Back at the rally point, Han Sang-ah was fast asleep, completely drained from the intense battle. Suddenly, a sword was tossed down right next to her. She startled awake and mumbled, "Yu Chan Sok." She stared in awe at the sleek black katana in her hands. Wow, what a beauty. Is this custom made or a knockoff? I picked it up on the way here. Judging by the guy who used it, it's a solid blade. Go on, keep it. Han Sang-ah admired the razor-sharp blade in her hands and gasped. This sword is absolutely amazing. It's in pristine condition too. Thanks. She couldn't help but wonder how he managed to find a weapon like this out here. Then she panicked, noticing Yu Chan Seok's battered and sweat-drenched state. Don't tell me you just went and cleared an erosion rift. Are you okay? Yu Chan Seok tiredly brushed it off, noting that she had gotten enough rest while he was gone. He panted, "I am going to get some shut-eye now," and instantly collapsed onto the floor. Witnessing that, Sang-ah just stood there in shock. Oh wow, so even Superman gets tired. There is an insurmountable wall between a Tier 3 and a Tier 2 rift. Because of that, when the news broke that Yu Chan Seok had solo cleared a Tier 2 rift, the sheer magnitude of this achievement put him in a league of his own. Word spread like wildfire through the streets. Did you hear? A rookie hunter just solo cleared a Tier 2 erosion rift. Nobody could believe it, as even talented hunter duos admitted that clearing one alone was completely impossible. Yu Chan Seok's face was plastered all over the massive screens downtown, leaving everyone walking by wondering who on earth this guy was. Yu Chan Seok's phone was buzzing nonstop, with notifications making it impossible to even check his important messages. Looking at the massive crowd swarming outside his hospital window, he sighed. Being famous is such a pain. I can't even go out for a breath of fresh air. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A woman with braided purple hair and glasses walked in. "Hello, Mr. Chan Seok. I am Ja Soo-jong from the Secretarial Office of Embargo Tower. Yu Chanseok invited her in and thanked her for covering his hospital bills, though he admitted he had never even heard of Embargo Tower before. Ja Soo-jong explained that her organization wasn't well known to the public since they mainly operated in IT and communications. Ja Soo-jong told him to let her know immediately if he felt any discomfort during his treatment. Yu Chanseok bluntly expressed his suspicion. "I feel perfectly fine, but I do have one question. This treatment and VIP room couldn't have been cheap, so you definitely want something from me, right?" He told her to cut to the chase and tell him their real motive, instead of wasting time. In stark contrast to his serious tone, Ja Soo-jong smiled, pulled out a gift box, and asked if he liked cake. Right after she revealed a device called a shield generator, a tool capable of creating a barrier to defend against corrosive creatures. "This new tech sounds pretty awesome, right guys?" Yu Chan-seok stuffed his face with a piece of strawberry shortcake. Meanwhile, Ja Soo-jong explained the mission. They needed to transport a mana-powered shield generator. It was an experimental prototype from the US, and if mass-produced, it could save regions that the hunters couldn't reach. Realizing the gravity of a mission that could change the fate of humanity, Yu Chan-seok asked thoughtfully, "So this is a pretty massive request, isn't it?" Ja Soo-jong confirmed it, adding that they were already calling for cooperation from other hunters. Hearing that even the Zanabi Guild had agreed to help, Yu Chan-seok was taken aback. Even Zanabi. It seems this is way bigger than I thought. The route was mapped out from Vladivostok to the Netherlands by train, then airlifted by helicopter to Dover, United Kingdom for field testing. When asked why they chose such a remote location, Ja Soo-jong explained that the resort organization in Italy was rapidly expanding its influence across Europe and North Africa. This made the UK the only remaining safe haven thanks to being surrounded by the sea. Europe was currently descending into total anarchy, with governments paralyzed and hunter corporations ruling over territories like warlords. Since the train would also be carrying relief supplies, Yu Chan-seok quickly spotted the danger. "I get it. This train is basically prime bait for those guys, right?" Ja Soo-jong acknowledged the grim reality and asked if he had ever been overseas. Yu Chan-seok replied that this would be his very first time stepping foot in Europe. Ja Soo-jong smiled, confirming that she would be joining the trip personally to monitor and analyze data for Embargo Tower. Seeing her talk as if his participation was already a done deal, Yu Chan-seok clicked his tongue but laid down one condition: "I want Hunter Han Sang-ah to come with us." He vouched for her as a reliable friend he had made a promise to. Ja Soo-jong happily agreed, stating that if it was someone he trusted, they were more than welcome to bring her aboard. He figured this was not a bad deal for him at all. Yu Chan-seok grinned, reached his hand out, and boldly declared, "All right then, let's rock this trip." Watching the helicopter touch down, Yu Chan-seok couldn't help but marvel. "I never expected you to mobilize a whole chopper just to pick me up for a civilian mission, sir." It seems solo clearing a Tier 2 rift really is a totally different ballgame from a Tier 3. So this is what it feels like to get the A-list treatment. Chairman Moon Jong-tae calmly confirmed it. "Of course it is different. That was the moment my expectations turned into absolute certainty. The association will do everything in its power to ensure your operations go as smoothly as possible." "That is great to hear. As expected, proving your actual worth makes things run a whole lot smoother." But a lingering question remained in his mind. Did the chairman know about them? And if he did, how would he react? Did he truly want to put an end to this awful reality, or did he want to keep it going? Lost in thought, he gently opened the partition door, only to freeze when he spotted a familiar face. Lee Se-in was already there waiting. She offered a soft smile. "Long time no see, Chan-seok. Rumors about you have already made their way all the way to Europe." He could only chuckle awkwardly in response. "Ha ha. Well, I guess pretty much everyone knows who I am by now. By the way, where are we heading?" "A military base." Surprised, he asked why. It turned out the South Korean military was also joining this mission requested by the Embargo Tower. He figured that if the shield generator actually worked, people wouldn't need to rely on the military and hunters as much anymore. And the military definitely wouldn't be happy about that. Suddenly remembering something from before, he asked Lee Se-in if she knew about an organization called the Descendants of Dangun. She confirmed that she knew all about that radical terrorist group, acting a bit surprised that he brought them up. Seiyin revealed that the descendants of Dangun were popping up everywhere. Their specialty was ambushing and interfering with hunters while they were clearing out rifts. Even though he sort of understood their motives, he just gave a slight nod. I see. Suddenly, Seiyin tossed a small object at him. He stared blankly at the packet of candy in his hand. Pumpkin candy. What are you trying to turn me into a princess? She ignored the joke and asked him a question instead. Had he ever been overseas? He wondered why Jia Suzhong and now Seiyin kept asking about his travel experience. Honestly, this was his very first time traveling this far away from home. Seiyin gave him a meaningful look. Right. I suppose you would still see things that way. This mission is definitely going to open your eyes to a lot of things. The helicopter cruised through the brilliant sunset, leaving the city behind as brand new challenges waited ahead. The strategy meeting at the military base officially began. Major General An Hun Seo spoke with a commanding voice. All right, let's begin the meeting. Please refer to the documents you've been given. He then started briefing everyone on the massive transport operation. The train they were tasked with protecting had a total of 80 cars. 65 of them were for cargo and other uses, while the remaining 15 were reserved exclusively for the hunters on the mission and as rest quarters for the South Korean military. Looking over the schematics, Chan Si-ok couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Lee Seon got an entire train car all to herself. That's the kind of VIP treatment you get as the 10th ranked hunter in the world, he thought. Major General An continued, Oh, and one more thing. The Embargo Tower has assigned the defense of the shield generator car to a small select group of hunters, which includes the Ranieri Guild. However, considering how long the journey is and the expected fatigue, he suggested, I recommend that other personnel, including the South Korean military, share the burden of guarding it. Lee Seon immediately cut him off with a cold tone. No thanks, we'll handle it ourselves. The Major General looked completely taken aback. She made it clear that the Ranieri Guild was put in charge of the shield generator precisely because so many factions were targeting it, and he shouldn't just brush that fact aside. Therefore, Seiyin stated firmly, absolutely no one except Janabi is allowed anywhere near the shield generator. Her uncompromising attitude made the atmosphere in the room incredibly tense. The military officers could only exchange awkward, uneasy glances. Major General An cleared his throat to break the heavy silence. Let's move on. Seiyin gave a faint smirk. 10 days. Returning to the route map from Vladivostok through the Netherlands and all the way to Dover, UK, the Major General briefed them on the dangers along the way. The train would have to pass through multiple corrosion zones. In particular, there were 7 specific spots where the rifts were close enough to pose a massive threat. On top of that, the marauding bandits currently running rampant in Siberia were another major concern. Hearing this, Chan Si-ok couldn't help but feel a bit sarcastic. Fighting off train robbers in the 21st century, it sounded like something straight out of an old Western movie. Major General An revealed that they had sent official letters to the 8 established warlords in Europe, but only 3 had actually given a proper response. Everyone in the room immediately caught on to what that meant. The other 5 were going to be enemies. One of the officers spoke up, sounding incredibly stressed. Just how many enemies are we going to have to fight during this 2-week-long mission? Corrosive monsters, bandits, and now even warlords. Is this even possible to pull off? The rest of the room started feeling pessimistic, muttering that this was basically a suicide mission. Amidst the anxious whispering, Lee Se-yoon flashed a mysterious, confident smile to reassure the room. Don't sweat it, darlings. With me around, we'll crush them all. The day the operation began finally arrived at the Vladivostok station in Russia. Surrounded by blinding white snow, the massive train stood imposing and grand, heavily guarded by strict security forces. A booming voice over the intercom instructed all second-class passengers to board immediately for an on-time departure. Chan Si-ok took his time walking along the platform, groaning internally. The train was over a kilometer long, making the trek to the first-class cabins quite a workout. Free cardio right on the train. How convenient. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, reminding him not to forget the promise they'd made. Han Sang-ah had arrived early, looking sharp in her tactical combat gear. She assured him that she would hand over all the promised elixir the second this mission was over. When Sang-ah asked where he had been all this time, Chan Seok smirked and casually replied that he'd been enjoying his luxury first-class VIP privileges, so, of course, she hadn't seen him. Glancing over at Lee Se-eun lounging comfortably in the VIP cabin, Chan Seok could only swallow his pride. The gap in status between a regular hunter and a global superstar was just too real. Right at that moment, Yoo Soo-dong showed up to welcome him. She smiled, asking if he'd had a chance to walk around and check out this armored train yet. Chan Seok admitted the train company had poured a crazy amount of money into it, but he was also worried. Being this flashy practically painted a giant target on their backs. Yoo Soo-dong quickly reassured him. She explained that the train's outer shell was forged from depleted uranium, an ultra-durable material used in military armor, meaning their safety was completely guaranteed. Chan Seok nodded in understanding. He figured that with Lee Se-eun on board, there was no way this mission could fail, but disaster struck faster than anyone could have ever predicted. Barely 10 minutes after departure, a swarm of corrosive monsters shaped like winged, glowing red eyes launched a frenzied attack on the train. The radio suddenly crackled with a desperate plea for backup at Car 57. The soldiers there were heavily wounded and completely defenseless. Without a second thought, Chan Seok rushed outside his sword, glowing with a brilliant blue aura. He gritted his teeth in frustration, cursing the fact that these monsters had shown up so soon. With a single vicious swing of his blade, he shredded through the bloodthirsty swarm surrounding them. But the monsters just kept flooding in like a tidal wave, making him groan in pure exhaustion. The more I kill, the more they multiply. There's no end to this. He couldn't help but think how much easier this would be if Lee Se-eun were here fighting alongside him. Right now, the Trans-Siberian Railway was severely damaged, meaning the train had to keep moving, while the tracks were being repaired at the exact same time. Since the maintenance crew couldn't defend themselves against these corrosive beasts, a top-tier hunter had to stay on standby just to shield them. And ironically enough, Lee Se-eun was the one burdened with that exact job. Tying down their absolute strongest fighter in one spot, unable to go all out, pissed Chan Seok off to no end. If I were in charge, I'd blow the head off whoever came up with this garbage plan. Well, blame the author for that one, buddy. Slashing another monster straight to the afterlife. Chan Seok clicked his tongue. Damn it. This day is getting stretched out just as thin as my patience. Meanwhile, all the way over in Khabarovsk, Russia, another brutal scene was unfolding against the pure white snow. A massive shark-like monster was being dragged across the ground, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in its wake. The man manhandling this beast was a hulking, bald hunter decked out in incredibly intimidating heavy armor. The massive hunter narrowed his eyes at the distance and muttered, "What the hell is that?" Right through the blinding blizzard, a man dressed in a traditional hanbok was casually standing next to a small campfire. Recognizing the man's identity, the bald hunter scowled in clear annoyance. Why the hell is it him again? Ripping the shark's body apart with his mechanical arm, the towering hunter glared at the man and grumbled, showing up without a single word of warning. "You're an absolute pain in the ass, Lee Ha-yoon." The man named Lee Ha-yoon just offered a calm, easygoing smile. "Hello there, my good brother. Still eating well these days?" Lee Ha-yoon chuckled, explaining that he was just here to drop off a job, but ended up catching quite an entertaining little show the moment he arrived. He addressed the giant hunter as Nikolai Baranov, the absolute ruler of Khabarovsk. Nikolai loudly complained that he'd just caught this massive shark for dinner, but the damn thing had woken right back up after he knocked it out. Taking one look at the giant's messy, blood-soaked state, Lee Ha-yoon politely suggested he wipe himself down first. Nikolai let out a sarcastic bark, asking if Koreans actually ate garbage like this too. He then didn't hesitate to insult everyone from there, calling them a bunch of mannerless punks. Getting straight to the point, he demanded to know about the job, making it very clear that he certainly wasn't hurting for cash. Lee Ha-yoon casually waved it off, saying he knew that perfectly well, but promised this would be an incredibly thrilling challenge. He went on to reveal that a heavily guarded train departing from Vladivostok would be passing through this exact area in a day or two. Nikolai scoffed, calling it a cheap joke. Everyone knew the Trans-Siberian Railway had been destroyed ages ago. But Lee Ha-yoon calmly explained that among the awakened, there were certain individuals gifted with rapid repair abilities. As long as they had the materials, they could fix anything in a flash. Finally grasping that this train was basically paving its own tracks as it moved, Nikolai grew curious. "What exactly are they transporting?" he asked. Lee Ha-yoon smirked, stating that the cargo wasn't nearly as important as the person guarding it. When Nikolai pressed him for a name, Lee Ha-yoon's tone turned ice cold. "Janabe's sweet little darling." The name Lee Se-yoon instantly left Nikolai completely stunned. Lee Ha-yoon tilted his head, asking if the big guy had figured out a way to deal with her yet. Nikolai broke into a grin, confidently declaring that robbing a train protected by Lee Se-yoon sounded like a hell of a good time. Lee Ha-yoon quickly corrected him. This wasn't exactly a robbery. Janabe's only real mission was to protect one specific train car. Hearing that Nikolai bluntly stated that he could just blow the whole damn thing to pieces and be done with it. But Lee Ha-yoon shook his head. He absolutely did not want that train car blown up. He pulled out a terminal device and gave Nikolai his real orders. He had to break into that specific car and connect this device to the machinery inside. The giant smirked and asked, "Once I'm done with that, I get to smash all the junk inside to pieces, right?" A sinister smile spread across Lee Ha-yoon's face as he assured him that he would be incredibly grateful if he did just that. Pure, unhinged madness flared in Nikolai's eyes. He loudly declared that he wouldn't just smash the cargo. He was going to slaughter every single hunter on board right in front of Lee Se-yoon's eyes. Cutting back to the bloody battle on the train, Chan Seok was still out there, single-handedly holding off the monster horde with his spear. Witnessing that absolutely absurd display of power, the other hunters were left completely speechless. "I can't believe it. Is he really just a rookie? He just wiped out 100 monsters all by himself." One of them even trembled, muttering that Chan Seok looked like more of a monster than the actual beasts. Slamming his spear fiercely into the ground, Chan Seok casually looked around, figuring that the situation was finally under control for now. Glancing back at the other hunters who were slumped on the ground in pure exhaustion, he couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. "We barely just started, and they're already this pathetic. They really are completely useless. Maybe I should just treat this as a solo mission. Carrying this team is gonna break my back." Meanwhile, Han Sang-ah stood up and urged everyone on. "Come on, get up. The mission isn't over yet. We can't afford to let our guard down." Chan Seok gave a slight smirk, silently praising her. "She's really the only useful one around here." Suddenly, he froze, sensing an unusually intense bloodlust. Chan Seok anxiously wondered if it was an avalanche. But the control room remained oblivious, announcing they would keep moving despite detecting an obstacle. Lee Se-yoon immediately roared through the radio, "Stop the train right now." The enemy had already appeared. She stood firm on the roof of the train car, her cold, sharp eyes locked onto the approaching danger. A massive flaming drill suddenly smashed down. Lee Se-yoon instantly swung her greatsword. From a distance, a blazing red energy beam shot toward them, but she deflected it with her sword to protect the train. Through the smoke and dust, the giant Nicholas Baranov charged in like a missile in his mechanical armor. Han Sang-ah was stunned to see the enemy close in so suddenly. "Who are they? How did they get here so fast?" Chan Seok calmly reassured her. "Calm down, didn't you read the briefing? Near Cabanas, there's only one guy capable of pulling this off. It's the armed syndicate led by Nicholas." At the same time, Lee Se-yoon realized she had fallen into a trap. Another trap. Were they just waiting here to welcome us? Strange talismans suddenly started floating around her. They radiated a deep purple spiritual energy. Lee Se-yoon was horrified to find her body trapped by the lightning and talismans. Witnessing this, Han Sang-ah panicked and asked, "Se-yoon, what's going on?" In the middle of the glowing magic circle, Se-yoon gritted her teeth and admitted, "It looks like I've been sealed." A white hexagonal barrier enveloped her, completely isolating the strongest commander from the battlefield. The bad news was quickly broadcast to all the hunters on the train. "Attention, all hunters were under attack from the side of the train. Commander Lee Se-yoon is currently unable to fight." The crowd of hunters fell into chaos. "What, losing our main buff means it's game over?" The situation grew even more desperate as the enemy numbers reached 510 times their current force. Facing the threat of annihilation, Chan Seok declared boldly, "Even without our commander, we have no way back. Protect the train." Lee Se-yoon chimed in with a deadly aura. "Let's go hunting." Instantly, Chan Seok threw himself off the train. "Sangha, jump down and let's wreck them. What are you waiting for?" His reckless action made the other hunters scream in shock. Did that lunatic really jump down there? It's only 50 of us against 500. Spurred on by the bravery of the two rookies, the others also made up their minds to dive into the battle. Damn it, fine, we can't let the rookies charge in all by themselves. I know. Inside the seal, Lysian gripped her sword tightly silently, resolving to break the barrier soon and return to the front lines. Lysian tried to shatter the barrier, but a mysterious figure in a hanbok standing outside spoke up coldly. It won't be that easy. Seyun frowned and questioned him. Are you the one who cast this seal? He smiled casually, introducing himself as Lee Hae-un from the descendants of Dangun organization. He also revealed a surprising truth that they both belonged to the bloodline of Prince Yangnyeong, making him her 10th generation cousin. Lee Hae-un let out a fake sigh. Isn't it a joyous occasion to meet family in a foreign land? A massive explosion rang out. Xian's greatsword violently clashed against the white barrier and shattered to pieces. She exclaimed in disbelief, "It broke!" Lee Hae-un smugly claimed that this seal wasn't that easy to destroy and advised her to surrender now that she had lost her weapon. However, Seiyan maintained a terrifyingly calm demeanor. She gripped the broken hilt and shot back. Why are you making such a fuss over a broken sword? Immediately, a brilliant blue mana flared up from Seiyan's hand. It regenerated a brand new blade right in her hand, making Lee Hae-un click his tongue in astonishment, never expecting her to carry such a thing. It turned out she possessed the mirror ring. This was a high-tier item obtained after clearing a level 1 corrosion rift. It had the ability to instantly copy and restore a weapon when destroyed, returning it right back to its owner's hands. Seeing her persist, Hae-un mocked her. You're such a fool for trying until the seal breaks. Xian gave a slight smirk in return. Oh, a fool am I. She coldly added, with a mouth like that, you'll be single into your next life too. Seyun poured all her strength into a swing of her new sword. Meanwhile, in the distance, the enemies stared in shock at a blinding pillar of light piercing the sky. The bald giant Nikolai hovered in midair, using his jet-powered armor. He let out an arrogant laugh, taunting them. You really think a tiny squad like yours can stand against us? I'm the one who decides who makes it out alive here. Drop your weapons and surrender, and I just might spare your pathetic lives. Chang Seok looked up at the guy with curiosity. He noticed that despite flying around, the brute wasn't giving off a single drop of mana. Talk about using cheat codes without getting banned. Sang-ah explained that the armor was a prototype from the Predator project 10 years ago, designed for manaless combat and built in with real-time translation. Chang Seok couldn't help but wonder why a scrapped experimental piece of Korean military gear canceled due to material shortages ended up in the hands of the Russian Alpha faction leader. Facing human enemies, Sang-ah's anxiety was obvious. She was internally struggling with the grim reality of actually having to kill her own kind. Noticing his teammate's hesitation, Chang Seok spoke up coldly. This is your first time fighting other humans, isn't it? If you can't stomach it, just head back. Sang-ah wondered to herself. Had he ever fought other humans before? But Chang Seok immediately sprang into action. He firmly stated that since they were trying to kill them, there was absolutely no difference between them and those corrosive beasts. A flurry of clashes rang out as Chang Seok and Sang-ah began their sweep. They quickly took down anyone in their path with decisive, heavy-hitting strikes. He advised Sang-ah to just do what she had to do and not let the guilt eat her alive. With sharp, cold eyes, Chang Seok assured her that the sick feeling would fade after a few days or a month at most. Screams and agonizing cries echoed across the snow-covered battlefield. With the deafening clash of weapons, the scene turned into a brutal massacre of severe wounds and utter chaos. Looking at the carnage, Chang Seok just furrowed his brows with absolute disgust. Truly sickening, he muttered. He mocked himself, realizing how right at home he felt right in the middle of this bloody mess. Amidst the endless clanging of metal, Chang Seok observed the field. He realized that even though his side had superior skills, the sheer, overwhelming number of enemies was putting them under heavy pressure. The Russian criminals were attacking like madmen, using brute force to push back the hunters' formation. Chang Seok knew there was only one way to turn the tide: immediately take down the enemy commander. Up ahead, the giant Nikolai was laughing arrogantly while choking the life out of a hunter with his mechanical hand. Noticing Chang Seok's presence, he let out a thrilled gasp. "Oh, the rising star from Korea is here! Hello, sweetheart!" Chang Seok scoffed internally, realizing his reputation had spread to Russian thugs this quickly. Before he could even finish his thought, Nikolai swung his flaming blade in a massive strike, forcing Chang Seok to brace himself to block it. Nikolai sneered in disdain. "What's this? You're nothing special after all." Is Korea really this starved for talent? Nikolai mocked. Chang Seok just smirked. "Talking big a bit too early, aren't we?" Chang Seok silently analyzed his opponent. The guy was fast, incredibly strong, and wore armor so sturdy it was hard to leave even a scratch. He had to admit this was a seriously tough opponent, and winning wouldn't be a walk in the park. But that would only be true if he hadn't stepped foot on Tsushima Island and survived his grueling training there. In a flash, Chang Seok's speed exploded. He unleashed a devastating strike that sent the giant flying backward. Nikolai gritted his teeth in fury and roared, "You little bastard!" He wildly fired up his jet armor and lunged forward like a blazing arrow. "I'll finish you with this!" Chang Seok remained perfectly calm, watching for any openings. He noticed a glaring contradiction. Despite threatening to kill him, the brute was actively holding back his firepower. But why was he afraid of damaging the shield generator? It turned out that his massive attack earlier was just a trick to stop the train. Chang Seok kept piecing the strange events together. If Lee Si-in hadn't been here, everything would have been smashed to pieces. Did that mean they knew exactly who was joining this mission beforehand? Too many suspicious details swirled in his head, from a Russian boss showing up in a Korean military uniform to the SEAL Master revealing himself at the perfect crucial moment. The moment they clashed, dark purple flames began to eat away at the metal armor, causing Nikolai to panic. "What the hell is this?" Chang Seok coldly responded by incinerating its durability. "I'm ending this as fast as possible." Suppressed by the flames, Nikolai roared frantically in sheer helplessness. "You damn rat!" Not giving his opponent any chance to fight back, Chang Seok channeled all his spiritual power into his ultimate attack. He boldly called out the skill's name, Blue Trajectory 16 Strike Combo. The explosive impact sent out a massive shockwave, and Nikolai realized in horror that his impenetrable armor had finally cracked. Panicking, he thought about pulling back to buy time, then screamed out to negotiate, "Wait! Don't you want to break the seal on your little sweetheart? If you stop now, I can help you." But the only answer to his begging was a cold sword strike that sliced him right in half, putting an end to any hope of a cowardly negotiation. Chang Seok stared coldly at the ruins and declared, "Too bad I can handle this myself. I don't need help from a washed-up relic like you." Right at that moment, sharp, cracking sounds echoed from the train car, and a heavy foot stomped onto the ground. Nicholas's underlings stood completely frozen. Pure terror washed over their faces as they felt a horrifying pressure erupting around them. Chang Seok gave a slight smirk, his eyes showing absolute trust that she could handle it on her own. From within the crumbling magic circle, Lee Si-in emerged with the aura of a goddess of war. Her sharp, cold eyes were intensely focused on breaking the final chains. The massive train pushed through the snowy mountains, leaving behind a battlefield littered with countless defeated enemies sprawled across the freezing snow. Chang Seok stood quietly among the other hunters, calmly watching the train as it slowly stabilized. After breaking free from the seal, Lee Si-in walked over with a bright smile. "Great job, Chang Seok. This result goes way beyond my expectations." She casually handed him a pink candy as a reward for his efforts. Chang Seok took it and thought to himself, "Candy again." He then asked if that seal master from earlier belonged to the descendants of Dangun organization. Se-eun confirmed that he managed to escape the exact moment she broke the barrier, leaving her visibly frustrated about losing his trail. Hearing this, Chang Seok simply replied, "I understand." He then casually unwrapped the candy and was just about to pop it into his mouth. This instantly caused the surrounding hunters to panic and scream. "Don't eat that, it might kill you." The crowd of hunters yelled out in pure shock. "How can you possibly eat that? Have you completely lost your mind?" Chang Seok, seeing everyone's overreaction, he just looked at them in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with you guys? If I don't eat it, am I just supposed to play around with it?" Se-eun burst into laughter and explained that the other hunters usually collected her candy like a medal to show off their achievements. Chan Si-ok was left completely speechless, thinking to himself that everyone was just making a big deal out of nothing. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed the Korean soldiers. They were busy gathering up the shattered pieces of Nicholas's Predator armor. Chan Si-ok grew suspicious and questioned to himself, are they just cleaning up trash, or are they destroying evidence? The fact that Nicholas was able to own and operate specialized gear from the Korean military was incredibly unusual. To pull something like that off, he must have been backed by a force powerful enough to completely bypass the government. Or perhaps the military itself had been secretly aiding these operations. Watching the soldiers clear out the battlefield, he couldn't help but wonder if he could actually trust the people traveling with him on this train. Meanwhile, at the ancient-looking headquarters of the Descendants of Dangun organization, Lee Ha-yoon was staggering down the hall looking completely exhausted. He gritted his teeth, cursing himself for wasting so much mana on that seal earlier without even getting a single result. The moment his captain appeared, Ha-yoon bowed his head in deep shame. "Captain, I am so sorry. I failed you." Despite the tense atmosphere, the captain simply brushed it off, reassuring him that it was just a minor setback. He told him that stumbling along the way was completely unavoidable when aiming for much greater goals. He advised Ha-yoon to focus on getting his strength back rather than cowering like a frightened mouse over a single defeat. He also sternly reminded his subordinate to never lose his pride. However, the very second he stepped into the elevator, the captain finally let out the boiling rage that he had been hiding all this time. It felt like his heart was being ripped apart, knowing that both of his most trusted subordinates, Kim Ji-yeon and Lee Ha-yoon, had been taken down one after another by some mere rookie. He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself that if he had only figured out the mana flow of Chan Se-ok's paradoxical flame sooner, he would have killed him right then and there. The elevator slowly came to a halt at basement level 3. The captain stepped into a room packed entirely with glowing computer screens and called out for Dr. Seo Jian-woo. Noticing the uninvited guest, the overweight doctor stopped chewing on his fried chicken and looked up, asking what this sudden visit was all about. The captain got straight to the point, demanding to know the progress of that project they had discussed earlier. Seo Jian-woo assured him that it was definitely possible, but it would take a massive budget and a whole lot of time. The captain coldly shot back, "Money is not an issue. I am just worried that you will not actually get anything done." Dr. Seo Jian-woo clicked his tongue in disappointment, mentioning that if they could just get their hands on the mechanics of the train's shield generator, the project would move along a lot faster. Standing in the shadows, the captain's glowing red eyes were filled with pure malice as he boldly declared, "Why worry that train still has plenty of surprises left for us to play with?" Meanwhile, the train continued to tear through the endless white snow, but inside the control car, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. An exhausted-looking soldier stepped forward to report the casualties from that brutal clash. "Sir, we have 5 casualties and 10 wounded. That means we have already lost 1/3 of our forces in the very first battle." Sitting quietly by the window, Se-in could not help but feel anxious over such massive casualties, especially when their journey had only just begun. She immediately gave her orders. "First, give basic medical attention to the wounded hunters. We can only give them proper treatment once we reach Warsaw in Poland. Go ahead and contact them right now." A military officer chimed in asking about the faction currently in control over in Poland, and the answer he got was Mazuka. Hearing this, Se-in decisively gave her command. "Contact the Hunter Association that is under contract with Mazuka right away. Tell them that we are requesting their full cooperation and that we expect them to comply." The officer hesitated for a moment, wondering if the warlords there would actually be so willing to cooperate with total strangers. Se-in narrowed her eyes sharply, flashing a wildly confident smile as she made it absolutely clear they will have no choice but to do so, especially if they still want my help and the backing of the Janabi Guild in the future. Long story short, they will help us whether they like it or not, so just relax. Meanwhile, at the Erebus Hunter Guild headquarters in Poland, things were just as heated. Robert Diner, an associate hunter of the guild, was furious upon receiving a collaboration request from South Korea. He roared with contempt. What a collaboration request from the Janabi Guild. Tell them to get lost. Who do they think they are ordering us around? A subordinate hunter quickly intervened, reminding him that this wasn't a request from just any ordinary hunter, but from Miss Sweet Candy herself, Lee Si-eun, the woman who had single-handedly cleared over 5 Level 1 corrosion cores. He warned that rejecting her request without a valid reason would lead to unimaginable consequences. But Robert didn't flinch. He yelled aggressively, "She's just a hunter. If that woman told you to jump into a fire, would you do it?" A blonde hunter standing nearby stated clearly, "If necessary, I am ready to do exactly that." Furious Robert scolded his subordinates, calling them idiots, and insisted that Lee Si-eun was just another associate hunter making a living by taking on commissions. He stormed over and threw open the meeting room door, but he immediately froze in shock when he saw that every single hunter in the guild had already gathered inside. A red-haired female hunter stepped forward with a determined look and declared firmly, "If you reject Miss Sweet Candy's request, I would rather pay the contract penalty and leave Erebus. Now make your choice, help them or don't, but if they all leave, you'll be left with absolutely nothing." Robert Diner was absolutely furious. He gritted his teeth and roared at his subordinates. "That woman is just a hunter. No matter how famous she is still just a hunter, like the rest of us." However, Robert's words were immediately drowned out by fierce protests. One hunter declared boldly, "Miss Sweet Candy is completely different." The others also began sharing their endless gratitude for Lee Si-eun's kindness. "If it weren't for the support fund she established, I could never have become a hunter. Thanks to her, my mother got her surgery in South Korea. When I was injured in the corrosion core, if she hadn't saved me, I would have died right there." Witnessing this absolute loyalty, a close friend advised Robert, "If everyone quits right now, the company will collapse." Faced with such immense pressure from his own brothers in arms, Robert Diner started sweating bullets. He gritted his teeth and cursed internally. "Damn it, Lee. Se-eun, is her influence really this massive?" Meanwhile, on a train speeding through the wastelands, Lee Si-eun sat quietly by the window with a troubled expression, worrying about the condition of her injured teammates. "Their condition is worse than I thought. We still have at least 5 days before we reach Warsaw. Will they be able to hold on? I just hope there won't be any more delays." But her hopes quickly vanished as a loud alarm suddenly blared, followed by an emergency broadcast echoing through the train cars, shocking everyone. "Attention, all hunters, corrosive creatures have appeared. A horde of slimes is chasing us. I repeat, a horde of slimes is chasing us." Looking out the train window, massive blue spheres were bouncing and chasing after the train at terrifying speeds. A commanding voice rang out, "Everyone prepare for battle." The crowd of hunters fell into a panic with screams echoing everywhere. "Slimes. That's impossible. Hurry, get on the roof. Move it. They're right on our tail, everyone." Lee Si-eun quickly gripped the hilt of her sword. "Why are slimes showing up here? Don't tell me. Damn it. Everyone calm down and get ready to fight." Seeing her serious expression, Yu Chan-sok asked in confusion, "What exactly are slimes?" Lee Si-eun explained. "They are corrosive creatures from the Level 1 core located in Brest, a place known as the Refrigerator." Yu Chan-sok gasped in shock. Level 1. He couldn't help but wonder, since Brest is over 600 kilometers away, how did we end up in their sights? Lee Se-eun jumped onto the train roof and replied coldly, "The corrosion zone must have expanded recently." She took her stance, ready to face the danger. Damn it, dealing with Level 1 creatures in this situation is going to be incredibly tough. Watching the horde of blue slimes looming closer, a hunter nervously asked if they were really that dangerous. Lee Se-eun explained in a stern voice that the body temperature of these monsters is comparable to liquid nitrogen. Just a slight touch is enough to freeze a hunter's equipment and shatter it instantly, but an even greater horror still lay ahead. The archer squad shouted loudly, targets locked. Then they fired in unison, sending magic arrows whistling through the air. However, an unimaginable scene unfolded. The magic arrows bounced right off the slimes with a dull thud as if hitting solid rock. Lee Se-eun realized that some of the creatures in the horde possessed extremely high magic resistance. Yu Chan-seok analyzed the situation thoughtfully. If magic attacks were ineffective and normal physical arrows couldn't harm corrosive entities, it meant they had absolutely no way to destroy them. The hunters began to panic, screaming in despair as they saw their magic arrows were completely useless. If they couldn't escape the corrosion zone before the train was surrounded, this mission would undoubtedly end in a miserable failure. Just when everyone was at a dead end, Yu Chan-sok suddenly stepped forward. He casually asked a frontline archer to borrow their bow so he could give it a try. Despite the hunter rambling on with instructions about how to focus mana and adjust the trajectory, Yu Chan-seok just clicked his tongue and ignored him, intending to do things his own way. Lee Se-eun stared at his back in surprise, not understanding what he was planning to do. Yu Chan-seok gripped the bow tightly, channeling his spiritual energy, causing the arrow to burst into the mesmerizing dark purple blaze of the Flame of Paradox. He told himself if their magic resistance was the obstacle, then the simplest solution was to use this flame to completely incinerate the very concept of magic resistance itself. Instantly, the monster's sturdy protective barrier was devoured by the black flame and vanished entirely. The surrounding hunters couldn't believe their eyes. They cried out in shock as the magic resistance that had terrified them for so long was completely shattered in an instant. Chan-seok thought to himself that engulfing the entire battlefield in his paradoxical flames would be much more effective, but worried he couldn't fully control its destructive power in this situation, he chose to strike their vital points instead, carving a path of survival for the train. With a totally calm expression, Chan-seok told the hunter next to him, "You can attack as soon as the black flames die down a bit. They will just end up throwing each other into chaos anyway." Watching from behind, Seon couldn't help but shiver, recalling the attack she once thought was impossible to dodge. She wondered in absolute shock, was the slime's magic resistance really just crushed completely? Seon realized this was the exact same skill from last time, silently wondering if Chan-seok's special power was the ability to erase the intangible. To her, this man was a complete and utter mystery. But shaking off her shock, Seon immediately sprang into action the moment she saw an opening. After all, their magic resistance was completely gone now. A blinding flash of her sword sliced the massive slime clean in half right in midair. The hunters cheered in pure excitement. "Awesome! We can actually take this thing down!" Seon quickly reminded them, "Stay sharp. There are still a few more lurking around." Just then, another hunter screamed in panic, warning everyone about the final monster charging straight toward the train at terrifying speed. The gigantic slime suddenly leaped high into the air, completely blocking out the sky above the train cars. Terrified screams echoed everywhere. "It is right above us. Everyone take cover right now, or we are going to be crushed to death." Seon gritted her teeth in deep anxiety. She knew she could slice through it, but its massive size meant her gear would instantly shatter from the freezing temperatures before it could recover in time to save everyone. In her desperation, she wondered if there was a single move left that could save them all right now. Right at that moment, Chan-seok maintained his calm demeanor and tightened his grip on his weapon. The overwhelming power from the monster's sheer size and ultra-freezing temperatures made defeating it seem impossible for any hunter. With a body that huge, just its sheer weight would be more than enough to completely crush the train. And yet Chan-seok made a totally casual declaration. The solution was surprisingly simple. He swung his glowing spear high into the air. He offered a very simple philosophy. Do not even worry about its strength. Once it is turned to ash, everything ends. Seon stood completely frozen, watching the majestic scene unfold, as the monster that had struck pure terror into them was reduced to nothing but dust scattering into the void. A glorious sight that turned the impossible into reality played out right before everyone's eyes. Though it only lasted for a fleeting moment, everyone could feel the intense pressure and the sheer extraordinary nature of the man named Yu Chan-seok. As tiny remnants of the slime fell on their heads, a hunter groaned softly from the biting cold. Chan-seok casually reached out to touch the leftover liquid and nonchalantly remarked, "Tastes like cola. I personally prefer cola-flavored candy. Hey, now that is a little unsanitary. You cannot just shove whatever you find into your mouth." Under Lee Se-eun's command, the Trans-Siberian train continued its grueling journey, surviving countless attacks from the corrosive entities as they pushed forward toward Poland. Inside the control car, the tense atmosphere finally settled down a bit as a military officer announced their next schedule: to treat our wounded and distribute relief supplies to the region. We will be stopping in Warsaw for 3 days. The officer also added that Lord Mazuka and his affiliated hunter company had promised their full support. Hearing that, Sion let out a soft sigh of relief. Well, that is great news, at least for now. However, she still couldn't help but worry about the cooperation of the other factions, so she pressed on. What about the transport collaboration? Any news from the other lords besides Mizuka? The officer shook his head helplessly, stating they still hadn't received a single response from the other lords. Sion thought for a moment before giving her orders. We have no other choice. Keep trying to contact them. After all, we will be staying in Warsaw for a few days. Soon after the massive train rolled into the central station of Warsaw, Poland, Yu Chanseok stepped off the train and looked around full of expectations, as he had heard Poland had some of the best living conditions in Europe. I just came to see how awesome the European scenery would be. But the reality that hit his eyes was a horrifying scene beyond imagination. Chanseok stared in utter disbelief, thinking, "What the hell is this? This is supposed to be a country." Right in front of him, the station looked no different from a gruesome den completely littered with dead bodies scattered among the ruins. Not only that, the surrounding landscape was terrifyingly barren without a single trace of plant life anywhere. He bitterly guessed to himself, maybe they just ate whatever they could chew and burned everything else to stay warm. Glancing over at Lee Seun and the other veteran hunters, he was genuinely surprised to see them acting completely unfazed by this hellish scenery. Chanseok couldn't help but wonder if this kind of horror had just become completely normal to them. While he was busy observing, a middle-aged man with a mustache in a neat military uniform approached him and asked, "You are Yu Chanseok, right?" Chanseok was caught a bit off guard, not expecting this guy to speak Korean so well. The man introduced himself. "I am Warrant Officer Joseph Belansky of the Mazaka faction. I will escort you to your quarters." Right after that, a luxury car picked him up, gliding smoothly through the heavily ruined streets of Warsaw. Sitting inside the car and looking out at the desolate scenery, Chanseok noticed that everyone was being taken in totally different directions. He figured it out pretty quickly. Looks like they divide up the living quarters based on your abilities and status. Like the more they value you, the fancier and more comfortable your room gets. Warrant Officer Joseph Belansky started laying on his recruitment pitch. Knowing that Yu Chan-suk was a freelance hunter, he suggested he seriously consider staying in Poland for the long haul instead of heading back to Korea. He confidently promised that even though the infrastructure here couldn't even compare to the modern comforts of his homeland, Chan-suk would be getting something far more valuable in return, and that was absolute power. Glancing at the wildly expensive glass of champagne on the table and then back out the window at the dead bodies casually rotting on the streets, Chanseok felt a deep sense of disgust. He wondered to himself, is that so-called absolute power just having the ability to casually enjoy this kind of extreme luxury right in the middle of hell? Joseph kept trying to get into his head, arguing that back in Korea he was completely tied down by strict moral codes and public image. He finally revealed his truly rotten nature, offering a disgusting proposition. If you come work for us, whether it is beautiful women or just some random person you want to beat to death, for fun, we can provide you with absolutely anything you desire. Hearing this, Chanseok's face darkened with absolute disgust. He glared at the warrant officer with eyes as cold as ice, cursing silently in his head. This twisted bastard. Should I just beat the crap out of him right here and now? The car eventually pulled up to an old run-down building just as the sunset began to fade, finally putting an end to that completely foul conversation with Lord Mizuka's disgusting subordinate. Stepping into the room they had prepared for him, Chan-suk couldn't help but feel incredibly disappointed by this warm welcome. He honestly thought that with his current reputation, they would have given him a halfway decent place to stay. But in reality, this room looked no better than some cheap, shady roadside motel. He casually strolled over to check out the bathroom, comforting himself with the thought that, well, at least it wasn't completely filthy. But seeing a few cup noodles set out for dinner, he could only sigh at the warlord faction's incredibly cheap hospitality. Just as he reached for a cup, a knock broke the silence, followed by a familiar voice calling his name. "Chan-seok, are you in there?" The door opened and Ra Soo-jong stood there, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She greeted him softly, saying she just wanted to check on him after their trip. Her purple hair was still a bit damp, and her face held an undeniable charm under the dim lights of the room. It turned out she just wanted to borrow his bathroom. The warm water quickly washed away the grime and exhaustion from their battle on the train. Ra Soo-jong spoke shyly from inside the shower. She apologized, explaining that the water in her dorm was completely rusted out, so she had to come to him. Chan Se-ok casually replied that it was no problem at all, adding that it was actually a good chance for them to get to know each other better. But looking at the stash of food in the room, he couldn't help but ask, "Why are all the supplies here from South Korea?" Ra Soo-jong let out a soft sigh. She revealed that it was a direct result of the South Korean government's current trade policies. She explained that everything from minerals and fuel to food produced in other countries had to be exported to South Korea first. It was a strict domestic priority policy. South Korean citizens got first pick of all imported goods, and only the leftovers were sold back to the rest of the world. Chan Seok was absolutely stunned. Why would other countries ever agree to such outrageous demands? Ra Soo-jong smiled bitterly. She explained that if anyone crossed the South Korean government, they would lose all hunter support since the government strictly controlled all hunter visas. In a world where farming and mining were literally impossible without hunters to protect them, other nations had no choice but to bow down just to survive. Talk about abusing your power and money to bully the weak. The end result of shipping goods from Europe to South Korea and back again was pure garbage. We are talking expired canned food, unsellable grain, and potatoes that had already sprouted. Staring at the cup noodles on the table, Chan Seok quietly asked about the actual condition of the relief supplies they were transporting on the train. He asked with growing concern, were the people out there waiting for terrible food like those sprouted potatoes too? Ra Soo-jong stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in a robe. She adjusted her glasses and dropped an even more horrifying truth. The relief supplies on the train were actually called recycled mixed powder number 65. She explained that it was literally food waste dried at over 390 degrees Celsius and ground into a fine powder. The number 65 meant it was made of 65% recycled organic trash like fish bones and banana peels. Chan Se-ok was dead silent, stunned by the sheer cruelty of it all. He knew for a fact that South Korea had more than enough resources to send real food to the rest of the world. Why go to such disgusting lengths? Was his beloved country seriously pulling this kind of stunt? She then explained the brutal reality of their world. If we send food that actually has value, it will never reach the people who desperately need it. He stared at her in shock. Wait, what did you just say? Soo-jong pointed out the bitter reality. If the food is actually expensive, whose mouths do you think it is going into? She explained that if they sent actual good food as relief supplies, best case scenario, the warlords would hoard it all for themselves. Worst case scenario, they would sell it all on the black market just to buy more weapons. His heart grew heavy realizing just how completely messed up this world really was. Glancing down at the long scar on his palm, he finally understood exactly what Lee Seon had told him before. Chan Seok, you have never been overseas, have you? You are going to learn a lot very soon. He bitterly realized just how horribly naive he had been. This world was somehow even more rotten than the alternate dimension he had fought in. It was absolutely pathetic. The world was literally on the brink of destruction, yet there were still organizations scheming to control the corrosion cores, all just to keep this profitable chaos going forever. Boiling with rage, Chan Se-ok completely crushed the cup of noodles in his hand. He finally knew exactly how he was going to deal with these absolute parasites from now on. He turned to Ra Soo-jong, his voice turning dead cold. Soo-jong, can I ask you something? He stepped in dangerously close, making her jump in sudden, flustered surprise. His eyes were completely ruthless as he cut straight to the chase. Where is the nearest warlord faction that is refusing to cooperate? The scene abruptly shifted to Hamburg, Germany. Right in the middle of a military base belonging to the Kiev warlord faction, absolute chaos had broken out in broad daylight. Daniel Lewis, the leader of the German warlords, screamed in pure shock as he watched his soldiers getting utterly decimated. What the hell is going on? A panicked soldier ran up to report. Boss, it is that Korean bastard Yu Chan-sok. He is tearing the place apart and demanding to know why we aren't cooperating with the supply train. Surrounded by enemies, Chan Se-ok was on an absolute rampage. Every single punch sent fully armed soldiers flying through the air. Good grief, who just shows up to someone else's base to beat them all to a pulp like this? Watching his elite troops get swatted like flies, Daniel Lewis screamed at the top of his lungs, "Stop this right now. If you throw one more punch, I will file a formal complaint with the South Korean Hunter Association." But the only response to his threat was complete and utter silence. Chan Seok just casually turned and buried another devastating punch straight into a soldier's face. Daniel completely lost his mind, screaming, "You piece of trash, do you really want to die that badly?" He stared dead into Daniel Lewis's eyes with a gaze as cold as ice, calmly declaring, "If you are planning to kill me, you had better give it everything you've got." Chan Seok stepped forward, dropping a brutal truth, "Because that is the only way you are making it out of here alive." His overwhelming bloodlust instantly turned the air in Hamburg suffocatingly tense. 3 hours earlier, after aggressively demanding the location of the nearest uncooperative warlord, Chan Seok was told to head to the royal castle in Warsaw. His heavy, determined footsteps echoed loudly down the palace hallways. He marched straight into the main office, offering a brief apology for barging in unannounced. Inside, Lee Se-eun was completely buried under a mountain of paperwork. Without even looking up, she coldly told him to keep it short and get straight to the point, as she was incredibly busy. Chan Seok didn't beat around the bush. He dropped an absolute bombshell. The descendants of Dangun are plotting to take control of the corrosion source. Lee Se-eun froze in shock. He quickly confirmed that he had heard it directly from one of their own members back on Tsushima Island. She stared at him in sheer disbelief, demanding to know why he had kept something this huge a secret until now. Chan Seok just stood there, his face calm but deep in thought. Seeing the absolute resolve in his eyes, Lee Se-eun realized he had finally made his decision. Chan Seok firmly stated that he would never side with a bunch of sick fanatics like them. Hearing this, she couldn't hide a small, satisfied smile. He had made the right choice. I mean, come on. He wasn't stupid enough to join the bad guys. Just then, an announcement chimed, signaling Han Sang-ah's arrival. Lee Se-eun brought up how the two of them had fought side by side in Tsushima, guessing she was probably on the exact same page as him. Han Sang-ah walked in, her face heavy with worry. She bitterly admitted that the tragic situation in Wales was something she couldn't believe, even seeing it with her own eyes. Sang-ah pressed him, asking if people in South Korea were really completely in the dark about what was happening in the rest of the world. Se-eun gave her a knowing look, reminding her that as the heiress of the Ilyang group, she should be the one who understood this best. Sang-ah bitterly realized that if she hadn't become a hunter, she probably would have lived in the dark her entire life. When Sang-ah desperately asked if there was anything they could do to fix this reality, Lee Se-eun coldly gave her a one-word answer: no. She made it clear that while it was an absolute tragedy, it fell completely outside the scope of their mission. Lee Se-eun tiredly sighed, complaining that they were already swamped with this request and getting zero backup from behind the scenes. She urged Chan Seok to just stay focused on the mission at hand because the situation was already a total disaster. But suddenly he spoke up. "About that, I have something to say." Se-eun was stunned when he suggested going to negotiate with those German warlords himself. Chan Seok firmly declared that he would handle things his own way. Han Sang-ah couldn't help but worry about this so-called own way of his, especially when he casually asked if he could just use brute force to completely crush those bastard warlords. Talk about doing things the hard way. Sang-ah immediately reminded him that he couldn't do that because he had a public image to maintain. Se-eun also admitted that diplomacy was a real pain, but Chan Seok already had something else in mind. As a freelance hunter unaffiliated with any organization, he would be the one to personally crack the whip and punish them. He told them to just stay in Poland a little longer while he went to settle this mess once and for all. Even though she found his methods a bit extreme, Sang-ah had to admit that right now, there was no other way to turn the tables. She anxiously asked if he would really be okay going in alone. Chan Seok confidently assured her that he'd be done before the relief supplies here were even fully distributed, telling her to just come clean up the mess once he was finished. Sang-ah still wasn't entirely at ease. She nervously asked if it was too dangerous and offered to tag along if he needed backup. But Chan Seok brushed it off, telling her to focus on the homework he had given her, even threatening that if he didn't see any improvement next time, she would be in huge trouble. He turned around and asked them to prep a helicopter, estimating it would only take about an hour to get there. Brimming with confidence, Chansok opened the door and walked out, not forgetting to leave a parting remark. "Then I'll see you all in Germany. I'm going to show them what aggressive diplomacy really looks like." Meanwhile, the Kaisler warlords over in Germany were still under the delusion that Chansok's mana capacity was nothing special. They believed that since a person's mana always had a strict limit, their overwhelming numbers and state-of-the-art gear were more than enough to take him down, even if he was a famous hunter from South Korea. From the perspective of those arrogant fools, this was a perfectly logical assumption. Little did they know they were about to go head-to-head with a living nightmare. An earth-shattering blast of energy erupted right in the dead center of the enemy's formation. The shockwave sent Kaisler's armed troops flying through the air, tossing them around like dry leaves in a hurricane. Right at the epicenter of the destruction, Chanseok stood tall, radiating absolute dominance. All their assumptions about a normal hunter's mana limit had completely crumbled because Chanseok had never been a normal hunter. His piercing eyes locked onto the enemy, delivering a clear ultimatum. "Make a choice. Are we going to settle this with words, or are we going to fight until everything is completely wiped out? If we keep fighting any longer, there won't be anyone left to even talk to me." Witnessing that absurd level of power, Daniel Lewis, the leader of the Kaisler faction, was left in absolute shock. Cold sweat poured down his panicked face as he couldn't believe his own eyes. What the hell kind of freak is this guy? His mana should have dried up ages ago. How is he still moving like that? In a frantic panic, Daniel furiously screamed at his subordinates. "You useless idiots! What the hell are you just standing around for? Open fire!" Dozens of gun barrels unleashed a massive barrage of bullets right at their target. But Chanseok vanished in a split second. Daniel only had time to gasp. "He's too fast!" Before he could even react, a hand like an iron vise was already choking the life out of his throat. Daniel trembled in pure terror, his brain still failing to process how the enemy had closed the distance so quickly. He tried to scrape together whatever scraps of authority he had left to make a threat. "How exactly do you plan to handle the consequences of this, huh?" Chanseok narrowed his eyes in pure disgust, repeating the word like it was some kind of joke. "Consequences!" With a glare sharp enough to freeze the blood in anyone's veins, he casually dropped the hammer. "I don't give a damn." Realizing the absolute ruthlessness and overwhelming power of the man in front of him, Daniel Lewis completely broke down. Trembling, he threw his hands up in surrender. "Okay, fine, let's sit down and have a civilized talk." The scene shifts to the inside of a military tent where Chanseok was kicking back and resting after his little rampage. He picked up a glass of dark liquid and took a big gulp, but instantly grimaced at the bizarre taste. "What the hell is this? You told me this was cola, but it tastes completely different." Daniel awkwardly explained that in this desolate wasteland, that was the only thing they drank, mostly because it had a similar color and was the easiest thing to scavenge. Chanseok stared in the glass, looking completely fed up, silently realizing that the reality in Europe had gotten so unbelievably grim that even a real glass of cola was now a rare luxury. Daniel smacked his lips in bitter resentment. "Do you know how many years it's been since I tasted real cola? Everything here is even worse than it is in Poland. Even with translation tech to help us, the harsh reality is that people are still living in torn-up tents and the power and water are constantly cutting out." This base was originally built during the early days of the disaster, but once government support dried up, it turned into nothing more than a pathetic, ugly pile of ruins. Daniel couldn't hide the absolute helplessness in his eyes, feeling deeply humiliated by the realization of just how horribly weak his country had become. Chanseok took a tiny sip of the dark water and coldly cut straight to the chase. "So why exactly did you refuse to cooperate with the train convoy?" Daniel set his glass down, his face turning dead serious and full of furious resentment. "Because we need that shield generator way more than the UK does. It's all because of those Ritalin bastards." Hearing that name, Chanseok silently recalled his intel on Ritalin, one of the 8 great rifts headquartered in Naples, whose influence blanketed all of Europe and North Africa. Daniel roared, asserting that the erosion zones the UK was dealing with were absolutely nothing compared to the massive pressure Ritalin was pushing north from Italy. They were desperately fighting every single second to hold back this invasion, which was why letting the shield generator slip through their fingers was completely unacceptable. Chan Seok kept his cool, explaining that the shield generator was still in its testing phase and they needed a stable environment like his to gather accurate data. He then issued a stern warning. If you don't cooperate now, do you really think you'll ever get the chance to have it later? Daniel clicked his tongue in annoyance, grumbling that this didn't feel like a negotiation at all. Chan Seok fired back without hesitation. If you want it, stop the nonsense and just cooperate. Seeing the young man maintain his arrogant attitude, Daniel provocatively asked if he even had another choice. In response, Chan Seok tightened his grip on his glass. His piercing gaze served as a grim reminder. This lord had already witnessed his other choice firsthand, which was pure brute force. He'd better not do things the hard way and end up getting himself hurt, my lord. With a sharp crack, the glass shattered right in Chan Seok's hand. Shards of glass pierced his skin, and as blood began to drip onto the floor, he coldly declared, "I wouldn't recommend testing that option." Witnessing this sheer madness and overwhelming power, Daniel's defenses completely crumbled. Trembling, he asked what kind of cooperation he was looking for. Chan Seok casually replied that it was none of his business. He was just the middleman arranging the meeting. Daniel gave him a suspicious look, asking if the sweet Miss Lee Seun had ordered him to do this. Chan Seok just shot him an emotionless glance and shut it down. "No, I just thought things were moving too slowly, so I decided to step in and speed up the process." That made sense. Lee Seun would never act this recklessly. Daniel Lewis stood up and straightened his clothes with a skeptical look. Begrudgingly accepting the fact that he was backed into a corner, he scoffed. "All right, I'll contact Lee Seun. Now get out of my sight." However, Chan Seok remained casually seated. He coldly fired back with a defiant attitude. "What are you talking about? I'm staying right here." This caught Daniel completely off guard. "What?" Chan Seok glared at him with piercing eyes, firmly explaining his reasoning. "If I just walk away with nothing but an empty verbal promise, who knows if you'll change your mind later? Do I look like an idiot to you?" The Lord growled in annoyance at the young man's stubbornness. "So you expect to just stay here for free?" Without missing a beat, Chan Seok opened his hand to reveal a small sparkling object. "Here, my accommodation fee." Daniel stared blankly at the strange item in his palm. "What is this? Cola-flavored candy. I went through a lot of trouble to get this from a slime, you know." Hearing Chan Seok's nonchalant explanation, Daniel looked down at the candy, his expression darkening with bitterness. He muttered softly, "You Koreans must be so happy getting to live such carefree lives." Daniel bitterly admitted the harsh reality that the people of Europe were facing. "Over here, we don't even know if we'll live to see tomorrow." Staring into the weary eyes of the Lord, Chan Seok fell into a thoughtful silence, deeply feeling the sheer rot and decay of this broken world. Chan Seok's gaze grew deep and unwavering as he thought to himself, "Well, now I truly see just how far this world has fallen." Whether it was the level 1 corrosion cores or even the 8 great rifts suffocating humanity, everything was already a part of his master plan. Chan Seok pulled back the curtain and looked over at Daniel sitting all alone in the distance. A confident smile flickered across his lips. "Daniel, you're gonna thank me for this later." With the iron will of a hero who had already saved the world, once he swore to crush every last threat and bring back peace. "I'm gonna wipe them all out and save this world, because I'm gonna make sure that in just a few years you'll be drinking a real cola instead of that filthy water." Out in the square in front of Godo Royal Castle, a seemingly endless line of people waited in despair for their meager relief rations. The cold, harsh shouts of the distribution staff echoed through the crowd. "Next person, get in line right now. Wait for your turn." But all they received was a pathetic bowl of watery soup. It was the recycled mixture powder number 65 that Professor Dong had mentioned, a murky, brownish liquid that looked exactly like sewer water. Holding the bowl in his hands, a middle-aged man couldn't hold back his frustration anymore. He glared at the watery slop and screamed in pure anger. "Are you kidding me? This soup is basically just dirty water. How the hell am I supposed to eat this?" Instantly armed soldiers approached him with a hostile glare. "Hey, stop causing trouble and step back right now." But the man refused to back down. He screamed right in their faces. I expected so much more when I heard the Koreans were coming. Is this really all you've got? Seeing the tension rising, the commander spoke coldly into his radio. Suppress the civilians. You are cleared to use force. The dark barrel of a gun was aimed straight at the poor man as he spat out his bitter words. You people are just a bunch of thugs, no different from this rotten government. It was the desperate cry of a man backed into a corner. He just couldn't endure the starvation any longer. Poor guy. But before the man could even finish his sentence, a loud gunshot rang out. The man collapsed to the ground, leaving the surrounding crowd in absolute shock. Terrified screams erupted across the square. Did you really just kill him over something like that? Through the lingering gun smoke, the soldier casually lowered his weapon and made an announcement. He's not dead. It was just a salt round. The commanding officer stepped forward, staring at the crowd with dead, emotionless eyes. I know things are extremely difficult for everyone right now. But to ensure everyone gets a share, we simply can't hand out larger rations. If anyone else tries to start a riot, we will fire salt rounds without a moment's hesitation. However, that threat backfired in the worst way possible. The crowd began to murmur. Salt rounds. That means they can't actually kill us. Realizing this crucial detail, their sheer starving desperation finally overpowered their fear. The entire square erupted into absolute chaos as the frenzied mob charged forward to loot the relief crates. Screams and the sounds of trampling echoed everywhere. Get out of my way, I haven't eaten a single thing in 3 days. The overwhelmed soldiers struggled helplessly to hold them back, screaming frantically into their radios. Damn it, call headquarters and request backup right now. Meanwhile, inside her office at the royal castle, Seon was buried under a mountain of reports regarding the chaos outside. Casualty updates kept rolling in, confirming 37 minor injuries and 8 severe ones. Another staff member reported on the widespread fraud. This is already the 24th case of forged ration cards. Staring at the massive pile of paperwork, Sangay let out an exhausted sigh. Everything is still a complete mess. We're severely understaffed. Right as she was drowning in paperwork at her Warsaw office, a sudden alert from a staff member caught her off guard. Miss Lee Seon, we just received a message from the Kaiser Lords. Unable to hide her shock, Seon immediately barked an order. What? Connect the line right now. Grabbing the receiver, she answered with clear authority. This is Lee Seon from Korea's Yongnabi Guild. The moment she heard the voice on the other end, a triumphant smile spread across her face. Seon cheered inwardly. You actually did it, Chan Seok. So after his aggressive little fist negotiation, the Kaiser Lords had finally caved and accepted the Yongnabi Guild's request for cooperation. The scene quickly shifted to Hamburg, Germany, the stronghold of the Kaiser faction. With a stern and noticeably wary expression, Daniel Lewis stepped out to personally greet the delegation. Welcome to Hamburg, Lee Seon. You certainly sent a very strange guy our way. Just thinking about that strange guy Chan Seok Daniel was clearly still traumatized by his overwhelming power. Lee Seon maintained her polite professional composure. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Daniel. Thank you so much for agreeing to work with us. While the leaders headed inside to begin their summit, Chan Seok found himself an isolated spot. He casually perched on a towering steel beam of the train station, silently observing the entire area from above. Seeing him just sitting there spacing out in the freezing German air, Han Sang-ah flew up to him and called out, What are you doing all the way up here? Chan Seok shot her a quick glance and replied nonchalantly, Just scoping out the area. What's up? Sang-ah delivered her message. Miss Seon is looking for you. Chan Seok gave a slight nod. Got it. I'll be right down. But suddenly his words trailed off. The hero's sharp eyes narrowed in suspicion. His gaze was completely locked on an ancient clock tower standing tall in the distance. A mysterious blue light suddenly flashed and vanished at the top of the tower, leaving behind a faint ripple of mana that could not escape Chan Seok's sharp eyes. Without a word, he immediately launched himself off the beam. Han Sang-ah could only cry out in shock. Chan Seok, where are you going? He landed on the balcony where the light had just appeared. He stared into the empty space ahead, his expression turning dead serious. Even though the traces were wiped clean in a split second, Chan Seok was absolutely certain. That guy was definitely just here. The moment he was spotted, the mysterious figure used mana to mask his presence and made a run for it. But no matter how faint the trail was, it could not hide from Chan-seok's piercing gaze. He thought to himself, it is incredibly weak, but I can still see the flow of his mana. By tracking that trail, he knew he would pinpoint the guy's exact location in no time. Chan-seok looked up with a hint of suspicion. Is he hiding on the ceiling? The moment that thought crossed his mind, a sword slashed straight down at him from above. But with his lightning-fast reflexes, he easily blocked the incoming strike. Chan-seok narrowed his eyes, genuinely surprised by his opponent's technique. Spatial power. Well, this is definitely a new trick. A bearded man wearing a traditional hanbok and a bamboo hat stepped out from the spatial rift. He scoffed. I did not expect you to find my hiding spot so quickly. This mysterious attacker was Seok Jo-hyun, a member of the descendants of Dangun. He coldly declared that he had to put Chan-seok down before leaving to eliminate any future threats. Looking at his opponent's bizarre outfit and weapon, Chan-seok could not help but mock him. A hanbok and a sword hidden in a walking cane. What kind of fashion statement are you going for? His pride-wounded Seok Jo-hyun snapped back. This is not a cane sword, he proudly declared. It is a Changpojeum. Without wasting another second, Seok Jo-hyun lunged forward at a terrifying speed. Deafening clashes rang out back-to-back as Chan-seok struggled to fend off the relentless attacks from above. The crushing pressure from his opponent's blade forced him to grit his teeth. Ugh! The high-speed battle was incredibly intense. The two of them constantly traded blows amidst blinding flashes of light. Seok Jo-hyun was shocked to realize that Chan-seok's movements were completely unpredictable. He thought to himself, those last few strikes should have been a guaranteed hit. How is he dodging everything so flawlessly? Seeing his opponent on the defensive, Seok Jo-hyun taunted him. You are going to have to try a lot harder than that. Meanwhile, Chan-seok maintained his razor-sharp focus. He noticed something off with every clash and wondered if he was dealing with an optical illusion. Did this guy learn some kind of magic trick? Suddenly, a surge of deep purple spiritual energy erupted from Chan-seok's legs. It unleashed a terrifying pressure that left Seok Jo-hyun completely paralyzed with fear. Refusing to give his enemy a chance to recover, he dove from the sky like a spear of light, channeling all of his power into his weapon for the finishing blow. But right as his spear was about to hit its mark, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Seok Jo-hyun suddenly split into two separate bodies. Stunned Chan-seok could only ask himself, did he just clone himself? The man smirked with absolute confidence. You will never be able to lay a single finger on me. Faced with this bizarre cloning technique, Chan-seok gasped in pure shock. He realized he had missed his target by a hair and was now forced to fight two enemies at once. But in a split second, he saw right through his opponent's secret. I have figured out two things. First, he uses clones, and when those clones merge back together, his speed and power multiply drastically. Despite being at a disadvantage, Chan-seok calmly analyzed his enemy's combat patterns to find a blind spot. It looked like he had finally met his match. Seok Jo-hyun stood tall beneath his bamboo hat. He proudly declared, and the second thing is there is absolutely nothing you can do to stop me. He fully believed that with the massive gap in their speed and his cloning technique, victory was already his. But a sharp thought flashed through Chan-seok's mind. He is dead wrong. Even though he was injured in fighting a bizarre opponent, he was already brewing a plan to turn the tables and crush the man's arrogant pride in the very next strike. Chan-seok narrowed his eyes, noticing that Seok Jo-hyun's speed had spiked unnaturally the moment his clones merged back into one. He figured that this had to be his innate ability, one that pushed his physical strength to the absolute limit. But the biggest problem was not his speed. It was his intangibility technique, a trick that let every single attack phase right through his body like thin air. Standing beneath the brim of his bamboo hat, Seok Jo-hyun tightened his grip on his sword. Radiating a bone-chilling bloodlust, he proudly declared, I am going to end your miserable life with my next strike. Looking at that arrogant attitude, Chan-seok realized something. Judging by Seok Jo-hyun's overwhelming confidence, no one had probably ever managed to counter his phasing technique before. A knowing smirk tugged at the corner of the hero's lips. He is really out of luck. Out of everyone in the world, he just had to pick a fight with me. Memories of his long years fighting in the other world suddenly flooded his mind. Back then, he was known as the great hero Lee Hyun-sok. And, back then, he had faced plenty of monsters with this exact same ability. On the brutal battlefields of that other world, those small but grotesque monsters had constantly pushed his heroic army to the brink of despair. A fellow knight in heavy armor screamed in absolute despair, "Damn it, Lee Hyun-sok, how are we supposed to kill these things? Our attacks are just going right through them. Nothing's working." Carefully observing the enemy's every move, Lee Hyun-sok coldly realized the truth. They aren't just letting our attacks pass through. They're using mana to shift their physical bodies into another dimension. Man, talk about playing dirty. How is anyone supposed to fight that? Still panicking, his teammate desperately asked, "Then how the hell are we supposed to counter a trick like that?" Lee Hyun-seok calmly analyzed the situation. He explained that these types of skills usually trigger at the exact moment of impact, meaning they automatically sync with the opponent's strike speed to dodge. He silently formulated a plan. So, to catch them in that split second, all I need to do is adjust my own attack speed. Snapping back to reality, Chan-seok focused all of his energy. He dashed forward at an entirely different speed, unleashing a vicious spear thrust while his opponent was still suspended in midair, completely shattering the arrogance of the so-called descendant of Dangun. Seok Jong-hyun was left in shock. Sweat poured down from under his bamboo hat as he finally realized the overwhelming gap in their power. He collapsed to his knees, desperately driving his sword into the ground just to stay balanced, his breathing heavy and completely helpless. Unanswered questions screamed in his mind. How is this even possible? He just couldn't believe that even at that speed, his opponent could effortlessly catch him and land such a critical strike. Trembling Seok Jong-hyun muttered to himself, "What the hell even are you?" Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from the buildings deep within the city. Both of them froze instantly. The deadly pursuit was completely halted by this unexpected and terrifying blast. Chan-seok stared in shock at the rising smoke and flames, muttering in disbelief, "An explosion!" Taking advantage of the chaos, Seok Jong-hyun let out a mocking smirk. "Looks like I finally got lucky after all." Right at that moment, the communicator on Chan-seok's wrist blared with the commander's frantic voice. "Chan-seok, drop the pursuit and get back here immediately. The situation has gone completely out of control." A sarin gas bomb was just dropped on the northern outskirts of Hamburg. Chan-seok screamed in absolute shock. "What?" Sarin gas was an incredibly deadly nerve agent that could cause total paralysis even in microscopic doses. It was a heavily banned weapon in the history of warfare because once it spreads, the entire area instantly turns into a living hell. Good lord, what kind of monsters would drop something like that? It would wipe out everyone. Forcing down his shock, Chan-seok replied firmly through the comms, "Understood, I'm on my way back right now." He immediately turned around, completely abandoning the assassin behind him. Channeling all of his power, he sprinted desperately across the high-rise rooftops. However, deep down, he couldn't stop questioning the enemy's real tactics. This is just too weird. Why wouldn't they strike the center of Hamburg directly? Why choose the outskirts? Is there some other hidden motive behind this brutal attack? The Korean military quickly calculated the impact zone wind direction and wind speed. They estimated that the toxic sarin gas would blanket the entire city of Hamburg in just 15 minutes. If they didn't act fast, all the precious relief supplies on the train would be completely contaminated. Because of this, the train had to depart for the Netherlands in exactly 5 minutes. As he sprinted across the rooftops to regroup, Chan-seok sensed something incredibly wrong. He asked if there were any other enemies lurking around and received confirmation that there was only one enemy left, and Lee Se-yoon was currently holding him off all by herself. In that instant, Chan-seok saw right through their actual scheme. "I finally get what they're really after." To his teammates' shock, he quickly explained that the enemy intentionally created all this chaos just to separate Lee Se-yoon from the train, because once they removed the strongest hunter's protection, hijacking the train carrying the shield generator would be an absolute breeze. They used the classic tactic of luring the tiger from the mountain. What a carefully laid trap. When asked exactly who Lee Se-yoon was fighting, the answer sent shivers down everyone's spines. It was an archer, the very same mysterious archer they had clashed with back on Tsushima Island. Gazing toward the battlefield being violently ripped apart by terrifying shockwaves of energy, Chan Seok could only grit his teeth in sheer frustration. What an absolute mess. Up ahead, Lee Se-eun was locked in an incredibly fierce life-or-death battle. Her eyes burned with fierce determination. She refused to give the assassin even a single opening to attack the train. However, the archer from the descendants of Dangun had already prepared a devastating destructive attack. He drew his bowstring tight, compressing a massive amount of mana that radiated blinding blue lightning. An arrow of pure light was fired with absolutely earth-shattering power. Facing this sudden lightning-fast attack, Lee Se-eun was completely taken by surprise. Even so, with the resilience of a rank 10 hunter in the world, she stood her ground right in the middle of the raging energy storm. Her piercing cold eyes focused intensely, searching for a way to neutralize the wildly sweeping shockwaves. She absolutely refused to back down against this fated enemy. Right behind her, a soldier frantically screamed out, "All the relief supplies are fully loaded!" The situation was incredibly dire as smoke and fire engulfed the entire area, forcing the train to prepare for an immediate departure before the toxic gas disaster struck. Frantic shouts echoed continuously. "Hurry up! Get on the train now!" The last few hunters desperately rushed into the train cars just before the doors hissed shut with a dry burst of pressurized air. The control system loudly confirmed that all personnel were safely on board. Immediately after the order to depart was given, the faces inside the train cars were dripping with sweat, perfectly capturing the intense tension of surviving those life-or-death moments. As the train sped away, the soldiers stared out the windows in absolute shock. One of the hunters' voice trembling muttered out loud, "That guy! Who the hell is that archer?" Watching the fierce battle from a distance, another hunter muttered nervously, "It looks like even Lee Se-eun is being pushed to her limit. If a top 10 hunter in the world is struggling like this, we're nothing but bugs to them." Panic quickly filled the cabin. A soldier murmured in absolute despair, "Don't tell me she's actually losing." Suddenly, a loud clattering sound echoed from the ceiling, making everyone jump and stare upward in confusion. The trapdoor suddenly swung open. Chan Seok dropped down, hanging upside down from the roof. He casually muttered to himself, "Man, I almost didn't catch up." Then, looking at the completely stunned crowd, he casually asked, "What are you guys doing?" The soldiers stood frozen in disbelief, stammering his name. No one could figure out how he managed to show up right at this moment. Chan Seok glared at the panicked hunters and snapped, "Lee Se-eun isn't out there risking her life just so you all can sit here and do nothing." He warned them that those bastards separating a rank 10 hunter from the train was a clear sign. Something terrible was about to hit them at any second. He urgently ordered everyone to climb up and brace themselves for the worst-case scenario. Instantly, a hunter barked an order over the radio to regroup. "Move it, or they'll wipe us out." An emergency alert blared across the entire train. All hunters report to the shield generator immediately. Meanwhile, out in the dust-filled battlefield, Se-eun was still fighting alone, using her sword to block a barrage of deadly arrows. She was secretly amazed by her opponent's incredible skill, wondering if this hooded figure in front of her was actually the supreme leader of the descendants of Dangun. The archer didn't hold back his praise, either impressed that Se-eun could block all of his attacks. It was a feat truly worthy of a top 10 hunter in the world. Even under heavy pressure, Se-eun flashed a confident smirk. "I'm so sorry for ruining your little plan." However, the archer's glowing red eyes behind the mask revealed a chilling, sinister look. He calmly replied, "Oh, don't worry. The moment we separated you from that train, our victory was already set in stone." It turned out that stalling her here was just a distraction. It was a setup to let the other descendants of Dangun infiltrate and hijack the train as it sped through the wasteland. Oh crap, they planted spies right inside the base. I really hope the train is going to be okay. The train continued to rumble violently along the tracks, completely unaware that death was already waiting inside. Inside a critical train car, a woman with braided long black hair and a gentle but deadly smile had been waiting. She softly greeted her accomplices, "You're finally here." This was Seo Jung-ju, a high-ranking member of the descendants of Dangun. She now held the fate of the shield generator and everyone on this doomed train in the palm of her hands. An alarm blared in their earpieces. "A suspicious group has been spotted on the bridge ahead. Seok immediately pressed a hand to his comms, his sharp eyes locked onto the danger approaching. Standing on the bridge ahead was a group of figures wearing bizarre red masks. They were completely blocking the path, radiating the intense killing intent of professional assassins. A combat order echoed loudly across the radio. All hunters prepare for battle. The hunters leaped down from the train cars to engage in battle. Leading the opposing side was a woman with long black hair in strange traditional clothing, carrying a massive wrapped object on her back. The battle instantly erupted. The masked assassins attacked with terrifying ferocity, overwhelming the hunters with brutal and highly calculated strikes. Amidst the chaos of dust and deafening clashes, that mysterious woman casually strolled forward, looking as relaxed as if she were taking a walk in the park. She flashed a sharp, calculating smile and politely greeted him. "It is such a pleasure to meet you, Seok." Seok narrowed his eyes, staring at her with extreme caution. "Do I know you?" The woman's lips curled into a sinister smile as she casually revealed her true goal. "Well, my superiors ordered me to capture you alive. But honestly, taking prisoners really isn't my strong suit. Besides, those old geezers aren't even here right now, so if I accidentally kill you, oh well, it is what it is." Her eyes suddenly turned ice cold. Man, women really are dangerous, aren't they? Hey. Watching her lower the heavy object, Seok was stunned as he finally recognized her weapon. Wait, is that a Gaiageum? Before he could even process it, the woman attacked with terrifying speed. A massive shockwave of sound blasted straight toward Seok, leaving him no time to dodge. Seok barely managed to throw his arms up to block, but the sheer crushing pressure of the music pushed him back. This enemy possessed a bizarre and incredibly dangerous power, so she uses sound wave attacks. Seok gritted his teeth against the pressure. Even though the attack was overwhelming, he kept his cool, telling himself, if this is all she's got, it's nowhere near enough to take me down. But the situation instantly flipped when a strange, narrow-eyed man in traditional clothing suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was holding a massive blade covered in brass bells, muttering to himself about their hidden power. He then broke into a twisted ritual dance, radiating a blood-red, ominous aura. Great, another creepy guy pulling out some dark voodoo magic. But this narrow-eyed freak's dance was no joke. Every movement sent out continuous, violent sound vibrations. The ringing of the bells echoed endlessly, carrying a massive, invisible pressure that actually seemed to distort the space around them. Witnessing this bizarre technique, Seok suddenly realized the horrible truth. This wasn't just some flashy ritual dance, it had a much more terrifying purpose. It was a massive enhancement skill. A split second later, a devastating sonic explosion blasted out violently, shaking the entire train. The shockwave was so massive that even Han Song-ah, who was far away, was completely stunned. She watched in pure horror, wondering if that was actually a sonic blast. Her heart dropped as realization hit her. If the sound was this loud from all the way over here, then Seok, who was right at ground zero, had to be taking an absolutely unimaginable amount of pressure. Back at the crash site, Seok was desperately holding his ground blood, already dripping from the corner of his mouth under the crushing weight of the attack. Even with his ears violently ringing, Seok forced himself to stand. His eyes locked onto the enemy with a deadly glare as he spat out a fierce insult. "Your music is absolute garbage." Seo Jungju just gave a wicked smirk. She coldly declared that sound was something he could never block, telling him to struggle in absolute despair until his very last breath faded away. Hearing that the dark purple pillar of the paradox flame erupted violently from his hand, he coldly echoed in her mind, "You think I can't block it? Then get a load of this." The paradox flame surged wildly, engulfing the entire space in an eerie dark purple aura. Seo Yeonju was paralyzed by this terrifying power. She tried to scream desperately, trying to warn Lee Hae-hoon to brace for the next attack. But instantly, pure horror washed over her face. Her eyes went wide and her mouth gaped open, yet not a single sound came out. Panic set in as she realized her voice was completely gone. Amidst the dead silence, Seok kept his icy demeanor and casually muttered, "Just as I thought." He had incinerated the very concept of sound, turning the battlefield into a realm of absolute silence. Since one of them was deaf, he returned the favor by striking the other completely mute. Staring at his panicked opponents, Jang Seok coldly added, "You guys don't seem too used to a quiet battlefield, do you?" Right after he vanished into a flash of purple light, leaving Seo Yeon-ju frantically darting her eyes around to find him. Where the hell did he go? Outwardly, Yeon-ju scoffed, acting like this was just a cheap trick, but deep down, her nerves were stretched to the breaking point. She tried to reassure herself. They still had the upper hand. It was 2 against 1. Even if he launched a sneak attack, her teammate would strike him down in an instant. As far as Yeon-ju was concerned, anyone who took a hit in this deadly game would be paying with their life. But a dreadful feeling washed over her when she noticed the bizarre look on Lee Hae-hoon's face. Frozen in shock, she wondered, wait, why does Lee Hae-hoon look like that? A horrifying realization hit her. Don't tell me I'm the one being ambushed. Sure enough, Jang Seok had materialized right behind her back. A merciless slash rained down, instantly dealing a critical blow. Seo Yeon-ju and Lee Hae-hoon's original plan was to sacrifice one of them just to capture Jang Seok alive. But the brutal reality was playing out completely differently. But seizing that exact moment, the other guy managed to slap a sealing talisman onto Jang Seok. Through the thick dust and swirling aura, Seo Yeon-ju gritted her teeth and snapped at her partner. Why the hell did you use the seal before we even subdued him? But Lee Hae-hoon just weakly wheezed that he didn't have a choice. A massive magic circle began to engulf the entire area. Despite the pain, Lee Hae-hoon flashed a triumphant grin and proudly declared, "I got him. My seal has trapped high-ranking officials before. Even Lee Se-yoon couldn't break out of this. It's more than enough to lock down a guy like Jang Seok." Lee Hae-hoon gloated to himself, fully believing that victory was already in the bag. But his smug grin vanished in an instant as a massive shadow stepped right out of the shattering spiritual energy. The assassin trembled in sheer disbelief. What did he actually shatter the seal? Was I so caught up in the panic that I didn't even notice? Did I really think a 2-on-1 would be enough to leave Jang Seok crippled? He screamed in absolute panic. "Snap out of it, Seo Yeon. Ju, we need to grab the shield generator and fall back right now." But before he could even move, Jang Seok's razor-sharp spear pierced right through his body. Lee Hae-hoon violently coughed up blood, unable to process the nightmare unfolding before him. How is this possible? There was no way he could have broken out. Towering over them with a suffocating presence, Jang Seok coldly asked, "Who gave you permission to leave? Are you out of your minds?" Jang Seok sneered, looking down at them with pure disgust. "Go ahead, try and run, Seo Yeon-ju. You too, Lee Hae-hoon. Drop the shield generator and see how far you get." His icy glare seemed to freeze any hope of escape right there in Hamburg Central Station. Simply put, breaking in was easy, but leaving was entirely up to him. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Lee Se-yoon and the mysterious archer had reached a sudden and unexpected end. Se-yoon was gasping for air, the bleeding gashes across her face painting a clear picture of just how brutal the fight had been. Out of nowhere, the archer lowered his weapon and calmly declared, "We are done for today." He left her with a dose of fanatic propaganda, claiming that her very existence was absolute proof of the Korean race's superiority. Lee Se-yoon glared at his vanishing shadow and clicked her tongue in sheer disgust. The Hwanguk theory. You actually buy into that total bullshit. The Hwanguk theory was a wildly insane pseudo-historical claim. It stated that an ancient Korean empire had ruled over the entire Eurasian continent around 60,000 BC. They even claimed it possessed modern technology like submarines and telephones back in the Stone Age. This was the exact brainwashing tool the descendants of Dangun used to rally their forces and spread their radical extremism. It was a complete joke, and the rest of the world knew it perfectly well. Staring down the fanatic, her face still smeared with blood, Lee Se-yoon scoffed in sheer contempt. You'd have to be completely out of your mind to believe that garbage. She couldn't wrap her head around why someone as powerful as him would blindly worship such a baseless fairy tale. Maybe his past life was just so utterly depressing and miserable that he desperately clung to the false hope of some grand mythical destiny. But the archer remained completely unfazed. He offered a dark philosophical reply. Does it really matter whether I believe it or not? He made it clear that historical truth was entirely beside the point. What mattered was that countless people out there did believe it, And fueled by that blind faith, they were willing to march behind him to turn a myth into reality. To him, faith was the ultimate tool for crowd manipulation, entirely free from the burden of proof. Faith requires no evidence. All it needs is for you to blindly believe. Leaving her with that arrogant declaration, the archer's silhouette completely dissolved into the thin air, leaving behind an eerie, suffocating silence. Lee Se-eun stood completely still amidst the devastated battlefield, surrounded by nothing but smoldering ruins and shattered rubble. She drove her massive sword into the ground, her body on the verge of collapse after the intense showdown. The enemy had retreated, but his fanatic words lingered in the air like a haunting ghost. It was a grim warning that the descendants of Dan-gun's plot involving the train and the shield generator was merely the calm before a terrifying storm. Long story short, successfully transporting that shield generator was going to be an absolute nightmare of a journey. Watching the squinty-eyed bastard flee after literally carving off a chunk of his own flesh to escape, Jang Seok calmly assessed the situation. With wounds that severe, there's no way in hell he's getting far. He was just debating whether to chase him down and finish the job when the sudden crackle of his radio cut his thoughts short. Command Control urgently announced that they had completely lost contact with Commander Lee Se-eun. In a true life-or-death crisis with their strongest hunter entirely off the grid, temporary command of the entire relief train was officially handed over to Jang Sok. And, right on cue, a swarm of red-masked grunts from the descendants of Dan-gun rushed him like a pack of rabid dogs. They completely swarmed him, screaming with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. "Die, you bastard!" A fierce enemy swung his blade down. But Chan Seok just shifted his body, dodging the lightning-fast attack by a hair's breadth. Not giving the opponent time to react, he unleashed a powerful spinning kick that pushed back the ambush. Then he followed up with a thunderous punch straight to the enemy's face, shattering their mask along with a sickening crunch of broken bones. The battle raged on fiercely. Chan Seok snatched the falling sword in midair, then unleashed a simple slash to sweep away those blocking his path. The whole group of assassins was sent to the afterlife in the blink of an eye. Standing amidst the scattered corpses, Chan Seok grabbed his walkie-talkie. "This is Chan Seok. By the temporary authority granted to me, I order you to get this train moving right now." This decision faced fierce pushback from the Janabi Guild members. They insisted on stopping to search for and protect Lee Se-eun first. However, Chan Seok remained completely resolute. He thought to himself that regarding future diplomatic relations, this might be an inefficient and risky move, but he absolutely had no regrets. Because what was being transported on this train was none other than relief supplies, and the lives of millions were on the line. So you definitely have to return safely Lee Se-eun. Amidst the quiet atmosphere of the train cabin, Chan Seok's eyes suddenly dropped in deep thought. He wondered if his decision to depart immediately was too cruel, considering Lee Se-eun's whereabouts were still a massive question mark. A dark thought flashed through his mind, making him shudder. Wait, if she still hasn't come back, could she really be dead? Just as his anxiety reached its peak, an army soldier rushed down the corridor, panting and shouting, "Mr. Chan Seok." Chan Seok turned around, narrowing his eyes in pure caution. "What is it?" The breathless soldier delivered the shocking news. "Commander Lee Se-eun. Commander Lee Se-eun has returned." Hearing that, a confident yet relieved smile immediately appeared on his lips. Chan Seok muttered softly, "I knew it. Someone like her could never die over something so trivial." Behind him, the proud figure of the world's rank 10 commander appeared, even though her face was still stained with wounds from the life-or-death battle. "It's good that you made it back." After being taken to the medical bay, Lee Se-eun lay on a hospital bed, with an IV drip flowing steadily into her veins. Seeing Chan Seok visit, she smirked and teased. "You aren't sulking because we left earlier, are you?" Chan Seok calmly replied, "No, you did a great job." Se-eun looked at him doubtfully. She wondered why that was the first thing on his mind, instead of asking about her health. Her eyes suddenly became distant and gloomy. "I am still analyzing my battle with that archer," she bitterly admitted to herself. "But I just can't see any path forward. If he hadn't gone easy on me, I probably wouldn't even be sitting here talking right now." Staring into the void, Se-eun questioned herself in despair, wondering if this was her absolute limit. She grimly concluded that sudden moments of enlightenment like in the movies didn't actually exist in real life. Wow, did she lose all her confidence just from fighting one mismatched battle? Chan-sok just listened quietly, then smoothly changed the subject. So how is the distribution of the relief supplies going? Everything is progressing very smoothly. Hearing that Chan-seok expressed his satisfaction in his own way, making Se-eun doubtfully ask again, "Is it really going smoothly?" He casually laid out the next plan. After they finish unloading the relief supplies in the UK, the shield generator will also be transported to the port. So make sure you bring it with you. Se-eun was surprised and asked if he planned to stay in the UK. He affirmed in a deep voice, "I doubt the descendants of Dangun will give up that easily." When asked for a specific plan, he firmly declared, "I will stay in the UK for a while to improve my skills, and then on the way back to South Korea, I'll finish them off once and for all. You really can't mess around with these guys, folks." Right there in the hospital room, Chan-seok suddenly made a decision that turned the atmosphere incredibly tense. "I am going to challenge the rift we just passed by. I plan to clear the level 1 corrosion rift known as the Brexit refrigerator." Lee Se-eun was so stunned, she was speechless, screaming in horror inside her mind. Is he really deciding to challenge a level 1 rift that easily? With her experience as a world rank 10 hunter, she knew full well that even her first time conquering a level 1 rift was incredibly grueling. And even if it was, Chan-seok rushing in there, completely alone, was absolute madness. Seeing Se-eun's concern, Chan-seok casually added, "I thought so too, so Han Sang-ah and I will go together. I already talked to her." Hearing this, Se-eun could only curse inwardly. You crazy fools, whether you go alone or as a duo, the difficulty is exactly the same. However, unable to abandon her teammates, she firmly declared, "I'll stay too. I will help out as much as I can." Well, the more the merrier. Many hands make light work, guys. Even though this rift was rated as one of the weakest among the level 1 rifts, Lee Se-eun didn't forget to remind him. Even so, a level 1 is still a level 1. She looked at Chan-seok, full of hope, bringing up his arrogant promise from before about crushing every rift on Earth to save the world. Se-eun said softly, "Even after getting a taste of the level 1 rift in Brexit, I hope you can still maintain that burning will." Responding to her expectations, Chan-seok just smirked with pure confidence. "Then I have a favor to ask of you." The scene shifted to a vast and modern villa which had been set up as a temporary base for the hunter group. Chan-seok commented in satisfaction, "The conditions for us to guard the shield generator aren't bad at all. Right. This place is very spacious, completely perfect for training." Han Sang-ah, walking beside him, couldn't help but worry. "But is this okay?" This place is pretty far from the shield generator's location. Chan-seok reassured her that the living conditions here were much better, and since their mission was to deploy as soon as an issue came up, this location was absolutely fine. He insisted that as long as they complied with the condition of reporting via walkie-talkie once every hour, the management team wouldn't interfere with their activities. Sang-ah nodded thoughtfully. Then she brought out a bucket filled with sparkling elixir potions. "Anyway, regarding what you asked for, I brought them here. We don't have much left in stock lately, but what are you planning to do with a whole bucket of potions?" Seeing the bucket of elixirs, Chan-seok's eyes lit up. This is more than enough. Without a hint of hesitation, he grabbed the potions and started chugging them like crazy. Witnessing that sight, Han Sang-ah was frozen in sheer horror. "Do you really have to drink them like that?" Chan-seok mumbled an explanation while swallowing, his face twisted from the bitterness. "It's so bitter I couldn't stand drinking them one by one." After fueling up, he wiped his mouth and loudly declared, "Now that I have what I need, let's get started." Sang-ah looked in the direction he pointed and blurted out in astonishment, "Aren't those just some eggs?" Chan-seok smirked, picking up an egg and confidently declaring that there's no training tool more visual and effective than a simple egg. "In my left hand is a normal egg, and with my right, I'll infuse mana into this one." Chan-seok kicked off the training with a visual example that left Han Sang-ah incredibly curious. Sang-ah watched the results in sheer disbelief. While the normal egg kept its yolk and white completely separate, the mana-infused egg had fully blended together right inside the shell. Chan-seok quietly asked, "Do you see the difference between these two eggs?" "Man, I have no idea. What about you guys?" Han Sang-ah observed thoughtfully, quickly catching on to her master's intention. "I see, so this is an exercise to master mana control." Chan Seok gave an approving nod at her sudden sharpness. He bluntly pointed out that Sang Ah still lacked delicate mana control, and this exercise would help her immensely if she practiced it whenever she had free time. Seeing Chan Seok turning away to leave, Sang Ah frantically called him back, eager for real combat training right away. But Chan Seok coldly reminded her, "Didn't you hear me say to do it in your free time? That's your homework." Left feeling completely deflated, she was caught off guard when he flipped the script and asked about the most important lesson from their first session. Training always starts with actual combat. Right on cue, the wooden doors swung open, and the world's 10th ranked hunter Lee Se-eun stepped in with a massive greatsword resting on her shoulder. Se-eun flashed an excited smile and asked if everyone was ready. While Chan Seok calmly confirmed, Han Sang-ah just stood there frozen, sweating bullets in pure terror at an opponent so far out of her league. Meanwhile, in a dark, cobweb-filled basement, a bizarre, eerie humming echoed through the shadows. No, seriously, that's exactly how it sounded. Man, running into this during the day is enough to make you pee your pants, let alone at night. Right, guys? Amidst a tangled mess of machinery and wires, Kim Ri-yeon, the guy who just suffered a crushing defeat against Chan Seok, was chained up on a cold operating table with an oxygen mask over his face. His eyes sluggishly flickered open, only to see the dim ceiling and the face of the obese doctor Seo Jun-woo staring right down at him. He weakly asked where he was, only to get a smug reply that this was the doctor's private lab. Seo Jun-woo sneered, admitting that secretly moving him from the hospital room to this place took quite a bit of effort. Ri-yeon was in absolute shock, wondering why the doctor would do something so crazy to him. Seo Jun-woo casually explained that since Ri-yeon was practically half dead right now, he was afraid the guy would get bored just staring at a hospital ceiling all day. Feeling totally insulted, Ri-yeon thought, "Are you really threatening someone who wants to die?" But the doctor just laughed out loud, knowing full well that Ri-yeon couldn't even breathe without his mana life support machine. With a sinister glint in his eyes behind his glasses, Seo Jun-woo leaned in close and revealed that he had just succeeded in a very promising little experiment. He looked straight into Ri-yeon's hate-filled eyes and offered a highly tempting proposal. "Well, Kim Ri-yeon, don't you want revenge?" A dark new scheme began to take shape, fueled by the sheer resentment of a defeated man. He was brainwashed all over again, completely swallowing the old doctor's bait. 1 month later, ever since starting her brutal training in the UK, Han Sang-ah was still grinding away at the mana control exercise using eggs. She gently peeled the shell, but seeing the yolk and white still perfectly separate, Sang-ah couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. I still can't do it like Chan Seok. Even with all her effort delicately controlling her mana to blend everything inside that fragile shell was still way too huge of a challenge for her. Just then, Chan Seok's firm voice echoed from behind. "Your 5 minutes of rest are over. Get back to training." Seeing Chan Seok already geared up in his combat suit and firmly gripping his greatsword, Sang-ah could only groan in pure exhaustion. It's over already. However, she quickly snapped back into it, tossing aside the eggshell and shouting, "I'm coming right now." She was ready to throw herself back into the endless grind of training. Day and night she trained. But do you guys think she's improved at all? The sparring match officially began with the ultimate challenge, a 2-on-1 fight against the world's 10th ranked hunter Lee Se-eun. Chan Seok made it crystal clear that this training session had 2 core objectives. Right off the bat, Lee Se-eun erupted with terrifying spiritual energy, creating thunderous clashes that shook the ground and sent debris flying. Chan Seok and Sang-ah had to use every ounce of their skills just to keep from being blown away by the crushing pressure. The first objective was none other than getting stronger. Lee Se-eun charged at an unbelievable speed, unleashing lightning-fast sword strikes that completely forced Han Sang-ah onto the defensive. Sang-ah's eyes widened in sheer shock at the massive gap in their power. She gritted her teeth, her body constantly getting pushed back, and could only cry out in despair, "I haven't even touched the ground yet." Even after a month of hellish training, facing the overwhelming power of a true pro made her realize that the road to the top was still incredibly brutal. In the middle of the breathtaking spar, Lee Se-eun unleashed powerful sword swings that left Han Sang-ah completely overwhelmed. But in a split second of vulnerability, Se-eun was stunned to realize that her greatsword, her absolute pride and most crucial weapon, had been knocked right out of her hands. While Sang-ah was still standing there, dazed, Chan-seok's sharp shout rang out, urging her not to give up, but to instantly find an opening to strike the 10th-ranked hunter. And that's exactly when the second objective of the training kicked in, improving the combat synergy between Han Sang-ah and Chan-seok. Capitalizing on her teammates' guidance, Sang-ah fought through the pain and flipped into the air, her entire body erupting in a brilliant blue electrical field. She poured all the mana she had built up over the past month into a devastating strike from above. It triggered an earth-shattering spiritual explosion, rocking the ground and blowing everything away in a blinding cloud of dust. Looks like after all those days of training, our girl finally gained some real combat experience. As the dust gradually settled, Lee Se-eun flashed an amused smile. She admitted she really didn't expect to be disarmed by two rookies in such a fierce combo attack. Se-eun didn't hold back her praise for how incredibly much the two had improved over the past month of hellish training. Though she didn't forget to drop a sly hint, reminding them that she'd just have to teach them a lesson on how to keep a firm grip on their weapons. But the sense of relief didn't last long as an emergency signal from the radio suddenly shattered the silence. On the other end of the line was a frantic cry for help from Dover reporting an emergency call. Shocking news immediately followed. The descendants of Dangun organization had officially launched a full-scale attack. To make matters worse, a mysterious thick black smoke had completely engulfed the area around the protective generator, making the situation incredibly critical. Hearing the plea for immediate backup, the eyes of all three hunters turned cold and filled with bloodlust. Without a second of hesitation, they immediately got into their car and tore through the wind toward the battlefield to stop the enemy's sinister plot. "Hurry up, let's go beat them to a pulp." Inside the speeding car, Lee Se-eun couldn't help but scream in sheer terror at her teammates' wild driving. "Damn it, why are you the one driving again?" Han Sang-ah calmly kept stepping on the gas and confidently fired back, "Because I'm the only one here with a driver's license." Seeing the speed getting completely out of control, Se-eun could only grip her seat tightly and beg, "Can't you drive a little more safely?" Suddenly, Chan-seok narrowed his eyes in high alert as he sensed an incredibly strong killing intent closing in. Before anyone could react, a deep purple shadow suddenly slammed straight into the windshield, causing the entire car to shake violently. A dull thud echoed as the car crashed into its target, leaving burning skid marks on the road and completely shattering the windshield. Han Sang-ah frantically slammed on the brakes, trembling and crying out in absolute horror. "Wait, don't tell me I just hit a person!" White smoke billowed from the hood, blinding the chaotic passengers inside the vehicle. Chan-seok coldly looked out the window to check the situation and replied in a deep voice, "No." Staring at the purple body with bizarre tubes on its back, lying motionless on the road, he stated firmly, "I don't think that's human." But suddenly dry, cracking sounds echoed from the wreckage. The creature began to twist its body and stood up in a grotesque manner. "Found you." Chan-seok was stunned when he got a clear look at the enemy's face through the window gap, unable to believe his eyes. Wait, that guy is Kim Ri-hyun. The very person he had humiliatingly defeated earlier had now turned into a hideous biological monster with purplish skin and eyes glowing with spiritual energy. Kim Ri-hyun growled his name, Chan-seok, before throwing out a cryptic threat, "You'll never see him coming." His completely modified body signaled a bloody revenge that Dr. Seo Gun-woo had painstakingly prepared to confront the hero. Every step he took now carried the weight of 1,000 tons, cracking the very pavement beneath him. He roared with resentment through gritted teeth. "Do you have any idea how much I had to give up just to get near a pathetic piece of trash like you?" His entire body was now a mass of purple muscles, his eyes shining with a crazed bright pink spiritual energy. A powerful stomp of his foot created a terrifying shockwave, causing the surrounding buildings to crumble and collapse into clouds of dust. Standing before the rubble, Chan-seok maintained a strangely calm expression, quietly evaluating his opponent. "Right? There's no way you'd go down that easily. I clearly burned away all his muscle power, yet he can still move." Although the appearance of the monster Ri-hyun was unexpected, Chan-seok quickly made a decisive choice. This is a little off schedule, but I'll finish everything right here before we go. He turned and ordered his teammates. Let's split up here. Han Sang-ah, you head to the port, and I'll go straight to the headquarters. Let's divide and conquer, guys. Lee Se-eun slipped out of the wreckage, glancing at the monster, before reminding Chan Seok, that thing looks really pissed off at you, so make sure you finish it off. She didn't forget to urge Sang-ah, who was still in shock, inside the car. Han Sang-ah, you need to get out and run right now. This car is totally totaled. Sang-ah hurriedly replied, yes, ma'am. Witnessing this, Kim Ri-hyun sneered with utter contempt. How hilarious to see the great Lee Se-eun running away with her tail tucked between her legs. Ri-hyun's glowing purple eyes bored deep into Chan Seok as he growled a vicious oath. I will hunt down every single one of you and tear you to shreds, starting with you, Chan Seok. Facing the murderous threat, Chan Seok just smirked and sarcastically shot back, kill me, you. He looked straight at his deformed face and dropped a highly insulting remark. Just looking at you. I can tell you're only on the same level as an Incheon thug. Hitting a nerve, the insult drove Ri-hyun insane. He gnashed his teeth and roared, more of your pathetic jokes. Do you have any idea? Ever since the moment you crippled me, I stopped being the guy you once knew. I swore to myself every single day that I'd make you feel exactly the same agonizing pain. I will tear you into pieces, Chan Seok. Kim Ri-hyun roared in a frenzy, the tubes on his back trembling violently with every heavy pant. Staring at the enemy, who had completely mutated into a disgusting biological monster with purplish skin, Chan Seok narrowed his eyes, his face turning incredibly serious. He silently judged, this guy might actually be a little dangerous. While the battle between Chan Seok and Ri-hyun was about to explode, the scene shifted to the port area where Han Sang-ah had just landed amidst the fog. Looking at the unusually desolate and ruined surroundings, she couldn't help but feel shocked, muttering to herself, this is absurd. Have all the hunters at the port really been taken down? Amidst the towering stacks of shipping containers, Sang-ah cautiously watched for even the slightest movement. Suddenly, a red-masked assassin from the descendants of Dangun casually stepped out. He chuckled maliciously. I thought there'd still be a few lucky survivors left. He stared intently at Sang-ah, his eyes behind the mask flashing with greed as he recognized who she was. Oh, so you're the young lady daughter of the K. White Corporation. Two other accomplices also slowly emerged from the shadows surrounding her from all sides. The leader smugly declared, we are definitely going to get a massive ransom for you. Sang-ah stood frozen in place, secretly terrified as she realized the truth. Just these three managed to wipe out this entire area. Yet instead of trembling in fear, Sang-ah made a remark that left the assassins speechless. But you know the word daughter already implies being a lady, so you guys are making it sound really awkward by phrasing it like that. She casually suggested further, just calling me the K. White Corporation's daughter, or that K. White bitch would have been fine, you know. Her innocence and bizarre logic left the three assassins staring at each other in dumbfounded silence for a moment. Then the leader suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha, I thought you were some stuck-up rich kid, but it turns out you're just the village idiot. Sang-ah could only stand there bewildered, wondering to herself, an idiot? Well, you better not mess with this idiot. The assassin immediately returned to his ruthless demeanor. He swung his blade and boldly declared, I originally planned to capture you alive for a ransom, but looking at the state of you, I doubt I would get a good price. Besides, we are getting a bit bored anyway. We are going to take our time and play with you a little bit before finishing this. Facing the three assassins of Dango's descendants surrounding the port, she realized the grim truth that each of them possessed twice as much mana as she did. Hanging by a thread, sweat poured down her face. Jang-ah let out a soft breath and suddenly remembered Chan Seok's strict teachings. In a real battle, raw mana is not the most important thing. What truly matters is keeping your cool to read the flow of the fight. The image of her stern master appeared as a solid pillar of mental support for her in this moment. Just follow his teachings and everything will be fine. Pushing down her anxiety, Jang-ah reassured herself. That is right. I have to stay calm. As the three assassins lunged forward with their blades all at once, she made up her mind to hold out at all costs until Chan Seok could arrive as backup. She knew that with a body forged to endure 7.6 times the pressure of an ordinary person over the past month, she would not be taken down so easily. The story flashes back to the past. Inside a gloomy secret laboratory, the mad scientist Seo Junwoo held a test tube filled with an eerie glowing purple liquid. He looked over at Kim Ryeon, who was now nothing more than an empty shell after his humiliating defeat, and declared this serum will pump a brand new source of power into your hollow body. Seo Junwoo assured him that with this massive amount of mana, Ryeon would no longer have to rely on life support. However, he did not forget to warn him about the horrifying side effects. His bones would shatter, his organs would twist, and his eyes would dry out as if scorched by hellfire. My goodness, he would not even be human anymore at that point. Hearing the terrifying price he had to pay, Kim Ryeon trembled and gasped in absolute horror. But Seo Junwoo just stared at him with cold, contemptuous eyes. He fired back. "Are you scared? Does that pain terrify you more than living the rest of your life as a cripple?" Met with the desperate silence of the defeated man, the overweight scientist leaned his face in close. His eyes gleamed with malice as he made his final pitch. "I am handing you a second chance here." A sinister plot to turn Kim Ryeon into a literal monster for his revenge against Chan Seok was finally falling into place. It was the perfect chance to make Chan Seok suffer a fate even worse than what he had endured. "That is right, Chan Seok. The thing I should be staring at right now is not this damn hospital ceiling. The only thing I need to see is your pathetic corpse," Kim Ryeon roared in his mind, consumed by absolute hatred. His face was now completely deformed, with a purple crystal embedded in his forehead and his bizarre pupils glowing with spiritual energy. It was clear proof that he had completely thrown away his humanity in exchange for the power to get revenge. In an instant, the battle erupted with terrifying intensity. Kim Ryeon lunged down from above like a frenzied predator, completely abandoning any concept of defense. He unleashed a relentless hail of punches at a terrifying speed, letting out a series of deafening, ear-piercing impacts. Faced with this overwhelming aggression, Chan Seok maintained his composure and total focus. He narrowed his eyes, tracking every single lightning-fast trajectory of his out-of-control opponent. Those fists of steel just kept raining down. But Chan Seok quickly employed his masterful technique, using the shaft of his spear to deflect the crushing, 1,000-pound pressure of every strike. Seizing the moment when Ryeon became too absorbed in his assault and left an opening, Chan Seok channeled his spiritual energy straight into his weapon. He unleashed a devastating upward swing, launching the monstrous Ryeon right into the air. He went flying up into the sky, completely and utterly stunned by what just happened. Launched high into the air, Ryeon gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain tearing through his body. "Damn it! How dare he knock me into the air like this?" He swore to himself that the very second his feet hit the ground, he would use every ounce of his power to finish Chan Seok for good. But as he looked down, Ryeon suddenly froze in confusion. What the hell is that guy doing? Down below, Chan Seok had absolutely no intentions of just standing around and waiting. He had already shifted into a stance, readying an even more terrifying follow-up strike to end this battle once and for all. "Let's wrap this up quickly. I have got places to be." Just as Kim Ryeon hung suspended in the air, fully believing he was safely out of his opponent's reach, a horrifying sight unfolded right before his eyes. The spear in Chan Seok's hand suddenly extended at an unimaginable speed. It pierced straight through the clouds and closed in on its target in a fraction of a second. Ryeon was completely stunned. His glowing purple eyes were wide with sheer terror as he realized this impossible reality. How on earth can his spear stretch that far? He had absolutely nowhere to run. Chan Seok had already appeared right above him, tightly gripping the shaft of his spear. He gave a slight smirk and dropped a sarcastic compliment. "Honestly, I am pretty surprised, Kim Ryeon. Your punches pack a lot more power than they used to." But then his aura suddenly spiked. Channeling every last drop of his mana into his next attack, Chan Seok fired back with a question. "Now let's see how much you can take. Is your durability as impressive as your destructive power?" In absolute disbelief, Ryeon only had time to choke out a single word. "What?" The next second, a furious storm of azure energy erupted from Chan Seok's spinning spear, completely swallowing his body whole. Without giving his opponent even a single second to breathe, Chan Seok unleashed his ultimate signature technique, Infinite Dual Orbit Spear. Tens of thousands of blinding blue streaks of light erupted from the tip of his spear, frantically tearing through the very fabric of space. An earth-shattering explosion followed, completely flattening the surrounding area and reducing everything to ash under the hero's devastating power. Amidst the bleak and ruined cityscape left in the wake of the battle, the thick dust finally began to settle. It revealed a solitary figure collapsed among the rubble. Lying in the wreckage, Kim Ryeon was barely clinging to life. Breathing heavily in agonizing pain, he croaked, "Just kill me." Chan Seok slowly walked over. There was no pity in his eyes, only a deep sense of suspicion. He thought to himself, no matter how I look at this, something is incredibly strange. Chan Seok realized that pure mana was flowing through Ryeon's veins instead of blood. This was an exceptionally high-level magic. It was the kind of spell that would require the combined effort of dozens of grand mages to pull off even back in the other world. So why, during such a sophisticated procedure, did they fail to filter out the impurities? Besides, the fluid flowing through his body could not even be called human blood anymore. Memories of the old world flooded back into Chan Seok's mind, a place where humanity had spent thousands of years just studying the true nature of mana. From the perspective of someone who had been forged in another world, humanity's current understanding of mana was just downright pathetic. They were no different from cavemen who had just stumbled upon fire, clumsy and incredibly dangerous. Chan Seok scoffed to himself. It was as ridiculous as a primitive man finding a kitchen knife only to try and cut meat with the dull edge. The descendants of Dangun might boast that they had invented this power, but through his own bloody experiences, Chan Seok knew the dark truth behind that purple crystal. It wasn't some grand discovery. It was a landmine intentionally planted in this world by some mysterious entity. Standing over his defeated opponent, Chan Seok was absolutely certain that this was not the work of a human. He couldn't help but wonder if she had actually made a mana pact. Some powerful entity had extracted its own mana, materialized it into a crystal, and implanted it into a human body. By accepting that alien power, they had essentially agreed to a transaction that traded away their very soul. Chan Seok looked down at the miserable Kim Ryeon at his feet. "I thought you were just a foolish puppy who accidentally ate chocolate," he thought, "but you actually signed a blank check without even realizing it." Staring coldly at the crystal embedded in her forehead, he demanded, "Did you even have the slightest clue what you were getting into?" Right on cue, a sharp cracking sound echoed as the crystal on her forehead began to shatter. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the point of impact, forcing even Chan Seok to squint against the terrifying pressure. An earth-shattering explosion followed, swallowing the entire surrounding area in a blinding sea of white. Standing right at the epicenter, Chan Seok was shocked to realize that this was no ordinary mana explosion. It was utter annihilation, a literal erasure of reality. When the smoke finally cleared, a once bustling city block had been reduced to a deep, perfectly smooth crater. Everything had vanished without a trace, leaving our hero standing completely alone in a chillingly desolate wasteland. Staring out at the aftermath of the blast, Chan Seok realized a deeply disturbing truth. This was a method he was all too familiar with from the other world. It was a deal with the devil. He had no idea which entity Kim Ryeon had made a pact with, but judging by the residual mana, it possessed an absolutely terrifying amount of power. Chan Seok clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. He thought he had completely wiped out the demons back in the other world. Had they seriously found their way here too? But given the current situation, he had no choice but to put that worry on the back burner for now. There was still a lot of work to do. Let's get moving, guys. Meanwhile, down at this harbor, Han Sang-ah was still standing in absolute shock at her own power. It all felt so surreal to her. She had only focused on countering her opponent's attacks exactly like Chan Seok had taught her, yet somehow the entire group of assassins had been cleanly wiped out. Sang-ai smiled faintly quietly, admiring Chan Seok's brilliant guidance. She had actually pulled off a flawless victory just as he had predicted. With two assassins already dead on the ground, the last guy realized he was fighting a losing battle and decided to make a run for it. But Sang-a was way faster. Without missing a beat, she drew her sword and sent him packing straight to the afterlife. Sang A smoothly sheathed her sword, quietly noting that she had managed her mana output perfectly without wasting a single drop of energy. She couldn't help but wonder if this was what a flawless victory felt like. Just then, Chan Seok's voice rang out from right behind her, making her jump. He casually pointed out that while her finishing move was pretty clean, she was still overthinking things during combat. Chan Sok reminded her that once you step onto the battlefield, your only job is to focus entirely on taking down the enemy, not getting lost in analysis. Seriously, when did this guy get here? And why was he just watching the show? Annoyed Sang. Demanded to know how long he had been standing there, since he always seemed to launch into a lecture the second he showed up. Chan Sok just shrugged and calmly replied that he had only just arrived. Putting her frustration aside, they both looked up at the sky, where a massive circle of energy was glowing brilliantly, covering the entire port of Dover. Chan Seok stared thoughtfully at the beam of light and softly asked, "So, is this the shield generator?" Standing before that colossal glowing ring of energy, Han Sang-ah couldn't help but feel completely overwhelmed by its sheer scale. "It truly is the pinnacle of mana technology," she murmured in awe. The shield generator had condensed a massive amount of mana, radiating a light so intense it seemed to swallow the entire sky, a true testament to the extraordinary efforts of humanity. Just as they were lost in the spectacle, a familiar voice called out from behind them. "So, is this where everyone is meeting up?" Lee Se-eun casually strolled over, still resting her massive greatsword on her shoulder, the blade glowing with spiritual energy. Seeing their commander safe and sound, both Han Sang-ae and Chan Seok breathed a massive sigh of relief. "Lee Se-eun, is everyone else holding up okay?" Se-eun just stood there amidst the rubble, casually surrounded by the bodies of the enemies she had just slaughtered. Meanwhile, Chan Seok was deep in his own thoughts. He was quietly stressing over how exactly he was going to explain Kim Ri-yeon's sudden, bizarre transformation. Making up an excuse wouldn't be hard, Chan Seok told himself. But if he actually told them the whole truth, that he had traveled to another world, saved it, and then came back to Earth to work as a hunter just because he was unemployed, there was zero chance anyone would actually believe him. He imagined himself excitedly recounting his epic heroic past, only to be met with deadpan stares of doubt and pure pity from Sang-ah and Se-eun. Yeah, there was no way in hell they were going to buy a story like that. He clicked his tongue in defeat. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in Chan Sok's mind. He thought back to all the absolute nonsense that the priests in the other world used to preach, passing it off as divine prophecy. He decided to just stitch those random memories together and craft the absolute perfect lie. Chan Seok began his tale. "While I was fighting Kim Ri-yeon, I was suddenly engulfed in this pitch-black smoke. And then I heard a voice." Sang-ae cut in, completely hooked. A voice. What did it say? "Hey, hold your horses and let the man speak, gorgeous." To really sell it, Chan Seok started weaving a highly mystical and dramatic vision of a supreme entity. "Destruction is at hand. Know that we exist far beyond the veil of shadows." He was clad in robes woven from the fires of brimstone, clutching a chalice of dark gold filled with the bitter waters of wormwood. He patted himself on the back, perfectly content to just spew whatever edgy nonsense popped into his head. As long as it sounded suitably dark and mysterious, it would successfully divert all their attention toward the descendants of Dangun. The result was genuinely surprising. Both Han Sang-ae and Lee Se-eun bought it completely. "So that's how it is," Sang-ae murmured thoughtfully. "Do beings like that actually exist?" Lee Se-eun nodded in agreement, pointing out that in a world already plagued by dimensional rifts and corrosive monsters, the existence of God, like entities, actually made perfect sense. Chan Seok had to fight back a smug smirk. He honestly couldn't believe his incredibly improvised lie had worked so well, but he'd better watch his back. If those two lionesses ever found out the truth, they would absolutely tear him to shreds in seconds. Ha! Still, the reality of the descendants of Dangun was a very real threat that couldn't be ignored. All three of them agreed that they could no longer just brush them off as some fringe group of radical extremists. Han Sang-ae's eyes grew sharp and icy as she stared out at the horizon. She could practically feel a terrifying storm brewing from their dark conspiracies. Their mission to protect the shield generator was guaranteed to be a brutally rough road ahead. "The transfer market is about to open," Han Sang-a suddenly dropped a massive piece of intel, catching Chan Seok completely off guard. She explained that this was the one and only time of the year when hunters were legally allowed to switch guilds. But more importantly, it was the perfect gathering spot for guild representatives and absolute big shots to rub elbows and trade all kinds of high-level intel. If that's the case, we can totally use this opportunity to bring up that story you just told us. If a highly influential hunter like you speaks out about this, there is no way the others will be able to ignore it. Faced with all this sudden praise about his skyrocketing fame, Chan Seok couldn't help but blush in sheer embarrassment. Honestly, being this popular was turning out to be a massive pain in the neck. But hey, when fate decides to make you a superstar, you just gotta roll with it. He even cracked a joke, wondering if that absolute giant Yoon Seung-hyun was such a massive fanboy that he'd actually fly all the way out to England just to beg for a meet and greet. Brushing off the jokes, Chan Seok's expression turned serious. Well, it is fine anyway. This was my own problem to deal with. Meanwhile, at the grand headquarters of the Taebaek Hunter Guild, a dark and oppressive atmosphere hung heavy in the air. An imposing shadow sat high up, his deep voice echoing with a vicious threat. You must have something you want to tell me, Yoon Seung-hyun. That was Seong Seung-hun, the supreme representative of the Taebaek Guild. He was a terrifying telekinesis user with a massively muscular body and fiery red hair. Kneeling before him in utter humiliation, the giant Yoon Seung-hyun choked out a pathetic apology. I am so sorry. Seong Seung-hun's eyes were as cold as ice as he growled back, "You are sorry." When you mess up a job and come back with just an empty apology, a beating is pretty much guaranteed, right guys? Without a single ounce of mercy, he activated his telekinesis, lifting Yoon Seung-hyun's massive body high into the air and violently choking him. Seong Seung-hun coldly declared that he was not here to listen to pointless apologies. Writhing in agonizing pain, Yoon Seung-hyun could only gasp out an excuse. He claimed their failure was because that kid Chan Seok had exploded in popularity way beyond their initial expectations, making it absolutely impossible to recruit him. Seong Seung-hun clenched his fist in rage. The telekinetic aura radiating from his body made all the surrounding debris float up into the air. He growled with heavy pressure. If we cannot even handle a simple matter like this properly, what will people think of Taebaek? And what will they think of me, the master of this guild? He firmly stated that he absolutely despised hearing lame excuses from his subordinates. Instantly, a crushing telekinetic blow slammed down, leaving Yoon Seung-hyun wide-eyed in sheer agony. Trembling in absolute despair, the giant choked out his final words. He said he has no intention of joining Taebaek. Does his intention even matter? Seong Seung-hun coldly interrupted, his face cloaked in menacing shadows. He firmly declared there would be 0 second chances for any more screw-ups. An absolute order was issued. Make sure Chan Seok joins Taebaek during this transfer window, no matter what it takes. The scene then shifts to the modern villa in England, where Chan Seok's team is staying. Looking out the window, Chan Seok narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the strange, dark figures lurking outside. What is with those guys? Han Sang-ah, standing right next to him, could not hide her surprise either. Have they really tracked us down all the way out here? Out at the gates, Yoon Seung-hyun came menacingly stomping in, flanked by 2 bodyguards in black suits. His face was now covered in ugly scars and bandages, a brutal reminder of Seong Seung-hun's violent rage earlier. The face-off took place right there in the villa's living room, and the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Yoon Seung-hyun cut straight to the chase with an aggressive tone. I will not beat around the bush. Once the transfer window opens, you are gonna keep your word and join our guild. Facing that heavy pressure, Chan Seok did not flinch for a single second. He coldly shot back, the terms have changed. That is right, getting him to sign now would mean they have to roll out the red carpet for him. Chan Seok flipped through the file in his hands, his eyes showing crystal clear contempt. Just looking at these documents you handed me, it is completely obvious you guys never planned to negotiate seriously in the first place. He started breaking down the massive difference between Taebaek and other hunter guilds. Normally, guilds do not have a single supreme leader. Partner hunters just team up, get the job done, and split the cash. But Taebaek is a whole different story. You guys have an actual master Seong Seung Hun, and while that is your biggest strength, it is also your absolute fatal weakness. Yoon Seung Hyun firmly confirmed. That is exactly right. Representative Seong Seung Hun is the supreme master of Taebaek. However, Chan Seok quietly thought to himself that no matter how powerful Seong Seung Hun was, the guy had zero active combat experience right now, and the actions of a true powerhouse should carry way more weight than that. If a hunter completely stops hunting, can you even call him a hunter anymore, or is he just some rich, unemployed guy? Chan Seok's highly provocative question left the Taebaek subordinates completely stunned in disbelief. Faced with the young man's cocky attitude, Yoon Seung Hyun narrowed his eyes with pure, murderous intent. His scarred face twisted into something truly terrifying. He growled a dark warning. "You better watch your mouth, kid. Keep running it like that, and you are going to disappear without a single trace." Watching the crew's fierce reaction, Chan Seok quietly sized them up. Well, at least the guy commands absolute loyalty from his underlings. He gets beaten to a bloody pulp by his boss, looking like a total monster, and they still follow him without a single complaint. Despite the heavy threat, Chan Seok did not back down for a second. He looked Yoon Seung Hyun dead in the eye and boldly declared, "I am rejecting your offer." A dead silence swallowed the room before Yoon Seung Hyun suddenly roared, "No! You do not have a choice!" In a flash, the giant channeled all his insane power into his arms and violently flipped a stone table weighing several tons straight at Chan Seok. The sheer force of it whipped up a screaming gust of wind. He quickly followed up by throwing a bone-crushing punch with terrifying speed. Chan Seok barely managed to dodge it. He was secretly blown away by the guy's insane raw power. One of Yoon's missed punches smashed straight into the solid wall. The impact shattered the concrete like cheap glass, leaving a massive crater behind. It was absolute proof of a destructive force that could easily crush anyone to a bloody pulp. Seriously, what does this guy even eat to be this stupidly strong? That was not just a regular punch, it actually hit with the pure destructive force of a wrecking ball. Chan Seok gritted his teeth as he felt the intense air pressure from his opponent's wild swings. He fired himself up, thinking, "All right then, if you want to take it this far, I am more than happy to play along." But just as he was about to launch a counterattack, Chan Seok completely froze. A massive crushing pressure suddenly slammed down on his shoulders, pinning his body flat against the ground. Stunned, he asked himself, "What the hell is this? Something insanely heavy is crushing me down." Chan Seok's eyes flared with spiritual energy as he tried to read the flow of power around him. "Mana, since when did they cast this?" He immediately glanced back at the two massive goons standing dead still in the background. It turns out they never even planned on fighting hand-to-hand in the first place. Gritting his teeth, Chan Seok finally realized his fatal mistake. These huge guys were not brawlers. They were actually specialists in mana manipulation. They had been working together this whole time to generate a supercharged gravity field to lock down his movements, turning him into a sitting duck for Yoon Seung Hyun. That's it for this video, guys. If you enjoyed it, please hit that like button to support Gao's channel. Thank you, and goodbye, everyone. See you next time.